Chapter 61. Who is the traitor? The scorched earth was filled with the smoke of battle and the ashes of fire. Yanagi and Noeki moved quickly through this desolate land, their eyes determined and their minds focused on approaching the location of Hitaki Sakumo. Their footsteps echoed rapidly on the charred ground. As Yanagi and Noeki approached the forest engulfed in flames, the noise of battle penetrated the flames and smoke and reached their ears. They knew that it was a signal that Sakumo Senpai and the Sand Village ninja were fighting fiercely. It's the captain and his men. A hint of urgency flashed in Noeki's eyes. He knew he had to act quickly. Without any hesitation, he took a deep breath and performed a powerful water ninjutsu, water style. Waterfall technique. A huge stream of water gushed out of the Noeki's mouth like a waterfall, surging and washing away the flames around it. The collision of water and fire produced a large amount of steam, extinguishing the surrounding smoke and sparks. When the flames were finally suppressed by Noeki's water ninjutsu, the original appearance of the battlefield was exposed, and a scene of desolation and destruction appeared in front of Yanagi and Noeki. The originally dense forest was now a charred flat land, and the surrounding trees were either uprooted or burned to charcoal by the flames. Broken ninja tools were scattered all over the ground, their fragments reflecting a faint light on the scorched earth, as if telling of their former glory and the cruelty of the battle. The gullies left by the ninjutsu ran through the entire battlefield. Hinata Suzuran and Uchiha-en were engaged in a fierce battle with the four-man group from the Sand Village. Although they relied on their tacit cooperation and their respective ninjutsu to temporarily determine the winner, the balance of the battle had begun to slowly tilt. Suzuran's Byakugan searched for the enemy's weaknesses on the battlefield, while Uchiha-en's fire-style ninjutsu drew blazing trails in the air. On the other side, Shoaki and Yuki faced Hitaki Sakumo, and their situation seemed particularly difficult. Shoaki and Yuki were already staggering under the fierce attack of Hitaki Sakumo, their bodies were covered with scars left by the battle, and every breath was accompanied by severe pain. Their clothes were cut and their skin was crisscrossed with blood, all of which were witnesses of the ruthless blade under Sakumo's white teeth. Shoki's puppets, once his pride, were now scattered fragments, each of which reflected the desperation of their battle. Yuki's jutsu, which had been her support, was now unable to reach Sakumo's nimble form, her chakra slowly drying up as her jutsu became ineffective. Facing Shoaki and Yuki who were already close to their limits, Hitaki Sakumo did not relax at all, but attacked more fiercely. The white fang in his hand flashed with cold light, and every swing was full of resolute power. For a moment, there were swords and shadows everywhere, and Sakumo's figure shuttled through them, like the dance of death. Click! In the face of this series of powerful moves, Shoki's last puppet was not spared and was chopped into pieces. The pieces flew in the air, just like the collapse of their last hope, and Shoki and Yuki's hearts were filled with despair. Shoki and Yuki looked at each other, their eyes showing determination. Even at the last moment, they would not give up easily. They drew their kunao, ready for a final resistance. This was their dignity and honor as ninjas. Hitaki Sakumo said nothing, he knew that showing mercy on the battlefield would be a disservice to himself. He swung the short knife in his hand to kill the opponent, each strike was accurate, cold, and deadly. Just when Hitaki Sakumo's white fang was about to decide the fate of Shoki and Yuki, a loud shout of "spare their lives!" broke the tense atmosphere on the battlefield. Shuomao's eyes flashed, and he saw a flash of blue light. It turned out that Yanagi suddenly appeared in front of them. Shuomao's heart tightened. He knew it was too late to stop the attack, but he still tried his best to change the trajectory of White Fang and try to divert the fatal blow away from Yanagi. His arms suddenly burst out with amazing strength, his muscles tensed, and every adjustment was a challenge to his limit. Clang! At this critical moment, Yanagi showed his extraordinary strength. The red blood sword in his hand appeared out of nowhere and met Shamao's white fangs with a graceful arc. The crisp sound of metal colliding resounded across the battlefield, sparks flew, and the confrontation between the red blood sword and the white fang was not only a contest of strength, but also the greatest test of the quality of the weapons. Before Hitaki Sakumo could speak, Yanagi had already turned around quickly. His movements were as fast as lightning, and he knocked out Shoki and Yuki before they could react. His movements were fast and professional, without any unnecessary movements. "Captain, wait a moment. I'll do some small preparations for these two people." Under Sakumo's shocked gaze, Yanagi conducted a meticulous examination of the two men, removing all of their ninja tools and even examining their mouths carefully. Sakumo thought to himself that if he didn't know Yanagi's character, he would almost suspect that Yanagi was a ninja from the Anbu. His professional techniques and meticulous mind were astonishing. Well, the dangerous goods inspection is complete, but as a ninja, who knows what strange suicide ninjutsu there might be, so we have to add some insurance. Yanagi looked at the large pile of senbon and shurikens he had searched out, his brows slightly frowned, and he was obviously thinking of a more reliable method. 5 Elements Seal. Chakra flowed out from Yanagi's fingers and slapped on the two men's stomachs, forming complex sealing patterns to ensure that they could not use any ninjutsu. I still feel unsafe. Never mind. Since I'm here, I might as well go up one level. 4 Symbol Seal. He then cast another seal, the power of the 4 Symbol Seal further reinforcing the 5 Elements Seal, ensuring that the two could not harm themselves or perform any form of ninjutsu even while unconscious. Shuo Mao's eyes looked a little complicated after Yanagi completed the seal. He shook his head slightly, with a hint of teasing in his tone, Yanagi-kun, you don't have to go to this extent. Yanagi's behavior might seem a bit excessive to him, but Sakumo had to admit that this was where Yanagi's genius lay. He was able to master such a complex sealing technique at such a young age. Are you sealing the ninja or the tailed beast? Sakumo added half-jokingly. His words revealed his surprise at Yanagi's cautious character, as well as recognition of Yanagi's abilities. Hearing this, Yanagi just smiled softly, Senior Sakumo, you don't know, I just cut off all the limbs of that jonin, and I thought I had completely subdued him. But he still had poison in his mouth, how abominable. Why are you so persistent in catching him alive? Hitaki Sakumo was puzzled by Yanagi's obsession. If killing people was not enough, why did he even cut off the limbs? He was so obsessed with capturing prisoners. Ninjas could obtain information as long as they got the corpses. Captain, they know our intelligence. This is not a simple encounter, but a carefully planned ambush. We have been betrayed. His words were like a hammer, hitting Sakumo's heart. Those who knew about their actions were all Konoha's top brass. Logically speaking, these elites among the elites should never have any information leaked. If there really was a traitor, then the problem would be much more serious than they imagined. End the battle quickly. There was an unquestionable command in Sakumo's voice, take these two people and go back to the village. We must find out who the spy is. His eyes flashed with firmness and determination, and he was obviously prepared to face possible internal crises. Yanagi and Sakumo each picked up a captive, their actions were swift and methodical, ready to join the battle between Uchiha and Hayagasa Zurin. However, when they arrived, they found that the battle had already ended with the help of Nawaki. The bodies of the ninjas were scattered on the ground, proving the brutality and speed of the battle. Well done, Rope Tree! Sakumo gave a brief compliment, his eyes sweeping across the battlefield, confirming that the enemy had been completely eliminated. Shuo Mao stood in the ruins, his eyes firm and far-reaching, let's prepare to return to the village. Nawaki gently adjusted the child on his back. The child lay quietly on his back with a hint of naive calmness on his face. Nawaki's voice was filled with a hint of request, Captain, can you wait for me to send this last survivor back to the village? I can go alone. Sakumo shook his head slightly, his eyes flashing with his determination for the team, no, we can't act separately now. Let's go together, so that we can have a beginning and an end. It won't take long, Sakumo added. In the process of bringing the last surviving child back to the village, the villagers learned that their children had died at the hands of the Sand Ninja, and the whole village fell into deep sorrow. The pain of losing a loved one is like an invisible wound engraved on everyone's heart. The child was gently put down, his eyes were full of confusion and fear, but when he saw the sadness of the villagers, a glimmer of understanding flashed in his eyes. He knew that although he survived, many children like him were no longer there. Yanagi, Sakumo, and others stood aside, their hearts also filled with grief, but they knew that as ninjas, there were more important things waiting for them to do. They stepped forward and comforted the villagers in a firm but gentle voice, we understand your pain, but we can't let this pain go to waste. We must be strong, for the children's sacrifice and for the future of the village. Chapter 62. The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen stood in his office, the sunlight shining through the window on him, adding a bit of solemnity to him. When he learned that Sakumo and his team not only returned to Konoha quickly, but also captured 2 jonins from Tsunagakuer, an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. Your actions were so quick, it really exceeded my expectations. There was a hint of shock in the Sandame's voice, but more of it was appreciation for the efficiency of the team's actions. Sakumo Senpai walked into the office, his posture straight and his expression firm, we have no time to waste, Hokage-sama. The urgency of the mission requires us to act at the fastest speed. The Sandame's eyes swept over Sakumo and the others, his eyes revealing his pride and trust in these ninjas. You did a good job, Sakumo. Capturing the Tsunagaku Jonin is a valuable source of intelligence for us. The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen turned around and gave an order to the Anbu waiting outside the door, immediately arrange for these two Tsunagaku Jonin to be handed over to Denzo for interrogation. His voice revealed unquestionable authority. However, his words were still echoing in the air when Yanagi and Hotaki Sakumo spoke out in unison to stop him. Hokage-sama, please wait a moment. The third Hokage turned around, and faced with the two people's obstruction, a puzzled expression appeared on his face. Hey? What's wrong? Is there any problem? Yanagi and Hotaki Sakumo exchanged a tacit look, and finally Yanagi took a step forward, with a hint of heaviness in his voice. Uncle Sandame, the situation is like this. It seems that the Sand Village had obtained intelligence in advance about our trip to River Country. We encountered a targeted ambush. If the enemy had not underestimated our strength and Captain Sakumo was strong enough, we might not have been able to come back this time. The third Hokage's eyes became sharp after hearing Sakumo's words, revealing a hint of danger. What do you mean? His voice was low, as if suppressing the storm that was about to erupt. There was an expression of anger and disappointment on Sakumo's face that was difficult to conceal. Although I hate to admit it, unfortunately, Hokage-sama, there is a traitor among our top brass. Sarutobi Hiruzen's hands, which were tightly gripping the pipe, had veins bulging from using too much force. He didn't want to believe it, but he knew in his heart that this was a possibility. You mean, Denzo? His voice trembled slightly, revealing his inner struggle and anxiety. Tibetan Fox. Here. Hokage-sama. A figure appeared in the office like a ghost. It was the Anbu member Zhanghe wearing a fox mask. I order you to go and call Yamanaka Kusanagi over immediately. I want to explore the memories of these two people directly here. Sarutobi Hiruzen gave the order, his voice revealing decisiveness and authority. Zhanghe didn't ask any more questions, but just answered with one simple and powerful word, yes. Then, his figure disappeared in the office as if blending into the shadows. In the Hokage's office, the air was so heavy that it seemed like it could squeeze water out of it. The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen and the Hotaki Sakumo team quietly waited for Yamanaka Kusanagi's memory exploration to finish. Time passed by minute, and every second seemed to stretch their nerves. Finally, Yamanaka-nan slowly opened his eyes. He looked a little tired. It was obviously very difficult for him to explore the memories of two senior ninjas at once. The third Hokage saw this and immediately stepped forward to inquire about the result. There was a hint of urgency in his voice. Nan, how is it? Did you find out who the traitor of Konoha is? Yamanaka-nan stood up and faced the third Hokage. His voice was deep and powerful. I'm sorry, third Hokage, there is no specific person in their memory. His words made everyone present feel a little disappointed. But he immediately added, however, we know that one of our people did contact the Kazekage. This mission was personally ordered by the third Kazekage. Yamanaka-nan turned his gaze to Naoki and Yanagi, and his voice became more serious. The most critical goal is. He paused for a moment, as if he had some difficulty speaking, causing everyone present to feel a tense atmosphere. It's aimed at Naoki and Yanagi. Yamanaka-nan finally said the key point, and his words were like a blockbuster bomb, exploding in the office. This news shocked everyone present, especially Naoki, who had an expression of disbelief on his face. He never thought that he and Yanagi would become the key targets of the enemy. A flash of understanding flashed across Yanagi's eyes, and a guess in his mind was confirmed. It seems that some people really feel that they have lived too long. The third Hokage's face became extremely serious, and his eyes revealed the importance he attached to this news. He took a deep breath, and then slowly said to Yamanaka-nan, this news is very important. Nan, do you have any other useful information? Yamanaka-nan nodded slightly, his expression serious and focused. Many secrets are still protected by the seals in their brains. I can't break in yet. But he immediately added, but the biggest discovery so far is that they are the son and daughter-in-law of the elder Dancho of the Sand Village. After hearing the report from Yamanaka Kusanagi, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes flashed with a gleam, and his tone revealed a hint of relief. Are you saying that this is the son and daughter-in-law of that old woman Cho? This information is very important, Nan, thank you for your hard work. This news was undoubtedly an unexpected surprise for him, allowing him to see more initiative in the upcoming battle with the Sand Village. He then turned around and gave orders to the Anbu outside the door. His voice was full of unquestionable determination, showing how much he valued this intelligence. Water Monkey! Take these two away and keep them under strict watch. No one is allowed to approach except me. The third Hokage added, his eyes like lightning, scanning everyone present to make sure his orders were strictly followed. Including the Elders' Council. Yes, Hokage-sama. The Water Monkey's voice was firm and powerful. He quickly appeared in the office, saluted, and immediately began to execute orders. Several Anbu ninjas quickly entered the office. Their movements were swift and precise, without any unnecessary noise. These ninjas were dressed in uniform black. They stepped forward and easily lifted up the two unconscious Tsunagaku Jonin as if they were weightless. The movements of the Anbu ninjas were coordinated, showing their tacit understanding after rigorous training. Under the gaze of the third Hokage, they did not hesitate at all, carried the Jonin, turned around quickly, and walked out the door with steady steps. Their figures soon disappeared in the shadows outside the door, as if they had never appeared, leaving only silence in the office. The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen stood in the office, his back facing Yanagi, Sakumo, and the others, his tone revealing fatigue that was difficult to conceal. Even if this mission is an S-rank one, as for the traitor, I will find him out. The sunlight poured in through the window, shining on the third Hokage, but it failed to dispel the heaviness in his words. His figure seemed particularly lonely in the sunlight, just like the interweaving of light and darkness in Konoha. Yes, Lord Sanda. Yanagi, Sakumo, and others responded in unison. After leaving the Hokage building, they separated. Yanagi and Nawake walked side by side on the road leading to Konoha. Although their steps were steady, their minds were wandering on the news they had just received. A complex emotion surged in his heart. I didn't expect that this time I would capture Scorpion's parents. Am I giving him a complete life? He knew that, originally in the story's trajectory, Scorpion's parents would later die at the hands of Sakumo, but now, they encountered the crisis in advance and were saved by him. With all these changes, Yanagi felt like a butterfly flapping its wings gently on a calm lake, causing a bigger and bigger storm in this world. He couldn't help but think of Nawaki again, the friend who always had an indissoluble bond with the explosive talisman. Yanagi shook his head slightly, and a bitter smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, but Nawaki is really destined to be with the explosive talisman. Recalling the expression on Nawaki's face when he faced the exploding talisman array, Yanagi laughed out loud. Nawaki noticed something strange about Yanagi and asked curiously, "What's wrong? What are you laughing at?" There was a hint of sarcasm in Yanagi's smile. "Nothing, I just remembered what you were thinking when you were in the explosive talisman formation." His question made Nawaki's thoughts instantly return to that life and death moment. Nawaki's eyes became deep, and his voice was low and full of emotion. "I thought a lot. I thought of Grandpa and second Grandpa. Did they feel the same way when facing death? I thought of Grandma, sister, you, and myself." His heart was filled with longing for family and friends, and cherishment for life. Recalling the scene when the explosive talisman started to explode around him, Nawaki still felt scared. If Yanagi hadn't risked his life to arrive in time and bring him out, he might have had to come back lying down. His heart was filled with gratitude to Yanagi. "Thank you, Xiao Xia." Yanagi waved his hand gently, his voice firm and warm. "It's okay, we are brothers. You promised me that you would help me. Well, in the name of Senju." Nawaki stretched out his hand, and a solemn promise was revealed in his voice. "In the name of Thousand Hands." Yanagi held Nawaki's hand tightly. The friendship and trust between them were sublimated at this moment. But Yanagi showed a teasing smile again. "However, you may have to consider how to face Grandma Mito and Sister Tsunade who will come back later." A trace of embarrassment and worry appeared on Nawaki's face. "Ah. Grandma won't know, right?" He was both excited and afraid, worried that his family would know the danger he had experienced. Yanagi blinked and replied with a hint of joking, "What do you think?" His question made Nawaki realize that although Grandma Mito didn't care about things, he, the third uncle, dared not ignore his grandmother. Nawaki sighed, and the expression on his face softened. "I suddenly don't want to go home, but I really miss them." His heart was filled with longing for his family. Even though he was a little afraid, he was more filled with longing for home and deep affection for his loved ones. Chapter 63. Grandma Mito stood at the door of her house, her figure looked particularly solemn in the afterglow of the setting sun. Her eyes were sharp, as if she could see through everything. When Noeki and Yanagi approached, her first words shocked them. "Noeki, you are very brave. You dare to go deep into the enemy territory alone." There was no praise in the tone of these words, only heavy blame. The smile on Noeki's face froze, and he realized that this was not a compliment, but a rebuke for his risky behavior. His relaxed mood was instantly replaced by tension and guilt. "Grandma, I miss you so much." There was a tremor in Noeki's voice as he tried to use affection as an offensive. Grandma Mito's gaze softened a little, but the blame did not decrease. "If Yanagi hadn't brought you out in time, I would have had to meet you again in the Pure Land. You should know how much your life means to us." Noeki was silent. He knew that his grandmother's words were full of love and teachings. He bowed his head deeply, with a firm promise in his voice, "Grandma, I understand. I will cherish myself more and not let you and my family worry." Grandma Mito sighed softly, her hand stroked Noeki's hair, and there was a hint of tolerance in her tone. "Okay, come in. Dinner is ready at home, let's sit down and talk slowly." After listening to Yanagi and Noeki's account of the incident, Mito's expression did not change significantly, and she did not immediately express her opinion. Her eyes revealed deep thought, and then she turned to the two young people and asked gently, "Noeki, Yanagi, what do you think of this incident?" Noeki and Yanagi looked at each other. They knew that Grandma Mito's question was not just an inquiry, but also a guidance, allowing them to think and reflect on their own. Noeki was the first to break the silence, his voice full of maturity and self-reflection. "Grandma, I realize that I was too impulsive in this incident and did not fully consider the safety of the team and myself. I need to be calmer and more cautious." Yanagi then added, "I also realized that as a teammate, I should pay more attention to Noeki's actions and remind and help him in time. We are a team and need to support and rely on each other." Grandma Mito listened to the two's answers quietly, with a glimmer of satisfaction in her eyes. She knew that the two children had learned a valuable lesson from this incident. "I'm glad you think this way." Grandma Mito finally spoke, her voice full of love and wisdom. "The road of a ninja is full of unknowns and dangers, but more importantly, you can learn and grow from it." There was a calm firmness in her words, as if telling the children that no matter what difficulties they encounter, as long as they have faith in their hearts, nothing is impossible. "Now, you guys just have a good rest. Leave the rest to an old man like me. As long as I'm here, Konoha will be your eternal home." Yanagi felt the firmness and determination of Mito's grandmother. He knew that she might come forward to solve the problem personally, but he still hoped to take responsibility himself. "Granny Mito, I want to handle this myself." Grandma Mito patted Yanagi's hair gently. There was a hint of pampering in her smile, but there was unquestionable seriousness in her eyes. "I will keep him this time, but you have to understand, kid, if he doesn't behave well, he must be beaten as a punishment. This is one of the last things I can do for you as an elder." After saying that, Mito stood up and left, leaving Noeki confused. Noeki's brows were furrowed, his eyes full of confusion and uneasiness. He knew that Mito was not a person who liked to joke, and he was not a person who would easily leave the clan. "Xiao Xia, what riddle are you talking about with Grandma? I don't understand anything." There was a hint of anxiety in Noeki's voice as he tried to get some clues from Yanagi. Yanagi looked at this brother who had zero political wisdom and couldn't help but sigh. Noeki is always like this, with almost zero sensitivity to politics, which makes him particularly helpless in this world full of power struggles. But it is precisely this innocence that makes Yanagi have an indescribable desire to protect him. "It's okay, you just need to know that someone is going to be in big trouble." Yanagi answered lightly, but there was a barely perceptible seriousness in his tone. At a training ground somewhere in Konoha village, the night was as dark as ink, and the moonlight shone through the sparse clouds, casting mottled light and shadows. Around the training ground, the ancient trees swayed gently in the night wind, making rustling sounds, as if telling an ancient legend. Mito stood in the center of the training ground, her figure looking particularly lonely and determined in the moonlight. Her voice echoed in the empty venue with unquestionable majesty. "Let Danzo and Monkey come here to see me." There was an irresistible command in Mito's voice. Several shadows appeared from the darkness, as if blending into the night. They were wearing various animal masks and were members of Konoha's Anbu. These figures looked mysterious in the moonlight, and their existence itself represented the secrets and power of Konoha. Several people saluted Mito in a uniform manner, showing their respect and obedience to Mito. "Mito-sama, may I ask why? It's already very late." The leading ANBU member decided to speak after considering it. There was a hint of hesitation in his voice, but more of respect for Mito. However, the next second, he was sweating profusely because he felt the powerful chakra burst from Mito. Mito's chakra was like an invisible storm, sweeping across the entire training ground, causing the surrounding air to solidify. The leading ANBU member felt a heavy pressure, as if the weight of all Konoha was on his shoulders. "My words are no longer effective in Konoha now." There was a hint of sneer in Mito's voice, and his eyes flashed with a sharp light, as if he could see through everything. Her existence was a symbol of Konoha's authority and power. The ANBU members around felt Mito's displeasure. They knew that Mito's orders could not be questioned and his will was Konoha's will. They acted quickly and disappeared into the night to carry out Mito's orders. In the Hokage's office in Konoha village, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was immersed in a pile of documents, his brows furrowed, the pen in his hand dancing quickly on the paper, handling the affairs of the village. Suddenly, a huge chakra wave penetrated the tranquility of the night, like an invisible ripple, and instantly spread throughout the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen paused with his pen tip, and he looked up with a hint of surprise in his eyes. The strength of this chakra shocked even a ninja master like him. He immediately stood up, his voice filled with an unquestionable command. How could there be such a huge chakra explosion? "Anbu Team 5, go investigate immediately." There was a sense of urgency in his words. As Hokage, he had to ensure the safety of the village, and any abnormal chakra fluctuations could not be ignored. At the same time, at the root of Konoha village, Danzo was standing in the laboratory, carefully observing the work of his subordinates. His eyes were sharp and he was strict with every detail. These experiments were the guarantee for his future as Hokage. However, at this moment, the powerful chakra fluctuations also reached his perception. Danzo frowned slightly. He could feel the power contained in this chakra, which was not something an ordinary ninja could possess. He immediately turned around and gave orders to the root members around him, "Go and find out the source of this chakra immediately. There must be no mistakes." There was a hint of unquestionable authority in Danzo's voice. He knew that this burst of chakra might be a sign of some major event, and as the leader of the root, he had to make sure everything was under control. "Mito-sama wishes you to proceed to the 6th training ground now, where she is waiting for you and Danzo-sama, Hokage-sama." A hint of determination flashed in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes. He quickly organized the documents on the table and prepared to go to the 6th training ground. At the same time, at the root of Konoha village, Danzo's mood was even more complicated. He felt the powerful chakra and couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. When Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo arrived at the outskirts of the 6th training ground almost at the same time, the training ground seemed exceptionally quiet in the night, with only the sound of their footsteps echoing in the emptiness. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes were as sharp as a knife. He looked directly at Danzo, his old friend who had fought alongside him for many years. "Danzo, tell me the truth, are you involved in this incident?" Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice was deep and powerful, and his eyes revealed a trace of barely perceptible pain. As the Hokage, he had to find out the truth, but deep down, he really didn't want to believe that Danzo would betray the will of fire that they both protected. Danzo's heart sank when he heard Sarutobi Hiruzen's question. He knew that there must be some unforeseen variables in the plan. However, he was confident in his plan and was sure that he had not been exposed. "Monkey, I don't know what you are talking about." Danzo's voice was calm, and there was no panic in his eyes, as if he really knew nothing about this incident. He knew that at this time, any hesitation and wavering could become a fatal weakness. The two's eyes met in the night, and the air was filled with an indescribable tension. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo, the two giants of the ninja world, the trust and suspicion, loyalty and betrayal between them formed a complex and subtle picture. "Lord Mito. We are here." *2. Chapter 64. When Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo walked into the 6th training ground, their eyes fell on Mito's back. Mito stood in the center of the training ground with her back to them, as if immersed in past memories. The moonlight shone on her, casting a soft silver glow on her figure. As Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo slowly approached, their footsteps echoing softly on the sand of the training ground, accompanied by their respect for Mito, the two stopped in front of Mito and saluted the legend of Konoha with the most traditional etiquette. "Mito-sama. You are here." Mito's voice was calm and deep, with a hint of years of precipitation. She did not turn around, but just stared quietly ahead, as if watching the passing years. I wonder if Lord Mito has summoned us here for some important matter. Sarutobi Hiruzen asked tentatively, a hint of caution in his voice. It's nothing serious. I just feel like doing something new recently. I can't help but think of the occasional activities I used to have with Hashirama. I want to find someone to practice with. What do you think? Who of you is going to come first to test whether my skills have declined over the years? When Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo heard what Mito said, they felt that something was wrong and that he was about to lose his temper. Lady Mito, not to mention her identity as the wife of the first Hokage, just the fact that she is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and the master of sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan is enough to make the two of them suffer a lot, not to mention that if Lady Mito really teaches you a lesson, would you dare to fight back? This is obviously to vent their dissatisfaction with the attack on Noeki and Yanagi. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought to himself that he knew that Lady Mito attached great importance to the safety of the village, and this incident undoubtedly touched her bottom line. Although Danzo was becoming increasingly uneasy, he still tried his best to remain calm on the surface. He tried to politely refuse the upcoming training. Mito-sama, you are already old after all. And what about the Kyuubi? Should we just forget about it? Mito's eyes were as sharp as torches, and her sharp eyes seemed to be able to see through Danzo's inner uneasiness. She smiled slightly, and her tone was filled with unquestionable determination. Shimura, it seems that you rarely fight with others since the situation has stabilized. That's perfect. You go first, Nine-Tailed Fox. Nine-Tailed Fox can't cause any trouble here. As for you, Monkey, just stay away and I'll deal with you later. All right, Master Mito, Danzo, you better be careful and don't do anything dirty. Sarutobi Hiruzen heard Mito's decision and couldn't help but feel relieved. He knew that he could avoid this unexpected battle for the time being, but at the same time he was also worried about Danzo. Although Danzo felt a little uneasy, he knew that he couldn't escape. He had no evidence and would be beaten up at worst. He took a deep breath, adjusted himself, and prepared for the upcoming battle. At Konoha's 6th training ground, Danzo was a little uneasy, but his face remained calm. He knew Mito's strength and the challenge he was about to face. Since Lord Mito is in such a mood, Danzo will of course accompany him. There was a hint of firmness in Danzo's voice. Although he was nervous, he was still ready to face this contest. Sarutobi Hiruzen stepped aside, his eyes fixed on the upcoming duel. Danzo was just about to strike first and then admit defeat with a few more casual blows. However, Mito's actions were much faster than Danzo had imagined. She seemed to have seen through Danzo's intentions and did not give him any chance to strike first. King Kong Blockade. A number of chains made of chakra suddenly extended from Mito-sama's back. They flashed a deep blue light, and the surface was covered with complex sealing runes. These chains were not only as hard as diamond, but also extremely flexible, like living tentacles, whipping towards Danzo with great force and speed. These chakra chains drew arcs in the air, making sharp sounds of breaking through the air. They had only one target, Danzo. Danzo's pupils suddenly contracted, and he felt the oppression brought by the chakra chains. It seems that Lord Mito is really angry this time. I hope you won't really do that, otherwise I will. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was outside the field, saw Uzumaki Mito use the Uzumaki clan's strongest sealing technique right from the start, so he knew that this time things were going to get serious, and he might not be able to escape for a while, so he decided to arrange for the surrounding Enbu to move away a little bit. Facing such an attack, Danzo knew that he could not be careless. He quickly formed a seal, ready to use his own ninjutsu to deal with Mito's diamond seal. Wind style. Vacuum wave. With a low shout from Danzo, a thin and long transparent wind line came out of his mouth. Although the wind line was thin, it contained amazing destructive power, like a sharp long knife, slashing towards the chakra chain diagonally. Danzo tried to use this move to break the sealing chain, but the strength of the diamond seal was far beyond his expectations. The wind blade collided with the chakra chain, making a harsh friction sound, but not even a trace was left on the chain of the diamond seal. There was a hint of surprise in Danzo's eyes. He didn't expect that his wind escape technique could not cause any damage to the diamond seal. It seems that you have finally forgotten that power is secondary to strength. You are no longer the idealistic young man you used to be because of your excessive pursuit of power. Mito looked at the increasingly gloomy man in front of him, and after all, he could no longer be compared to the young man under Tobirama's command. Danzo became more and more annoyed as he listened to Uzumaki Mito's words, but what was even more dangerous was the Congo blockade before him. Danzo became more and more irritated as he listened to Mito's words. He was filled with resentment and anger, but what was more dangerous was the diamond seal in front of him. He didn't expect that Uzumaki Mito, who was so old that he couldn't even maintain his appearance, could still burst out with such power. This is the power of family bloodline. Be it Uzumaki Mito, Senju Hashirama, or Kagami, they all rely on the power of their family to make themselves unable to catch up with them forever. I will definitely have such power. Whether it's the Sharingan, the wood release, or the Uzumaki sealing technique. They should all be mine. Danzo shouted in his heart, his determination became even stronger. Wind escape. Vacuum jade. Danzo formed a seal again, and he concentrated all his chakra into this attack. This time, what he spit out was no longer a thin line of wind, but a huge wind ball, which expanded rapidly in the air and then rushed towards the chain of the diamond seal at an astonishing speed. The wind ball collided with the chakra chain, causing a huge explosion, and the chakra fluctuations formed a huge whirlwind above the training ground. Although Danzo's attack was powerful, the chains of the diamond seal were still as strong as ever. They danced in the air, as if mocking Danzo's powerlessness. Shimura Danzo, you disappoint me so much. Mito's voice was full of disappointment and anger. Her words were double entendres, condemning Danzo for betraying his Konoha companions, and expressing her sadness that this once idealistic boy had now become so gloomy. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood aside, his eyes revealing complicated emotions. He and Danzo were both young men who grew up under Mito's watch, but now they seemed to no longer be the high-spirited young men, neither he nor Danzo. He understood Mito's disappointment, not only his disappointment in Danzo personally, but also his concern for the future of Konoha as a whole. Mito did not give Danzo any chance to explain. The diamond ceiling she controlled became extremely fierce. Those chakra chains were no longer simple restraints, but turned into violent attackers. The chains danced in the air, as agile as a group of fast-moving spirit snakes, and struck Danzo fiercely. Each blow was accompanied by a sharp sound of wind, and the force was so great that it seemed that even the hardest rock could be shattered in one blow. Although Danzo was panicking, his movements were not slow. He had no time to cast hand seals or perform ninjutsu, so he could only rely on instinct to dodge left and right. He ran around the training ground like a headless fly, trying to avoid those fatal attacks. But the speed and power of the King Kong blockade far exceeded his imagination, and he was hit several times, and every time he grimaced in pain. After the last heavy blow, the chains of the King Kong blockade, like a python that had successfully caught its prey, tightly wrapped around Danzo's limbs and body, tying him up tightly. He was hung in the air, unable to move, and could only hang there helplessly, like a fish out of water. Danzo struggled in the air, the chakra in his body surging like a tide, and every struggle revealed his strong desire to break free from the restraints. His muscles were tense and veins bulged, but no matter how hard he tried, the chains of the King Kong lock still bound him tightly, with no signs of loosening. Even the most powerful Nine Tails could not break free from the diamond seal used by Uzumaki Kushina before her death, let alone the diamond seal performed by Mito herself. Today I will teach you one last lesson, there are some things you shouldn't do, and some things you shouldn't extend. Although Mito's voice was calm, her eyes were cold and she had no sympathy for Danzo. Her words were not only a warning to Danzo, but also a teaching to Sarutobi Hiruzen who was present. If it weren't for the promise he made to Yanagi, Danzo would not have been able to leave this training ground alive today, regardless of whether there was solid evidence or not. Monkey, I'm tired. I'll remember the meal you gave me today. Mito turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen, and her words carried a deep reminder. Remember, you are the Hokage of Konoha. Think about whether you can still face Tobirama in the Pure Land. Thank you for your teachings, Mito-sama. Although I think it was wrong for Uzumaki Mito to beat up his good friend like this without any evidence. But at least he didn't get himself into trouble and saved face for himself as the Hokage. As for Danzo, it's enough that he's still alive. Lord Mito, who even Tobirama-sensei is afraid of, what can I do? Okay, you know it in your heart. As for Shimura Danzo, I think his current condition is not suitable for continuing to serve as the Hokage's assistant. What do you think, monkey? Sarutobi Hiruzen was silent for a moment. It seemed that he could not save his old friend. Although Konoha needed him, Lord Mito's anger must be explained. I think so too. I will propose at the elders' meeting tomorrow that Danzo should rest and recuperate for a while. As for Danzo's opinion, it's no longer important. Chapter 65. At Konoha's 6th training ground, the moonlight became brighter and brighter, and Mito's figure gradually disappeared in the moonlight. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned around and faced the bound Danzo, his voice carrying a hint of heaviness and reluctance. Danzo, since Lord Mito has arranged it this way, you should take a break for a while. The third Hokage's words revealed a hint of helplessness, but more of it was care and understanding for his old friend. Danzo's body swayed gently in the air, and he still did not react, as if he was immersed in his own thoughts. But Sarutobi Hiruzen knew that his old friend had not lost consciousness, but at this moment, he chose to remain silent. All right, I know you're still awake, Sarutobi Hiruzen continued, his voice becoming softer, that's fine too, Mito-sama is right, dealing with the darkness of Konoha for so long has made you and I forget our former selves. He approached Danzo, his eyes filled with deep thought and emotion, we were all young men with dreams, determined to protect this village. But now, we need to find our original aspirations and re-examine our path. I will announce the news publicly tomorrow. Although Danzo did not respond, Sarutobi Hiruzen could feel his presence, a silent weight weighing on both of their hearts. I know you want to say that I will regret it, but this time, I will never regret it. I am the Hokage of Konoha, and I can only be the Hokage of Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Danzo who didn't want to pay any attention to him, and a feeling of sadness surged in Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart. He knew what was hidden behind Danzo's silence. Mito-sama's words echoed in his heart like a morning bell and an evening drum, I should first be the Hokage of Konoha, and then Sarutobi Hiruzen. He reflected on how much they had changed in the vortex of power. Every time he looked back, he seemed to see another self, the young man who had once been a stranger under the reflection of power. He hurriedly took over the position of Hokage from his teacher, and with the help of Mito-sama and old friends, he made Konoha stronger. Even after death, he should have a clear conscience when facing his teacher. But why, when faced with the question of Mito's soul, he still felt afraid? At Konoha's 6th training ground, as the moonlight gradually grew brighter, Sarutobi Hiruzen's words echoed in the empty space, carrying with them a hint of helplessness and relief. Perhaps it's time to give up our position to the younger generation. We are all getting old after all, Danzo. His voice revealed a sense of the alternation of times, as if announcing the end of one era and the beginning of a new one. After saying this, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not look back. His figure slowly faded away under the shadow of Danzo, and he left the training ground under the faint moonlight. Although his steps were heavy, each one seemed firm and calm. After Sarutobi Hiruzen left, Danzo slowly opened his eyes. There was no trace of confusion in his eyes, only deep resentment and indomitable spirit. He looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen's receding back, his heart filled with complicated emotions. I have changed? No, you have changed, Hiruzen. You have failed to live up to your teacher's expectations. Danzo's voice was low and powerful, his heart filled with disappointment and anger towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. Uzumaki Mito is wrong. Yanagi's talent will sooner or later lead him to pursue the path of Hokage. This goes against the will of the teacher. Danzo continued, his voice filled with a persistence and conviction, as if he was sticking to his beliefs and path. I am right. Only I can bear the responsibility of being the Dark Lord of Konoha. Sooner or later you will return all your position and power to me. The next morning, the sun shone through the windows of the Konoha Hokage's office building onto the desk. Hiruzen Sarutobi, exhausted from a sleepless night, had just stepped into the office when he was surrounded by two elders, Kohara Udaten and Enmai Mito Kato. Their eyes were filled with anxiety and confusion, and the air was filled with a tense atmosphere. Hiruzen. What is going on? There was a hint of accusation in Utane Kohara's voice. Her brows were furrowed, and she was obviously confused and dissatisfied with this sudden change. Why did you suddenly remove all of Danzo's power? This is against Konoha's rules. Mito Kato-en asked immediately. Why did you make this decision without notifying any of our elders? Their questions came like a string of cannonballs, making Sarutobi Hiruzen feel unprecedented pressure. Facing the repeated questioning from the two elders, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath. He knew that this moment would come sooner or later, and he was already prepared for his answer. I understand your concerns, but this decision was made after careful consideration. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice was calm and firm, and his eyes revealed a hint of determination. You are also aware of Danzo's situation. He has been in the darkness for too long. He needs some time to adjust himself. He paused, then continued, I have not ignored the rules of Konoha, nor have I ignored the opinions of the Council of Elders. But as Hokage, sometimes I need to make some immediate decisions for the long-term benefit of the village. In the office of the Konoha Hokage's office building, the tense atmosphere became increasingly solemn. Facing Sarutobi Hiruzen's explanation, Utane Koharu and Mito Kato-en were obviously still unable to accept this sudden change. But this... There was a hint of hesitation and confusion in Utane Koharu's voice. Her brows were furrowed, and it was obvious that she was full of doubts. Sarutobi Hiruzen just sighed softly. He knew that in order to make the elders understand this decision, he had to give more convincing reasons. Besides, this is an order from Lord Mito himself. There was a hint of helplessness in his words, but at the same time there was also an irresistible sense of authority. Lady Mito's name had a very high prestige in Konoha, and her orders were never to be questioned. How could that be? Mito-sama has never interfered with the operations of Konoha. Mito Kato-en retorted in surprise, with shock evident in his voice. Mito-sama's intervention was an unprecedented situation for them. In the office of the Konoha Hokage's office building, Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze was firm and deep. He looked directly at the two elders in front of him, Utane Koharu and Mito Kato-en. I know this is hard to understand, but Lord Mito did this out of consideration for Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice was calm, but every word seemed heavy, revealing his inner helplessness and persistence. The specific reason is still the highest level of confidentiality. Even our elders are not allowed to know. There was a hint of disbelief in Utane Koharu's voice, and her eyes flashed with confusion about this sudden secret. Yes, no. Sarutobi Hiruzen's answer left no room for maneuver. His firm attitude showed the importance and urgency of this decision. He continued, his tone dark, this is for the protection of Konoha and for greater strategic considerations. I understand your concerns, but please believe that Lord Mito and I have carefully considered every decision we make. Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze lingered on the two elders, knowing that these were the last things he could do for Danzo. Although there was no conclusive evidence, the only person in Konoha who was capable of knowing this and quickly reaching an agreement with the Kazekage could be Danzo, whom he had always been reluctant to suspect. But Danzo has also devoted his life to Konoha. He just went astray temporarily. I believe that after you calm down for a while, you will understand the painstaking efforts of yourself and Mito-sama. Danzo. A complex emotion flashed in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes. His understanding and trust in Danzo made him believe that this old friend had just lost his way for a moment. In the Hokage's office building in Konoha village, the tense atmosphere was broken by a sudden action. An Anbu ninja appeared at the door of the office like a ghost, holding a piece of intelligence document marked with the highest level in his hand. Hokage, this is the latest intelligence from the Rain Village. It's of the highest level. The Anbu ninja's voice was low and rapid, with a sense of urgency flashing in his eyes. Obviously, the importance of this information was self-evident. The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned slightly. He could feel the weight of the information. He reached out and took the heavy document. What his fingertips touched was not only the paper, but also the unknown challenge that Konoha village was facing at the moment. The members of the Elders' Council, Utane Koharu and Mito Kato-en, also temporarily put aside their doubts about the Danzo incident. They focused their attention on the information in Sarutobi Hiruzen's hands, knowing that this might be important news related to the safety of Konoha. Okay. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes were as sharp as a knife. He quickly browsed the contents of the document, and his expression gradually became solemn. The information revealed by this intelligence was undoubtedly a severe test for Konoha village. The air in the office seemed to freeze at this moment, and everyone's heartbeat accelerated under the influence of this information. This is the highest level of Konoha intelligence, all of which are the most important and urgent information. Its arrival indicates that Konoha village is about to face a new storm. At this critical moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the elders must respond quickly, as their decisions will directly affect the future of Konoha. After completing his mission, the Anbu ninja retreated silently like a shadow, leaving the three leaders facing this important responsibility and choice. In the Hokage's office, the tense atmosphere reached its peak. Sarutobi Hiruzen tightly grasped the information in his hand, frowning. What on earth is going on? It actually caused Orochimaru and the others to use the most urgent intelligence level. The third Hokage put down the information in his hand and signaled Udadan Koharu and Mitaman to pass it to him for inspection. This document was like a heavy bomb, passing from one member of the elders to another, and everyone who saw it could feel its urgency. This looks like trouble. There was a hint of worry in Udadan Koharu's voice. After she quickly glanced over the intelligence, her expression became serious. Hanzo the salamander is not an easy guy to deal with. And there's also that old woman Cho. After reading the information, Mitaman couldn't help but sigh, we need Danzo. Hiruzen. Hiruzen was silent for a moment. He knew Danzo's ability and understood that when facing such a difficult problem, more strength meant more chances of winning. But he also knew that Danzo's current state was not suitable for participating in such a crisis. I know Danzo's value, but right now he needs time to calm down and think. What about this way? A gleam of determination flashed in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes. Let the Anbu and the Root strengthen their infiltration into the Rain country. Since Hanzo wants war, then grant him war. Pass my order to formally declare war on the Rain village. Chapter 66. In the big square of Konoha village, the voice of the Sandaime Hokage was like an exciting drumbeat, echoing in the ears of every ninja, inspiring the ninjas who were about to go out to battle. Wherever the leaves fly, the fire will also continue to burn. Today you are not only fighting for yourselves, but also for everyone in the land of fire, and for your families who are waiting for you in Konoha. Behind you are the lights of thousands of homes. The words of the Sandaime Hokage were like the morning bell and evening drum, shaking everyone's heart. However, off the stage, several members of Hotaki Sakumo's team were whispering, and their minds did not seem to be fully focused on the Hokage's mobilization. Xiao Xia, why did the war happen? I still don't understand it. Noeke quietly asked Yanagi beside him, with a hint of confusion and inquiry in his voice. Yanagi was daydreaming when he was brought back to reality by Noeke's question. Before he could answer, Uchiha Yan next to him interrupted. Nonsense, of course it's because other countries are jealous of our Fire Nation's resources. This time we're going to break their hands. There was a hint of anger and fighting spirit in Uchiha Yan's voice, and it was obvious that he had a very direct view on war. After a life-and-death crisis, the relationship between the team members became closer and they began to communicate their ideas more frankly. What Yan said makes sense. What do you think, Linglan? Yanagi nodded and turned to Linglan, who had been looking at him vaguely. His voice was soft and carried a hint of concern. I don't understand these things, but I think the war may be caused by inequality. Linglan was startled by Yanagi's sudden question. Her voice trembled a little, but she still expressed her opinion seriously. Inequality. Noeke scratched his head, with a hint of doubt in his voice. In the big square of Konoha village, Suzuran's voice was a little deep, and her words revealed her lament about the injustice of the ninja world. Yes, some people are born with everything, and they will never lack ninjutsu resources. Suzuran began, her eyes flickering with awareness of the inequality in this world, and some people are destined to have nothing at birth. As if she felt that her words were a little too pessimistic, Suzuran adjusted her tone slightly, just like we were born in Konoha, we never had to consider the threats from bandits and wandering ninjas, and even invasions would hardly really affect us. She looked around, at the buildings of Konoha and the peaceful villagers, feeling the peace and security. But the people of those small countries have to live in fear in peacetime, and once a war breaks out, their land will be destroyed. A glimmer of sympathy flashed in Lily of the Valley's eyes, and her voice became softer, full of concern for those less fortunate. So there will always be people trying to get what others were born with. Noeke and Yan were shocked by Linglan's words. They didn't expect that Linglan, who was usually gentle and taciturn, had such profound insight on this issue. All of them are good, but I think the most fundamental thing is this. Yanagi thought that except for Rope Tree, who only asked this question, all the others were good, and he stroked Suzuran's long hair. The fundamental thing is that the ninja world is divided and has not formed a unified political system. Suzuran blushed at Yanagi's intimate actions, and her heartbeat accelerated, but in Yanagi's words, she was also immersed in thinking about the current situation in the ninja world. The other two, Noeke and Yan, were also deeply attracted by Yanagi's words. They began to look at the world from a more macro perspective and think about the consequences of the division of the ninja world. In the large square of Konoha village, in the tense and expectant atmosphere, the whispered communication between several young ninjas gradually came to an end. On the stage, Sarutobi Hiruzen's speech had reached its climax, and his words were like a war drum, stirring everyone's heart. Then, Hatake Sakumo, as the leader of this team, walked to the stage with firm steps to speak. He swept his eyes over the people in front of him, especially when he saw the young and determined faces of his team. A warm current surged in his heart. Hokage-sama is right, you have said everything I wanted to say, so I will just say one sentence. Hatake Sakumo's voice echoed in the square, concise and powerful. He recalled the words Yanagi taught him before he went on stage. Although it did sound very exciting and made him want to join the battlefield immediately, he still felt a little embarrassed when he actually said it himself. However, he knew this was a morale-boosting moment, so he gritted his teeth and shouted out the powerful oath. Anyone who offends our Konoha will be punished no matter how far away. The ninjas in the audience were silent at first, as if they were shocked by this sudden oath. But then, voices burst out like a tide, shouting in unison. Anyone who offends our Konoha will be punished no matter how far away. The sound came one after another, like waves hitting the shore, full of power and determination. The third Hokage looked at the scene in front of him, then looked at Hatake Sakumo, with a hint of surprise and admiration in his eyes. Good boy, are you always pretending to be me? How come you can overwhelm the speech I have prepared for so long with just one sentence? The third Hokage sighed in his heart. Following Hatake Sakumo's concise and powerful command. Set off. Thousands of ninjas surged from the square to the gate of Konoha like a tide. Their steps were firm, and their hearts were filled with passion and determination ignited by Hatake Sakumo's words. Along the way, countless Konoha residents who learned the news spontaneously gathered on both sides of the road. There was both worry and pride in their eyes as they watched this army of ninjas embark on their journey. Among these people, it is not difficult to find some people with tears in their eyes, praying silently, because their relatives are in this team that is about to face the test of war. You must come back alive. This is the whisper from the crowd, and it is also the call in the hearts of countless Konoha residents. This sentence is simple and strong, carrying the desire for the safe return of relatives and the expectation for the victory of the ninjas. Under the gaze of everyone, Konoha's ninja army soon arrived at the iconic Konoha Gate. In front of the door, the huge wooden door shines with warm light in the sun, as if it is the home's final hug to the children. Follow the pre-arranged teams and march forward. Be mindful of your physical exertion. Scouting teams, clear the way ahead and watch out for any enemy villages ambushing along the way. Target, Rain Country. Hatake Sakumo's voice rang out again, this time even louder, and clearly reached the ears of every ninja. Yes. All the ninjas answered in unison, their voices combined into a powerful force that echoed in the sky of Konoha and in everyone's heart. There is a fundamental difference in tactics and strategy between the ninja army and the secular army of the daimyo. The secular army often relies on huge numbers and strict marching formations to win by scale and strength. However, ninja combat focuses more on tacit cooperation between teams and flexible joint operations on a vast battlefield. In the world of ninjas, unless it is a decisive battle of life and death, battles often take place on a small scale, which requires ninjas to not only have outstanding personal abilities, but also to have close cooperation with their teammates. At present, the mainstream ninja team configuration is the 3 or 4 member team model of Konoha Village. Each team has its own leader to ensure unified command and coordinated actions. 4 to 5 teams can form a squadron, and according to the scale of the war, several squadrons can be assembled into a battalion to form an organized combat group. Compared to secular armies, ninjas are even more scarce. Even a large ninja village can only mobilize a few tens of thousands of ninja troops at most. This number also includes some relatively weaker genin, who often play the role of sacrifice on the battlefield, that is, cannon fodder. Thousands of Konoha ninjas rushed to the road like a tide, their steps were steady and powerful, running in an orderly manner on the wide road. This spectacular scene was like a long dragon winding across the vast land, showing the discipline and unity of the Konoha ninjas. Their footsteps were sonorous and powerful, forming an exciting war song that resounded through the sky and shook every heart. This was not only the rhythm of the ninjas' advance, but also the embodiment of their firm belief. The sun shines through the clouds, shining on the ninjas, stretching their shadows long, like marks on the earth, recording their every step forward. These shadows sway with the ninjas' steps, as if telling the story of their fearlessness and courage. The ninjas moved quickly on the road, like an unstoppable force, with an indomitable determination, heading towards the distant battlefield, the Rain Country. Chapter 67. In the Konoha camp on the border between the Land of Rain and the Land of Fire, the atmosphere was tense and depressing. The heavy rains of the last few days covered the earth like a curtain, making Konoha's journey more difficult. The continuous heavy rain made the whole camp shrouded in dampness and coldness, but the morale of the ninjas was not dampened. Ah, how long will this lousy weather last? We haven't even reached the rain country yet. In the Konoha camp, Tsunade returned to the command center from the medical logistics department in the wind and rain. While tidying up her rain-soaked clothes, she complained to her two companions, her voice filled with helplessness and complaints. Be patient, Tsunade. The situation is not good right now. Facing the rain village led by Hanzo, we can hardly gain any advantage. While dealing with the piles of documents, Orochimaru comforted Tsunade, who was a little anxious. Although he liked the humid weather, the continuous heavy rain also made him feel a little irritated, and what made him even more irritated was the stalemate of the war. They tried to advance the front several times, but were forced to retreat under the tenacious sniping of the rain village. Especially when Hanzo took action personally, a large number of Konoha ninjas were poisoned, literally poisoned, and Tsunade couldn't solve the poison for a while. Even the three of them were almost in a desperate situation. Fortunately, they were able to escape with timely support. Yes, Hanzo is really difficult to deal with. The latest intelligence shows that he caused heavy damage to the Sand Village ninjas led by Cho. Even Cho was almost killed because of Hanzo's psychological attack during the battle. Jiraiya's voice was heavy, and he looked away from Tsunade, but his heart was full of mixed feelings. Although the battle situation was grim, he couldn't help but feel an inexplicable sense of pleasure when he thought of the plight of the Sand Village. Speaking of which, Koshita and the Waki are getting more and more powerful. This time they captured Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law alive. That old woman Cho is going to suffer this time. Jiraiya's tone held a hint of pride, as if he was proud of the feats of the two young ninjas. Tsunade didn't buy it. She rolled her eyes at Jiraiya. You're so awesome? If I wasn't in Konoha, I would have taught those two brats a lesson. They almost lost their lives there. She knew very well that if it wasn't for Yanagi's timely rescue, Nawaki might have met with an accident. She thought to herself that if she was around, she would have taught Nawaki this reckless guy a lesson and thanked Yanagi. He always stared at her necklace, so why not give it to him this time? Speaking of Yanagi-kun and Nawaki, they should also come with Senior Hatake Sakumo's reinforcements this time. According to the intelligence, they will be here soon. Orochimaru looked at the two non-compliant friends and thought of the news of reinforcements he had just received. Tsunade's worries eased a little after hearing this. She knew what Hatake Sakumo-senpai was capable of. She took a deep breath and pulled herself together. Then we should prepare to welcome their arrival, and also be prepared for the battle that will follow. Yes, it's a good opportunity for Nawaki and Yanagi to appreciate my latest masterpiece. I haven't shown it to anyone else yet. Jiraiya stared at Tsunade again and couldn't help but speak out his true thoughts. After hearing Orochimaru's gloating laughter beside him, he suddenly realized that Tsunade was still there. I slowly turned around and saw Tsunade with an expressionless face and her beautiful fist slowly raised. Duh! With a scream, Jiraiya went outside to be baptized by the wind and rain. The ninjas beside him were also used to it. After all, Jiraiya-sama would be beaten by Tsunade-sama every day. In the rain-shrouded forest, thousands of figures shuttled through the misty water vapor. They wore wooden leaf forehead guards and moved forward quickly and silently like ghosts in the night. The rain hit their forehead guards and clothes, making a slight sound, but it could not cover up their firm steps. Not far ahead is our front-line base camp. Hatake Sakumo's voice was heard clearly through the sound of rain, and his gaze was firm, like a sword piercing the rain. He turned to look at his deputy, Sarutobi Shinoshoku, the son of Sarutobi Hiruzen, an elite jonin in the ninja world famous for his dual ninjutsu of fire and earth. Lead your team to inform the main camp that we will be arriving soon and ask them to make all preparations for the reception. Understood, Sakumo-senpai. Sarutobi Shinoshoku nodded and answered briefly, then turned around and signaled to his team. The team members quickly assembled, their movements were skilled and orderly, and they did not lose speed even in the heavy rain. Sarutobi Shinoshoku led them, like a group of cheetahs walking at night, quietly moving through the rainforest and quickly advancing towards the front-line base camp. Under the cover of the rain, the ninjas of Konoha successfully crossed the last distance and arrived at their camp. After a thorough inspection, they dispersed according to the teams and entered their respective camps in an orderly manner. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Princess Tsunade, you have been really hard working during this period. Hatake Sakumo stepped forward, his eyes full of concern and respect for his companions. Orochimaru smiled slightly, with a bit of humility, "Senior, you are too polite. We haven't achieved any achievements worth boasting about. I am really ashamed." Hatake Sakumo waved his hand and said seriously, "Orochimaru, you are too modest. Despite your numerical disadvantage, you were able to resist the successive attacks of the Sand Village and the Rain Village, which is a great achievement in itself. Your several clever strategies also won us a lot of victories, which have been recorded in Konoha's credit book." Jiraiya and Tsunade stood aside, listening to Sakumo's words, and were filled with emotion. "Hokage-sama is also very satisfied with your results this time." Hatake Sakumo continued, "So, although I am the commander-in-chief this time, I still need your full help in the future." "You are too polite, senior. Just tell me what you want me to do." Sakumo nodded and turned his gaze to Tsunade. "Tsunade-sama, all the medical ninjas we brought this time will be assigned to you. You must develop an antidote for the Salamander Hanzo and the Sand Village as soon as possible. This task is very difficult." "No problem." Tsunade responded immediately, determination flashing in her eyes. "We already have ideas for the two antidotes, but we're just short of manpower. Senior brought them here just in time." Tsunade secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She had been working day and night to research these antidotes. Now with support, she was confident that she could make a breakthrough faster. "I will definitely propose to train more medical ninjas in the future. Now the casualty rate of the village team is too high. On the contrary, the teams with medical ninjas have a survival rate several times higher, even if they are seriously injured." Sakumo turned to Jiraiya. "Jiraiya, this time the intelligence work is handed over to you. The several A and BU teams arranged by the third Hokage are handed over to you. This is the order of the third Hokage." "Yes, senior." Jiraiya accepted the order. Although he was surprised that intelligence work was entrusted to him, he knew that this was his strong point. Finally, Sakumo looked at Orochimaru and said, "Orochimaru, you will be responsible for assisting me in strategic command. You are very talented in this area." Orochimaru nodded and accepted the mission. This was also what he expected, to be able to display his talents at the strategic level. As the discussion of serious matters came to an end, Hatake Sakumo's expression relaxed. He put on a friendly expression and said to everyone present with a smile, "Okay, we have finished discussing official matters. Now it's our turn to discuss our private matters. Come in." As soon as the words fell, the originally serious atmosphere instantly became warm. The door curtain was gently lifted, and Noeki and Yanagi walked in, both of them with the joy of meeting again after a long separation. "Hey, sis, teacher, and brother Jiraiya. Long time no see." Noeki had a bright smile, and his light-hearted tone instantly made everyone present feel warm. "Hello, sister Tsunade, brother Jiraiya and brother Orochimaru." Yanagi also greeted everyone present politely, his attitude was respectful and sincere. "You two brats." Tsunade's voice was a little accusatory, but more affectionate. She was just worried about their safety, but found out that they were just hiding. Noeki and Yanagi were gently hit by Tsunade's fists. Although it was a bit painful, they knew that this was Tsunade's unique way of caring. After the beating, Tsunade couldn't help but hug them in her arms and hugged them tightly. Jiraiya and Orochimaru watched this scene from the sidelines with smiles on their faces. They looked at these two young juniors with joy in their hearts. "Okay, Princess Tsunade, don't blame them too much. It was all my fault before. I let them fall into the trap and betrayed your trust in me. I apologize to you." Hatake Sakumo sincerely apologized to Tsunade, his attitude was serious and responsible. "Sister, it's all my fault. I was too reckless." Noeki struggled to explain as he accepted Tsunade's face cleanser. His face was filled with self-blame. While Yanagi missed Tsunade's embrace, he also explained, "The captain has done his job very well." Tsunade released Noeki and Yanagi, then helped Hatake Sakumo up, but she still felt a little angry and punched Noeki again. "You little bastard, if you dare to do this again next time, I'll show you how I'll deal with you." Then, Tsunade turned to Yanagi, with a hint of tenderness in her eyes, "Yanagi, thank you. If it weren't for you, Noeki would definitely not have come back." As she spoke, she took off her precious necklace, which was a relic left by her grandfather and meant a lot to her. "I see you like this very much. This is Grandpa's thing, and now I want to give it to you." Tsunade handed over the necklace, her eyes full of sincerity. Yanagi looked at the necklace handed over by Tsunade, feeling touched and terrified. He knew the importance of this gift, but at the same time he also remembered the thrilling experience last time. I dare not accept it. I don't dare to accept it at all. If the audience hadn't been reluctant to let me go and gave me the gift in advance, I might have been dead that time. Yanagi thought to himself. Facing this heavy gift, he felt unprecedented pressure. Tsunade refused to give up easily. Her eyes revealed a persistence. No, you saved Nawaka this time. I must give you something, otherwise I will feel bad. Yanagi was anxious, and he quickly turned his brain, trying to find a suitable reason to refuse this generous gift. However, his mind seemed to be out of control at this moment, and he said something unexpected, or kiss me again. As soon as he said this, even he was stunned. Tsunade's cheeks flushed slightly. She looked at Yanagi with some surprise, and a ripple appeared in her heart. Could it be that Yanagi is interested in me? What about Kushina then? She felt complicated, feeling surprised and a little sweetly confused. Yanagi was also full of thoughts, not because she was shy, but because she thought that being kissed by the cursed kiss and receiving the necklace didn't seem to be much different. But on second thought, she was kissed but survived, but she hadn't tried the necklace yet, and Tsunade's kiss was quite addictive. Tsunade watched Yanagi's silence, took a deep breath, and made a decision. Her eyes were firm, as if telling herself not to hesitate. In the surprised eyes of everyone, Tsunade closed her eyes, determined to express her gratitude and feelings with actions, and gently kissed Yanagi's cheek. However, Yanagi was completely immersed in his own little world and was unaware of Tsunade's approach. When he felt Tsunade approaching, he was startled and his body reacted instinctively. Because he was in the growth period, his height had quietly exceeded Tsunade's expectations. With this movement, the kiss that was originally expected to be on the forehead unexpectedly fell on his lips. At this moment, time seemed to stand still. Their eyes met inadvertently, and everything around them seemed to disappear, leaving only the sound of their heartbeats, echoing in the empty camp. Chapter 68. Inside the tent of the Konoha camp, the morning light shone through the cracks and gently fell on Yanagi's face, waking him up from his deep dream. He opened his eyes and looked at the unfamiliar tent cloth above his head. For a moment, he was a little dazed, as if he was still immersed in the afterglow of last night's dream. It was a wonderful dream. The scene in the dream was like a fantasy, full of incredible colors and tender emotions. In the dream, he might have crossed the boundaries of time and space, or spent unforgettable time with a special person. Every detail in the dream was so clear and blurry, so real and unreal. He lay in bed for a while, still thinking about last night's beautiful dream. The dream was so beautiful that he didn't want to return to reality. But soon, Yanagi cheered up and started his daily physical training. Although his current strength is very good, he knows that if he wants to gain a foothold in this dangerous ninja world, this strength is far from enough. He knows in his heart that whether it is the threat of the Otsutsuki clan or the problem of Uchihamadara, it is not something he can easily deal with now. Yanagi felt a little anxious. He knew that the power of wood release that he possessed was a secret and could not be easily revealed. If Hashirama Senju's wood release appears in Konoha again, it is likely to attract the interest of Uchihamadara. After all, it is well known that the power of wood release can be obtained by transplanting Hashirama's cells. But as a descendant of the Senju clan, he had awakened the power of wood release, so he had no idea whether this would attract attention. He was worried about what would happen if he really attracted the attention of Uchihamadara and the other party discovered that Konoha had not conducted any experiments on Hashirama's cell transplantation, but that someone possessed the power of wood release. Uchihamadara's obsession with Hashirama made Yanagi shudder. Mito might be able to resist the covetousness of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo, but she had absolutely no way to deal with Uchihamadara. What worries Yanagi even more is that, except for him as a time traveler, no one knows that Uchihamadara is not actually dead. This secret is like a time bomb that could detonate the entire ninja world at any time. Under such pressure, Yanagi trained even harder. He knew that only by becoming stronger could he survive in this dangerous world and protect himself and his loved ones. Yanagi was sweating profusely on the training ground. As time went by, his hair and training clothes were soaked with sweat and stuck tightly to his body, revealing his agile figure. His muscles rippled under his training suit as he moved, revealing the strength and lines he had developed through long hours of training. The sun shone through the treetops, dappling on his body, and the sweat reflected the light, as if covering his body with a golden coat. What a hard-working guy! An exclamation broke the silence on the training ground. Yanagi paused and turned his head to look. The first thing that caught his eye was a pair of feet, pointing steadily towards the sky. Moving his eyes downward, he immediately felt a sense of familiarity with the ugly green training suit, and further down, he saw a row of dazzling white teeth, sparkling with a hearty laugh. Yanagi's heart was moved. He immediately recognized this outfit and style. Isn't this the iconic outfit of the passionate master and apprentice unique to Konoha village Xiao Li and Kai? But on second thought, Guy should not be born yet. After all, even Kakashi has not become a legend yet, so the identity of the uncle in front of him is obvious. Haha, thank you for your compliment, uncle. My name is Yanagi, please take care of me. With a sunny smile on his face, Yanagi greeted the upside-down ninja uncle warmly. Matt Dai stood upside down, with a smile on his face as bright as his big white teeth shining in the sun. Brother Yanagi. My name is Matt Dai. It really makes me feel the vitality of youth to meet such a hard-working young man like you. His voice was full of vitality and enthusiasm. Then, Might Dai made an unexpected invitation. I decided to do another 50 handstands around the Konoha camp. Brother, do you want to join me in the challenge? No, uncle, please continue. I have to meet up with my teammates soon. I will definitely do it next time. Yanagi smiled and waved his hand, declining Might Dai's invitation. He knew that his plans for today were already full, and if he really followed Might Dai around the camp handstand and Tsunade knew about it, it would be big news. Matt Dai was standing upside down, his signature bright smile still on his face. Well, it's okay. Brother, let's train together again when we have the chance. There was no disappointment in his voice, but instead it was full of anticipation and optimism. Might Dai was already used to being rejected. After all, he was just a genin with no talent at all. Some of them only have slightly better physical skills and the 8 gates of ninjutsu obtained through many years of missions and a little bit of accidental opportunities. Although this forbidden technique has been researched, no one has really learned it. The young man in front of him is more sincere than others in his feelings. Okay, Uncle Dai, it's a deal. We must train together next time. When Matt Dai heard that Yanagi was willing to make an appointment with him to train together next time, he was so excited that his eyes became wet. His heart was filled with passion and emotion, as if he had found a like-minded partner. So youthful. Brother. You must practice another 100 laps. I'm off. His voice was full of excitement and determination, as if he had already seen the passionate scene of the two of them training together. Under the morning sun, Yanagi actually felt like he was at the seaside at sunset and could hear the sound of the waves. Listen, the sound of the sea crying. Thinking of running under the sunset that day, that was my lost youth. But then, Yanagi came to his senses and realized that he should not be blinded by Matt Dai's enthusiasm. It's so scary. I almost want to do a handstand. I'd better go back quickly. Yanagi finished today's training. With a little tiredness and satisfaction, he packed up his training equipment and returned to the tent where the boys in the team lived. He thought he would see Nawaki resting in the tent, but unexpectedly found that neither Nawaki nor Uchiha-en were there. Instead, a girl with long straight black hair was sitting quietly beside Uchiha-en's bed. Yanagi's heart was moved. Could it be that Sozuran came? After all, she was the only girl with black long straight hair that he knew, but why didn't she sit on his bed when she came, but ran to Uchiha-en instead? When did their relationship become so good? Yanagi was full of curiosity. He put down his things quietly and walked behind the black straight-haired girl. With a hint of mischief and curiosity, Yanagi gently patted the girl's hair and greeted her in a relaxed tone, "Hey, Linglin, why are you here so early?" However, when Yanagi's hand touched the black hair, he suddenly felt something was wrong. The touch of the hair seemed different from what he remembered. Although it was not as smooth as Hyuga Sozuran's, it was more shiny. He couldn't help but feel a little confused. Did he recognize the wrong person? Just when Yanagi was full of doubts, the curtain of the tent was lifted, and Hinata Sozuran, Nawaki and Uchiha-en walked in together. They all had a lot of things in their hands, and it was obvious that they had just returned from the supplies. Seeing this scene, the three of them were a little stunned. Especially Hyuga Sozuran, her eyes were filled with a hint of surprise and confusion. Obviously she didn't expect to see Yanagi here, and she didn't expect him to be patting a girl's hair. The girl with long straight black hair also turned her head because of Yanagi's sudden action. There was a frightened expression on her face and her big eyes were full of confusion and panic. The atmosphere in the tent suddenly became a little subtle. Noeka's teasing broke the silence. There was a hint of joking in his voice, and he obviously found Yanagi's embarrassing situation quite interesting. "Yanagi, what are you doing?" Uchiha Yan was shocked, with his mouth wide open, as if he was speechless because of the scene in front of him. His eyes glanced back and forth between Yanagi and the girl with long black hair. It was obvious that he had a lot to say in his heart, but he seemed to be shocked and couldn't say it. Hinata Sozuran frowned slightly, her expression revealing dissatisfaction, but she seemed to have thought of something and could only turn her head away with a little anger, as if she was suppressing her emotions. Yanagi then realized his mistake. He quickly withdrew his hand with an awkward smile on his face. I thought it was Lily of the Valley, but I didn't expect." Suddenly, Uchiha Yan's voice burst out, full of excitement and protectiveness, "Let go of my sister." "What are you doing to my sister?" "Yanagi. I want to duel with you." This sentence was like a bomb, exploding in the tent. Uchiha Yan's anger made Yanagi realize the seriousness of the matter. He did not expect that his actions would cause such a big misunderstanding. "Okay, Yan, this Mr. Yanagi probably didn't mean it." The girl opposite stood up. Her voice was calm and gentle, soothing the excited Uchiha Yan, and also showing her maturity and rationality to the people present. She saluted gracefully and introduced herself. "I am Uchiha Mikoto, thank you for taking care of my willful brother since childhood." Chapter 69. The name Uchiha Mikoto echoed in Yanagi's mind, as if touching some strings of memory, but he couldn't remember the specific details. Yanagi always felt that he had heard it somewhere. It might be that some bookish gentlemen were whispering in his ears, but for now he should apologize to them first. "Ms. Mikoto, I'm really sorry. I really recognized the wrong person just now and caused you trouble." Yanagi sincerely apologized to Uchiha Mikoto. Uchiha Mikoto smiled slightly. "It's okay, Yanagi-kun, this kind of misunderstanding can happen to anyone." Afterwards, several people worked together to sort out the things they brought back. While they were busy, Noeka quietly approached Yanagi, and the two began to talk in whispers. "Yan actually has such a beautiful sister. I was really surprised when she came to see me this morning. I thought she was looking for you like before." There was a hint of joking and curiosity in Noeka's voice. It was obvious that Uchiha Mikoto's appearance surprised him very much. Yanagi smiled gently and agreed, "Yes, it is indeed very beautiful." As he packed his things, he absent-mindedly responded to Noeka, but his mind was elsewhere. He felt that he had heard the name Uchiha Mikoto somewhere before, and it seemed very important, but he couldn't remember where. Noeka continued to whisper, "Don't think that Miss Mikoto is not wearing the clothes of the Uchiha clan. I heard Yan tell me on the way that his sister may have been favored by the young patriarch of the Uchiha clan and is pursuing her recently." Young leader of the Uchiha clan. Yanagi was shocked and immediately thought of the mature-looking Uchiha Fugaku. If Uchiha Fugaku falls in love with a member of the Uchiha clan, then this member of the clan must be no ordinary person. Yanagi thought to himself, if the two of them got married and had children, wouldn't she be the mother of Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Suzuki? Yanagi looked at Uchiha Mikoto again. The other party noticed his gaze and smiled at him. But when Uchiha Yan cast an unfriendly look at him, Yanagi quickly lowered his head. After all, he was the one who was in the wrong just now. Yanagi couldn't help but sigh in his heart, she is indeed a great beauty. No wonder she was able to attract the attention of Uchiha Fugaku and give birth to two handsome men. "Yanagi, you've been staring at me, are you attracted to me?" Noeka's teasing voice interrupted Yanagi's thoughts. He looked up curiously and found that Yanagi's eyes fell on the beautiful lady again. Although he had to admit that Uchiha Mikoto was really beautiful, Noeka still had some doubts in his heart, are women really that interesting? However, he thought about it again. Yesterday, Yanagi and his sister were so intimate in front of so many people. Even the usually calm Jiraiya almost lost control. Noeka's heart was beating fast. He thought to himself, will I really have to call him brother-in-law in the future? Yanagi was brought back to reality by Noeka's words. He coughed awkwardly and explained quickly, "No, I was just thinking about something and didn't pay attention." Seeing this, Noeka also relaxed. He patted Yanagi's shoulder and said with a smile, "Okay, I know you didn't mean it. But you have to be careful and don't let my sister and Kushina misunderstand." When Yanagi heard what Noeka said, the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily, and he complained in his heart, "You are really the best, Nawaki, you only talk about things that shouldn't be mentioned. What happened yesterday was really just an accident." Although he thought so in his heart, he still tried to keep calm on his face. However, when he thought of Sister Tsunade, Yanagi's mood became complicated again. He had to admit that Sister Tsunade's kiss was indeed unforgettable, just like tasting a delicious meal, which made people linger on. He just needed to have stronger vitality and stress resistance, because he almost died yesterday. Yanagi sighed softly and reminded himself in his heart, "I still have to be careful in the future. Although Sister Tsunade is very charming, she is not so easy to deal with. I almost died yesterday, and there must not be a next time." Nawaki looked at Yanagi's unpredictable expression and seemed to realize that he might have said something wrong, so he quickly changed the subject. Yanagi, let's pack up quickly and don't let Miss Mikoto wait too long." Yanagi nodded, and the two of them quickly started to tidy up, and the atmosphere in the tent gradually returned to normal. Finally finished cleaning up, Nawaki breathed a sigh of relief, stretched himself, and looked at the neat and tidy tent, feeling very happy. "Thank you, Ms. Mikoto and Suzuran," he said gratefully to the two girls who helped. "You're welcome. I'm helping Yan clean up as well." Uchiha Mikoto responded gently, with a smile in her eyes, a typical Yamato Nadeshiko style, making people feel like spring breeze. "Nawaki-kun, just call me Mikoto," she added, her tone sounding friendly and easygoing. "Of course, you too, Yanagi-kun." Mikoto turned to Yanagi and gave him the same friendly address. Before Nawaki and Yanagi could respond to the polite words with Japanese etiquette, a sudden noise interrupted their conversation. Boom! The deafening explosion from afar broke the tranquility and harmony of the camp. "What happened?" Nawaki and Uchiha exclaimed almost at the same time. Their expressions changed from relaxed to serious, and they immediately entered the ninja's alert state. Uchiha Mikoto and Hinata Suzuran also showed nervous expressions. Obviously, the explosion meant that an emergency might have occurred and they needed to find out the cause immediately. The five people quickly put down what they were doing and prepared to rush towards the direction where the explosion came from. Several people hurried out of the tent, and the scene in front of them immediately made them realize the seriousness of the situation. The crowd outside the camp had begun to panic, obviously disturbed by the sudden explosion. In this situation, without the command of the senior ninja, the order of the crowd was particularly important. Yanagi quickly glanced around and said, "We must first stabilize the crowd and not let panic spread." He turned to Nawaki, Uchiha Mikoto, and Hyuga Suzuran and said, "I'll trouble you guys to spread out among the crowd and calm them down with your voices and actions. Tell them that Lord Hitaki Sakumo has given orders and everything is under control. Please stay where you are and wait for the next instruction." Several people nodded quickly, then dispersed to calm the crowd. They knew that at a moment like this, it was vital to remain calm and orderly. Several people acted quickly, their figures moving through the crowd. Most of the ninjas remained rational, but were forced into chaos by a group of ninjas who had never been to the battlefield. Under the command of Lord Hitaki Sakumo, the atmosphere in the camp quickly stabilized. At the same time, inside the Konoha command camp, a tense atmosphere filled the air. Hitaki Sakumo and several senior ninjas stood in front of a huge map, frowning as they discussed the current battle situation. "Where did the Rain Village get the courage to raid our base? They really confused us with the Sand Village." Orochimaru's voice was filled with a hint of coldness and disdain. His eyes were sharp, as if he could see through the enemy's mind. Sakumo's face was as solemn as a dark cloud. He knew that the raid on the Rain Village was no joke. Every action revealed the coldness and cunning of careful planning. His voice was deep and powerful, penetrating the air in the command camp. "Orochimaru, don't underestimate the enemy. The Rain Village has Hanzo in charge, and their strength should not be underestimated. Fortunately, this time we have a large number of Hyuga members joining us. Their Byakugan detected the enemy's movements in advance, allowing us to avoid possible heavy losses." Sakumo continued, with a hint of relief and determination in his tone. "With Jiraiya and Princess Tsunade holding the front line, the enemy cannot break through our defense for the time being. Orochimaru, I need you to lead a team of ninjas to sneak behind the enemy quietly." Sakumo's plan was clear and decisive. He knew this was a great opportunity to turn defense into offense. The enemy obviously doesn't know that our reinforcements have arrived. We must use this advantage to teach them a profound lesson and let them realize the serious consequences of challenging Konoha. "Yes. Orochimaru responded concisely and prepared to set out to summon his old subordinates. After all, the tacit understanding and cooperation between them were honed through countless battles, so they were naturally handy to use. "Wait, Orochimaru-kun!" Sakumo suddenly called him, with a hint of unquestionable command in his voice. Orochimaru turned around, raised his brows slightly, and waited for Sakumo's next words. Sakumo's eyes looked through the cracks in the tent, as if he could see through the upcoming battle. "Take Yanagi and the others with you, especially Yanagi. His Flying Thunder God technique will be of great help to you at a time like this." Sakumo's words revealed his recognition and trust in Yanagi's abilities. Flying Thunder God technique, as the secret ninjutsu of Konoha village, plays a vital role on the battlefield with its ability of instant teleportation. Orochimaru nodded, indicating that he understood Sakumo's intentions. "I see, Yanagi's abilities are indeed suitable for this kind of mission. I will take them with me to ensure the smooth operation." Art Fire Escape Ho Fireball. Water Escape. Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Earth Release. Earth Dragon Bullet Technique. Water Escape. Water Formation Wall. Earth Escape. Earth Flow Wall. Outside the Konoha camp, the flames of war continued and the roar of ninjutsu continued. The ninjas of Rain Village seemed to be well prepared. Not only did they have an advantage in numbers, but they also showed amazing combat power on the battlefield, which put the Konoha ninjas in a tough fight. "Damn Rain Ninja!" Tsunade shouted angrily, and her powerful punches once again pushed back the enemy who rushed over. Even with her great strength, facing such a continuous attack, she felt unprecedented pressure. Not far away, Jiraiya responded calmly to the changes on the battlefield. He performed fire-style, continuous flame bullets, spitting out multiple fireballs ignited by chakra oil, and resolved the enemy's attacks one by one. "Stop complaining, Tsunade, we have to hold on." Jiraiya's voice echoed on the battlefield, his words revealing determination and trust. "Senior Hatake Sakumo and Orochimaru will definitely find a way. Before that, we will never allow those Rain Ninja guys to get close to our camp." Tsunade gritted her teeth. She knew Jiraiya was right. As Konoha's ninjas, they couldn't back down at this moment. She waved her fists and rushed towards the enemy again. Each punch was as powerful as thunder. Chapter 70. Behind the Rain Ninja's position, the atmosphere in the command center was extremely tense. A Rain Ninja's face was pale, and his heart was filled with anxiety. "Damn, the intelligence is wrong, Konoha's ninja reinforcements have arrived. We must quickly notify Hanzo-sama." He swept his eyes across the battlefield, and his heart ached as he watched his comrades who had once fought side by side with him fall one after another. These were elite ninjas that the Rain Village had trained with great difficulty, yet they suffered heavy losses in this battle that yielded no results at all. "Send a messenger immediately, as fast as possible." The head of the command center quickly issued an order. "Tell Master Hanzo that Konoha's reinforcements arrived faster than expected. We were blocked by Tsunade and Jiraiya outside the Konoha camp. We suffered heavy casualties and could not achieve our goal. We need to re-evaluate our strategy." The messenger ninjas received the order and knew the importance of the intelligence, which was related to the direction of the entire battle. They were like ghosts in the night wind, silently shuttling through the chaotic battlefield, nimbly avoiding the eyes of the Konoha ninjas, and rushing towards the command position of Master Hanzo. The ninjas of Rain Village are fighting bravely, their eyes are shining with the desire for victory and the yearning for freedom. Being caught between several big countries, the ninjas of Rain Country have long been tired of the arrogance and oppression of the big countries. For a long time, the 5 major countries have regarded the small countries in the middle as battlefields, and the Rain Country is a typical example. The natural conditions were already bad, and they became victims of the struggle for interests between the big countries. However, the situation has changed now. The demigod Hanzo has stepped forward and led the Rain Village into a new era. As long as we have the leadership of Master Hanzo, the Rain Country will surely become a great country. The ninjas silently said in their hearts. This belief became their driving force to be indomitable and forge ahead courageously on the battlefield. Although the Rain Ninjas' surprise attack on the front line was thwarted, Konoha's counterattack plan had already been quietly launched. Amid the hustle and bustle of the Konoha camp, Orochimaru made his way through the saluting crowd and found Yanagi and his men who had already stabilized the situation. "Mr. Yanagi, Noeki, and these others, Senior Hatake Sakumo has a task for you." Orochimaru saw Yanagi and the others, but he obviously didn't know anyone other than Yanagi and Noeki. "Brother Orochimaru, just tell me if there is a mission," Yanagi nodded. He had already made preparations. Orochimaru continued, this time we plan to go behind them and annihilate them here. When Yanagi heard this plan, his eyes flashed with excitement. He liked this kind of unexpected tactics, which reminded him of some delicious food. Making dumplings? I like it. He said excitedly. Dumpling. Orochimaru and the others were a little confused, obviously not understanding why Yanagi suddenly mentioned food. Yanagi explained with a smile, yes, think about the dumplings I made before, aren't they just meat wrapped in dumpling skin? Now you shinobi is the meat. He used this vivid metaphor to cleverly link tactics and cooking. That's quite a vivid metaphor. Orochimaru nodded, accepting the analogy. A hint of smile appeared in his eyes. We are just making dumplings. This time we must destroy them here and eat this piece of meat in one bite. On the way to the battlefield, Orochimaru led 100 carefully selected ninjas and members of Hatake Sakumo's team, including Uchiha Mikoto. Yanagi noticed Mikoto's nervousness. He walked up to her and asked with concern, this mission is also very dangerous. You are not a member of our Hatake team. In fact, you can choose not to go. Mr. Liu, please don't underestimate me. Although I'm not a genius like you and Yan, I am also a ninja from the Uchiha clan. What's more, my younger brother Yan has already rushed to the front line. As his elder sister, I certainly cannot fall behind. Uchiha Mikoto smiled gently. Yanagi sincerely admired Uchiha Mikoto's courage and determination. He nodded seriously, expressing his support and understanding for her. I understand, Miss Mikoto. Since you have decided to join us, let's fight side by side. As he spoke, Yanagi took out an exquisite flying thunder god kunao from his bosom and handed it to Mikoto. This kunao shone with silver light in the sun, and was specially made by Yanagi. Take this, Yanagi's voice was gentle and confident. He revealed a hint of playfulness and even winked at Mikoto. Keep it close to you. It will come in handy at a critical moment. Uchiha Mikoto took the flying thunder god kunao. Her fingers gently touched the surface of the kunao, and she could feel its unique texture and the deep expectations that Yanagi had given it. She held the kunao tightly, a warm feeling welling up in her heart, and she shyly expressed her gratitude to Yanagi for his handsomeness and trust. Thank you, Lu Jun. I will carry it with me. The team quickly and silently arrived at the rear of the battlefield. Yanagi and several of his companions stood beside Orochimaru, their eyes staring through the woods at the battle ahead. On the battlefield, countless ninjutsu intertwined and collided, and fire, water, dust and lightning painted shocking pictures in the night sky. The roar of explosions and ninjutsu formed a symphony of destruction, while the groans of pain and the cruelty of battle were ruthlessly performed on this land. It's so horrible. Is this a battlefield? It's simply hell. The same shock and fear surged in the hearts of Yanagi and his companions. They had never seen a battle of this scale, and every corner was filled with the breath of death. Orochimaru looked at them, a hint of deep understanding flashing in his eyes. His voice was calm and firm, penetrating the noise of the battlefield and reaching the ears of several people, and at the same time awakening them from the cruelty of the battlefield. This is the battlefield, the place where life is the shortest. Here, the only purpose is to survive. You don't have much time left. In 3 minutes, I will perform the summoning technique with Tsunade and Jiraiya. Yanagi, you have to be ready too. When I give the order, use the summoning technique at the same time. Everyone else should also be ready. This time, our goal is to leave no one alive. Yanagi nodded, a look of determination appeared on his face, and he gripped the sword tightly in his hand. Only in this way could he be sufficiently sober. Although the cruelty of the battlefield is far more terrifying than he had imagined, only by surviving can he fulfill his ideals. Perhaps this is his destiny to travel through time and space, and truly put an end to the turmoil in the ninja world. The surrounding ninjas also began to prepare. They checked their equipment, adjusted their breathing, and prepared to meet the upcoming challenge. At this critical moment, everyone knew that only by uniting as one can they find the possibility of survival in this hellish battlefield. 3 minutes passed in a flash during the tense waiting. Suddenly, a streak of light flashed across the sky. It was a signal flare sent by the ninja responsible for transmitting the signal. It shot straight into the sky like a meteor, attracting everyone's attention. The rain ninjas were caught off guard by the sudden flare. How could someone sneak up on us from behind without us even noticing? Quick, transfer the last of our forces to the rear for defense. Hold on to the battlefield in front. Lord Hanzo is on his way. Their commander shouted loudly, trying to stabilize the situation. Jiraiya and Tsunade on the battlefield were cheered up when they saw the signal. They knew that the time for counterattack had come. Although the three of them were not together, they bit their fingers almost at the same time and began to make hand seals. This was the power of the deep bond between them. Yanagi followed silently behind, ready to perform powerful ninjutsu together. Ninjutsu. Summoning technique. They shouted in unison. As the palm fell, thick white smoke spread over the battlefield, and 4 huge figures appeared. The fierce battle on the battlefield instantly fell into silence. This is the power of the 3 adults. The ninjas of Konoha exclaimed. What on earth is this horrible monster? The ninjas of Rain Village felt despair. Orochimaru, I want 100 sacrifices this time. The thousands of snakes under Orochimaru smelled the blood on the battlefield and their appetites whetted. It's up to you. As long as they are not Konoha's ninjas, you can eat as much as you want. Orochimaru stood on the head of Manjushri with a cold expression on his face. That's great. It would be even better if we could eat the toad on the opposite side. Manshi was very satisfied with Orochimaru's answer and was ready for battle. Jiraiya, who are we going to deal with this time? Is it that stinky snake? The huge toad Gamabunta, holding 2 swords, noticed the Mang snake on the opposite side at the first time. Bunta, Orochimaru is my friend, you should be more peaceful with Manda. Jiraiya sat cross-legged on Gamabunta's head, this time the target is the Rain Ninja. Humph, let's show our skills. Gamabunta pulled out 2 huge swords. Tsunade-sama / Yanagi-sama. What do you need us to do this time? The 2 slugs asked the 2 in their beautiful voices. This time our target is the ninjas from Rain Village. Please. Asterisk 2. Yes. The slug responded, ready to fight. Okay, Lord Yanagi. But the slug immortal asked me to tell you that please find time to come back to the Wetbone Forest again later. She promises not to do anything rash. The slug under Yanagi conveyed the words of the slug immortal. Well, I will definitely do it next time. Let's do it now. Yanagi answered briefly. He didn't want to see that strange old woman again, and the most important thing now was to end this battle. The 4 giant spiritual beasts from the 3 holy places launched their attacks at the same time. When the tense atmosphere on the battlefield reached its climax, 4 giant summoned beasts from the 3 holy places launched their offensive at the same time with their shocking momentum. The huge bodies of the 10,000 snakes have become a terrifying sight. Every time it moves, the earth trembles, as if the power of nature is surrendering to it. It opens its bloody mouth, revealing its sharp fangs, which is a deadly threat. Any enemy who dares to stand in its way will face the fate of being devoured. Gamabunta, holding 2 swords, was like an indestructible mobile fortress. Every step he took was steady and powerful. Under the light of the fire, his sharp blades flashed with cold light, and every swing was full of power, as if it could split mountains and cut rocks. The slug's huge body slithers across the battlefield. Although its movements are slow, they are full of threats. It constantly spews out corrosive liquid from its mouth. Once this liquid comes into contact with the enemy, it can quickly erode the opponent's defense. Even the strongest armor can hardly resist the erosion of this acid. The appearance of these 4 summoned beasts not only caused a huge shock to the enemy visually, but also provided strong strategic support to the Konoha ninjas. Their offensive was as surging as a tide, unstoppable, and made the ninjas of Rain Village feel unprecedented pressure. With the assistance of these powerful allies, the morale of the Konoha ninjas was greatly boosted. They followed the footsteps of the summoned beasts and launched round after round of fierce offensives, vowing to completely defeat the enemy. Chapter 71. With the 4 summoned beasts joining the battlefield, the Konoha ninjas began a ninjutsu bombardment regardless of the cost, and even used compound ninjutsu that could only be used by multiple ninjas many times. This was the confidence from the number 1 ninja village in the ninja world. The war had become one-sided due to the powerless resistance of the Rain ninjas. The giant snake, with its huge body and amazing speed, wreaked havoc on the Rain ninjas' position like an unstoppable force of nature. Every move it made was accompanied by a tremor in the ground, and every attack made the Rain ninja feel desperate. Ordinary Jonin seemed powerless in front of Mandalay. Only the elite among the elites could barely delay the attack of this giant beast. However, before having absolute strength, facing such a powerful opponent, only the sealing technique can become the key to victory. But unfortunately, for a small country like Rain Ninja, ninjas who are good at sealing techniques are rare. How can they be willing to invest such precious combat power into this cruel battlefield? Faced with the snakes that were constantly devouring their companions, the rain ninjas could only release ninjutsu continuously, but these attacks were nothing more than insignificant tickles to the snakes. Even if there were occasional ninjutsu that could break through the defense, it was just a drop in the bucket for this giant beast. Roar! A mere reptile dares to resist. All of you go into my stomach. The roar of the 10,000 snakes was deafening, and it was extremely dissatisfied with the resistance of the rain ninja. In this battlefield without cage-level ninjas and powerful summoned beasts, the battlefield was nothing more than a rich feast for it. In its eyes, the resistance of the rain ninjas was nothing more than a disruption to its meal. Damn it! Are we destined to become food in his stomach? The ninjas of Rain Village cried out in despair, their hearts filled with unwillingness and fear. The Konoha ninjas had already withdrawn from the attack range of Mandalay, and the summoned beasts of other adults knew to actively avoid the Konoha ninjas. The summoning beasts of Lady Tsunade and that mysterious adult even showed different sides of themselves. Not only did they possess powerful combat capabilities, they also had time to heal their injured companions during battle. But Lord Orochimaru's summoning technique was a nightmare. His summoned beasts not only devoured their enemies cruelly, but were almost merciless to the Konoha ninjas. Many of his colleagues were nearly injured in the chaos. Yanagi stood on the slug's head, and had a clear view of the battlefield situation. He clearly felt that the rain ninjas only had the last bit of faith to support them, but it was time to give them despair. My fellow Konoha members. The rain ninjas are at the end of their strength. Anyone who dares to attack Konoha will be punished no matter how far away they are. Destroy them. The Konoha ninjas who were in a favorable situation were already very excited, and when they heard Yanagi's words, they were instantly excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood, shouting slogans and killing the rain ninjas. Come on! Whoever offends Konoha will be punished no matter how far away they are. The rain ninjas suffered heavy casualties on the battlefield. Their only hope was that the demigod Hanzo could step forward at the critical moment and turn the tide. Facing the Konoha ninjas surging like waves, countless people had begun to give up resistance, and a sense of powerlessness surged in their hearts. A small country is a small country after all, and it is difficult to resist the edge of a big country. Master Hanzo. The few ninjas who still resisted silently called out to their leader. They were covered in wounds and their weapons were broken, but they were still ready to fight to the death and defend their village. At this moment, a shocking voice broke the silence of the battlefield, "Stop it!" Following this roar, another huge figure descended from the sky, like a god descending to the earth. It's the salamander. Lord Hanzo is here. Ha 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 ha. The rain ninjas finally saw the light of hope in their despair. Their gods, their leaders, their guardians, had descended on the battlefield, ready to lead them to victory. The rain ninjas' emotions instantly rose, and their fighting spirit was rekindled. The arrival of Hanzo Salamander was not only a symbol of strength, but also a spiritual pillar, allowing them to regain the courage to fight in adversity. On top of the giant salamander, a masked man held a strange weapon that flashed with cold light. His eyes were as cold as ice as he looked down at the battlefield in front of him, which was littered with corpses. The rain ninjas suffered heavy losses, and in his heart, the anger began to burn like a volcano that had been ignited. Ninjas of Konoha, you have successfully provoked my anger. It's time to show you that in the face of absolute strength, numbers are nothing but clouds. His voice was like thunder, shaking the hearts of every Konoha ninja. Poison spray. Oh no, it's Hanzo. Retreat quickly. Tsunade and others had suffered at the hands of Hanzo more than once. They immediately realized the seriousness of the situation and shouted to the Konoha ninjas to prepare to retreat. However, compared to the urgent retreat of the Konoha ninjas, the speed of the poisonous fog released by the salamanders under Hanzo was faster and more deadly. The poisonous fog was like the breath of the god of death, spreading rapidly on the battlefield, withering the grass and trees wherever it went, and killing all living things. Fire style, toad oil flame bullet. With Jiraiya's roar, he and Gamabunta under him performed their unique joint ninjutsu in tacit understanding. This is a unique skill that perfectly combines chakra oil and fire ninjutsu. Its wide attack range and powerful power are far beyond the reach of ordinary fire ninjutsu. On the battlefield, Jiraiya's hands quickly formed seals and spit out blazing flames from his mouth. At the same time, Gamabunta opened his huge mouth and spurted out streams of sticky toad oil with amazing lung capacity. When Jiraiya's flames met the toad oil, a spectacular firestorm was instantly ignited. The power of the flame continued to rise with the help of toad oil, and the attack range also expanded, forming a sea of fire. The flames shot up into the sky, the heat waves rolled, adding fuel to the fire. The flames illuminated the entire battlefield and also reflected the fear in the enemy's eyes. "White-haired brat, your fire escape technique is indeed impressive, but my poison cannot be easily solved by a mere joint ninjutsu." There was a hint of admiration in Hanzo's voice, but more of it was unquestionable confidence. He looked at Jiraiya, with a hint of complex emotions flashing in his eyes. Why do such geniuses always appear in Konoha? Jiraiya's toad oil flame bomb and Salamander Hanzo's purple poison mist met on the battlefield. For a moment, the flames and the poisonous mist intertwined, and it seemed to form a stalemate. However, just when everyone thought that Jiraiya's ninjutsu could turn the tide, the flames and the poisonous mist suddenly became extremely fierce. Not good. Jiraiya was startled, he felt something was wrong. The purple poisonous fog was not purified under the scorching flames, but began to transform into a more dangerous existence, a foul smell that was so bad that it could even corrode the soul, spreading in the air. This gas is not only highly corrosive, but also highly toxic, and even the strongest protection is difficult to resist. The ninjas on the battlefield covered their mouths and noses, but many still fell down after inhaling this gas, rolling on the ground in pain. What kind of poison is this? Why is it different from the previous ones? Jiraiya's eyes flashed with shock. He had never seen such a strange poisonous fog. The strength of Hanzo Salamander was far beyond his imagination. Flames may be able to purify ordinary toxins, but this time, I used my strongest poison. There was a hint of teasing in the voice of Hanzo, who seemed to enjoy this contest of strength. Not only can the flames not destroy it, but it will accelerate its volatilization and make the toxicity more intense. Jiraiya. Orochimaru. Do your best to deal with him. Yanagi, go support other battlefields. Tsunade jumped high from the slug's head, her graceful figure drawing a perfect parabola, but behind this beauty, was Tsunade's amazing strength and determination. Her body drew an arc in the air, then fell heavily. The kick came with a sound of breaking through the air, like thunder. Boom! The kick connected with Hanzo's weapon, and the ground shook, as if even the sky had changed color. The smoke and dust rolled and spread in all directions like waves in a raging sea, obscuring the vision, but it could not hide the power of Tsunade's attack. Orochimaru controlled the 10,000 snakes, and the giant beast hit the salamander like a black lightning, knocking it away. He himself swung his body, and the Kusanagi sword pointed directly at Hanzo like a poisonous snake, with the tip of the sword carrying a deadly cold light. Clang! A crisp sound of metal collision echoed on the battlefield. Orochimaru's sword, which was as fast as lightning and as fierce as a tiger, was blocked by Hanzo of the salamander with a seemingly easy posture. You guys did perform well, but you are still too young. There was a hint of amusement in Hanzo's voice, and his eyes showed approval for the younger generation. Such an attack is nothing but a breeze to me. The weapon in Hanzo's hand was like a dancing gust of wind, easily repelling Tsunade and Orochimaru. The two used the force of the force to lightly return to the heads of their respective summoning beasts. A trace of solemnity flashed in their eyes, as if they were facing their former master again, and felt the kind of deterrence that only the top shadow-level strongmen had. Come on! Let me see the true strength of the three of you. There was a hint of anticipation in the voice of Hanzo, and his momentum became more fierce. Next, I will not show mercy. The three of them stood on their respective summoned beasts' heads, looked at each other, and saw the pressure that the other felt, as if they were back in the battle with their teacher with all their strength. There was no doubt that the opponent was a real top-level shadow-level strongman. Chapter 72. Salamander Hanzo slowly took off the mask on his face, revealing his eyes that were as sharp as a knife despite the baptism of time. His eyes revealed an unprecedented determination this time. He was ready to go all out. The casualties in Rain Village are shocking, and he will pay the final tribute to these sacrificed souls. The ninja world needs balance, and he is the executor of that balance. He was trained as a weapon of biological warfare since childhood, and his body was implanted with poison sacs of salamander. As the years passed, the poison had become one with his life, and every breath he took carried deadly poison. This was his curse, but it was also the source of his strength and the cornerstone of his ideals. Even a top ninja like the puppet old woman had been defeated by him. Now, the three young masters of Konoha in front of him were just another step for him to move towards his ideal. The successive victories filled Hanzo's heart with pride, and his confidence burned like a raging fire. In his eyes, even the 5 cage were just another stepping stone on his way forward. He dared to challenge and conquer, because he knew that his power was beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Come on, young warriors of Konoha, let me see your strength, and let me fulfill my dream. Salamander Hanzo's voice echoed across the battlefield, like the announcement of the god of death, foreshadowing the coming of a new storm. The chain in his hand seemed to have life under the control of Hanzo of the salamander. It whirred in the air and smashed towards Jiraiya like an angry snake with lightning speed. Ding ding dong! A burst of dense weapons clashing sounded on the battlefield, accompanied by sparks flying. Jiraiya's kunai danced like a phantom, perfectly blocking the chain's attack with amazing speed and accuracy. Just as Jiraiya was preparing to counterattack and looking for a flaw in Hanzo's attack, Hanzo of the salamander suddenly changed his tactics. The chains wrapped around Jiraiya's body as flexibly as a snake, restraining his movements. Hanzo suddenly pulled with both hands, and Jiraiya was caught off guard and was pulled over by this powerful force. This move is none other than Hanzo's unique skill swordsmanship, chain sickle double strike. It is not just a simple attack, but a combination of the precision of swordsmanship and the flexibility of chains, forming an almost unpredictable double blow. Salamander Hanzo uses this move to perfection, and every move is full of deadly threats. Oops! Jiraiya's heart sank, his eyes fixed on the sickle in Hanzo's hand. The ominous light flashing on the blade indicated the deadly poison. The intelligence was wrong. He originally thought that Hanzo would only use chains to wrap around the opponent's weapon, but he didn't expect that he would become a prisoner under the chains. From the corner of his eye, he saw Orochimaru and Tsunade rushing towards him desperately, but their movements were hindered by the poisonous mist sprayed by the salamander. The purple death mist spread across the battlefield like an insurmountable barrier, making their rescue seem out of reach. Now we can solve the first one. The voice of Hanzo revealed coldness and determination. In his heart, he had already regarded Jiraiya as a sure thing. In his opinion, no ninja could survive his fatal move. Jiraiya felt unprecedented despair. His body was tightly bound by chains and he couldn't even complete the most basic ninjutsu hand seals. At this critical moment, he had only one thought in his mind: if he could survive this battle, he must invent a ninjutsu method that did not require hand seals. Facing Hanzo's scythe that was already raised high and flashing with cold light, Jiraiya slowly closed his eyes. In his mind, there were scenes of the past, including laughter, tears, fighting, and pursuit. He felt a little regretful that he had not found the prophesied child who could bring peace to the ninja world. Clang! At this moment, a deafening sound of metal collision exploded in Jiraiya's ears. He did not wait to feel the sickle hitting his body, nor did he feel the pain of blood spurting out, but this sudden loud noise. Jiraiya's heart trembled, he opened his eyes, and saw a figure blocking in front of him. With amazing speed and strength, he used the weapon in his hand to block Hanzo's fatal blow. At this moment, Jiraiya's heart was filled with mixed emotions. He was grateful to the savior who suddenly appeared, but at the same time he felt a little ashamed he actually closed his eyes and gave up resistance at the critical moment. Little boy, you are quite strong. Salamander Hanzo's eyes were fixed on the young ninja in front of him holding a red sword, and there was a hint of surprise and admiration that was hard to conceal in his voice. Looking at this child, Hanzo felt a complex emotion in his heart. The genius that Rain Village longed for seemed to be emerging in an endless stream in Konoha village. He was already impressed by the strength of the 3 ninjas just now, and now, this obviously younger ninja was able to block his heavy blow by himself in a hurry. What's more important is his speed. Even I couldn't react at all. Is it a space-time ninjutsu? Hanzo was shocked. He couldn't believe that he lost to a young ninja in terms of speed. He fixed his eyes on Yanagi, trying to find any possible flaws. Uncle, your power is too weak. Yanagi's voice was a little provocative. He did not intend to have a protracted battle with Hanzo. He knew that he was not as strong as Hanzo who was in his prime, so he had to fight quickly. While he was talking, Yanagi had already performed his secret technique. Countless tiny water needles suddenly spit out from his mouth, as dense as a rainstorm, covering every possible direction for Hanzo to dodge. Hanzo looked at the cunning kid in front of him and cursed in his heart, but he had to get away and dodge in time. He swung his weapon tightly and blocked the water needles from Yanagi's water style, sky cry one by one. What a sinister little devil! But when did you seal it? Hanzo's heart was filled with doubts. He did not even notice Yanagi's seal-making movements. This made him more alert, knowing that he was facing an opponent that should not be underestimated. But Jiraiya had no time to hesitate. He knew that he had just escaped from the brink of death and had to be more cautious. He would not easily engage in close combat with Hanzo, but chose a more reliable long-range attack. Fire release big flame bullet. As Jiraiya roared, a flame mixed with chakra oil gushed out of his mouth. This flame was different from ordinary fire, its color was deep, like burning lava, with a high temperature that could melt almost everything. The flames drew an arc in the air and attacked Hanzo's landing place fiercely, as if to reduce everything there to ashes. Faced with this sudden fire attack, Hanzo of the Salamander reacted quickly. He quickly formed seals with his hands, gathered chakra behind his throat, and spit out an oversized water ball from his mouth. The shape of this water ball was like a falling meteorite, with a strong impact and destructive power. When it hit the ground, the water ball instantly spread in all directions, forming a spectacular water formation that completely shattered Jiraiya's flames. With a burst of hurried footsteps, a figure accompanied by water vapor approached rapidly, and Hanzo, holding a sickle, swung a fatal blow with lightning speed. The knife was as fast as lightning, but Jiraiya was always alert. With his ninja instinct and experience, he used the substitution technique in time to avoid the fatal blow. Although he was out of breath and looked a little tired, he finally escaped the disaster. At the same time, Tsunade and Orochimaru finally gained the upper hand after a fierce battle and almost forced Hanzo's summoning beast into a desperate situation. These two Konoha strongmen, with their extraordinary strength and tacit cooperation, showed overwhelming advantages. However, fighting always comes with risks, and their summoned beasts were unfortunately attacked by poisonous fog in this melee. Tsunade and Orochimaru looked at each other, and there was a hint of helplessness and determination in each other's eyes. They knew that as ninjas, fighting was their mission, but as the companions of summoned beasts, protecting their lives and safety was their responsibility. So both of them chose to cancel the summoning. "Go back, Jingfu, you've done a good job, leave the rest to me." A single summoned beast might have an advantage against other ninjas, but facing strong ones like Orochimaru and Tsunade, it would be powerless. Chapter 73. Yanagi and Tsunade's eyes met on the battlefield, and in an instant, they reached a tacit strategy without words. Orochimaru and Tsunade teamed up to launch a fierce close combat attack on Hanzo with their physical skills. Jiraiya stayed behind, using his ninjutsu to carry out precise long-range containment. And Yanagi, with his Flying Thunder God technique, moved around the battlefield with amazing mobility, acting as both a messenger of rescue and a sharp blade of restraint. However, even Orochimaru's exquisite swordsmanship, Tsunade's amazing strength, and Jiraiya's varied ninjutsu seemed to be powerless in front of Hanzo. Hanzo easily resolved every attack with his extraordinary swordsmanship and powerful water-style ninjutsu. His IAI slash was as fast as lightning. If it weren't for Yanagi's timely rescue, they would have been seriously injured. As expected of the demigod Hanzo of the Salamander. Without using the power of wood release, I can only use Flying Thunder God to contain him. Yanagi could not help but feel a little uncertain when facing such a strong man. Hanzo was not only an expert in swordsmanship, but also had the poison sac of the salamander, which made them have to be vigilant at all times and not be careless. Yanagi glanced at the battlefield and saw that the other three had reached the limit of their physical strength. Their breathing was rapid and their movements were no longer as agile as before. Fortunately, he was only responsible for the containment work and still had some physical strength left. If it comes to that, I can only use wood release. Yanagi pondered secretly in his heart, but then a deep hesitation came over him. The power of wood release is like a sleeping dragon. Once awakened, its destructive power and influence are immeasurable. Using it means facing unpredictable consequences or even self-sacrifice. Uchiha Madara, the man who can manipulate the entire ninja army with his own strength. Yanagi couldn't help but tremble in his heart when he thought of the man who was like a god or a demon. Even if Hashirama Senju was in his prime, he might not be able to win against Madara who had the Rinnegan. And he himself had not yet mastered the immortal arts, let alone reached the strength of Hashirama Senju. He probably didn't even have the qualifications to make Uchiha Madara use his full strength. But Yanagishita thought of Tsunade, Kushina, and the others. If it really came to that, he would never regret it even if he was exposed. Konoha is indeed the cradle of geniuses. Hanzo stood in front of them, holding a weapon in his hand. There was a hint of admiration in his voice, but then it turned cold. But a genius who cannot grow up can only be strangled in the cradle. Hanzo was ready to end this battle, and there was a hint of determination in his eyes. This was not the Rain Village, but near the Konoha camp, and time was not on his side. Master Hanzo, the team that was trying to stop Hatake Sakumo has been wiped out. Hatake Sakumo is leading a large army of ninjas to surround us. If we don't leave now, it will be too late. A man wearing a rain ninja forehead protector appeared on the battlefield panting, his face full of urgency. Hey, looks like you're lucky today, juniors. There was a hint of disdain in Hanzo's voice, but at the same time there was also a hint of helplessness. He could face the army alone, but the rain ninjas who followed him were the precious fighting force of the rain ninja village and could not be easily lost. Shende, order the others to take the injured companions, and we will retreat. Following Hanzo's order, the rain ninjas acted quickly and began to retreat in an orderly manner with their companions and the wounded. Don't even think about leaving. Jiraiya, who was already exhausted, still wanted to continue chasing, but his body had reached its limit and every step seemed extremely difficult. That's enough, Jiraiya. We have done our best. Leave the rest to Hatake Sakumo senpai. Orochimaru used his last bit of strength to support the staggering Jiraiya. His eyes revealed a hint of fatigue, but more of calmness and rationality. Sister Tsunade, brother Jiraiya and brother Orochimaru, you guys rest here first. I'll go see if I can help Captain Hatake Sakumo. Yanagi quickly handed some military pills to several people, his eyes flashing with firmness and determination. With a flash of blue light, Yanagi's figure disappeared from the spot, leaving only a slight fluctuation in the air. Be careful, Yanagi. Tsunade looked at the place where Yanagi disappeared, her heart full of worry. There was a hint of trembling in her voice, but at the same time there was trust and expectation for Yanagi. Surround these damn rain ninjas. Don't let anyone escape. Capture the salamander Hanzo alive. The slogans of the Konoha ninja army echoed over the battlefield like thunder. They came from all directions and formed an impenetrable encirclement of the rain ninja army. When Hanzo Salamander heard the slogans from the other side, the anger in his heart erupted like a volcano. He almost turned back desperately and destroyed all the Konoha ninjas who dared to insult him. But at this moment, his right hand, Shende, persuaded him in time, Master Hanzo, you have to put the overall situation first. Today's losses are already heavy, we need to retain our manpower. Hanzo took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. He knew that Shende was right. He sprayed a thick poisonous fog at the Konoha army, blocking the sight and pace of the pursuers, and then continued to move forward, clearing a bloody path for the rain ninja army. At the same time, Hatake Sakumo stood at the other end of the battlefield, his eyes fixed on the approaching Hanzo. Although he was worried about the safety of Tsunade, Yanagi and the others, and didn't know what their situation was, but facing the powerful enemy before him, he knew that he had to concentrate on resolving the battle first. Salamander Hanzo's steps were firm and swift, his figure moving across the battlefield like an unstoppable storm. Although the Konoha ninjas were brave, they were powerless in front of the poison gas he released. Before they could get close, the deadly poison mist had already killed them one by one. Hatake Sakumo stood in the center of the battlefield, holding the famous sword White Fang tightly on his back, wearing a special gas mask on his face, ready to face the upcoming powerful enemy. When Hanzo of the Salamander got close enough, Sakumo moved. His movements were as fast as lightning, and a dazzling white light cut through the air. It was Hatake Sakumo's sword slash. This slash condensed all of Sakumo's will and strength, but Hanzo of the Salamander was worthy of being a legendary ninja. He blocked the attack with amazing reaction speed. However, when Sakumo's blade collided with Hanzo's weapon, Hanzo's palm trembled slightly, revealing that even for him, it was not easy to take on Hatake Sakumo's attack. Hanzo's eyes flashed with surprise, and he obviously didn't expect Sakumo's attack to be so sharp. Sakumo became more alert, knowing that the opponent in front of him should not be underestimated, and any slackness could lead to fatal mistakes. On the battlefield, the figures of Hatake Sakumo and Salamander Hanzo are intertwined, and every confrontation between them is full of danger and subtlety. Sakumo's swordsmanship was as smooth as flowing water, and every time he swung his sword there was a sound of breaking through the air. White Fang seemed to have life in his hands, dancing with silver-white light, trying to find Hanzo's flaws. Hanzo responded with his deep combat experience and extraordinary swordsmanship. Every block and counterattack he made was accurate. His extraordinary perception allowed him to remain calm and composed under Sakumo's attack. The sword lights and knife shadows of the two men intertwined on the battlefield, like two dragons fighting in the air, and dazzling sparks burst out with every contact. It can't be delayed any longer. Under the torrential rain and gale-like attack of Hitaki Sakumo, Salamander Hanzo remained sober and calm. Although the several young Konoha warriors over there had experienced a fierce battle, they had not suffered fatal injuries, especially the insidious kid who possessed space ninjutsu. If the battle dragged on, even he would find it difficult. While Hanzo was thinking about how to escape, Yanagi had already silently arrived at the battlefield using the Flying Thunder God technique. His figure was like a flash of blue lightning, instantly passing through the chaos of the battlefield and appearing on Hanzo's flank. Flying Thunder God Slash. Yanagi launched his surprise attack. He used the Flying Thunder God Kunao that was left on Hitaki Sakumo as a positioning, and launched a fatal attack on Hanzo with lightning speed. Clang! The sound of metal colliding rang out on the battlefield, like morning bells and evening drums, shaking everyone's eardrums. Hanzo blocked the attack with amazing reaction speed, but a hint of solemnity also appeared in his eyes. Tisk, you are worthy of being a demigod, you can even defend against this. Yanagi sighed inwardly, and his figure turned into a phantom again, quickly escaping from Hanzo's counterattack range. He was like an assassin in the shadows, coming and going without a trace, but facing Hanzo's powerful strength, even he felt a little frightened. Yanagi couldn't help but think that if even a strong man like Hanzo was killed by Nagato, then how terrifying the power of the Rinnegan would be. Sakumo stood aside and witnessed the lightning-fast confrontation between Yanagi and Hanzo, a trace of solemnity flashing in his eyes. The strength shown by Hanzo undoubtedly proves why he is known as a demigod. His strength is indeed above Sakumo. However, the fire in Sakumo's heart has not been extinguished. As long as it is a goal he has set, no matter how difficult it is, he will never give up easily. Just as Sakumo was about to join the battle and go all out, Yanagi's voice suddenly penetrated the noise of the battle and reached his ears. Captain, Tsunade's sister and the others are fine, don't worry. Sakumo nodded without saying anything, but his eyes were full of gratitude and determination. He knew that he was not fighting alone, and he had the support of his companions behind him, which made him more determined in his belief. Shuomao clenched his white fangs, took a deep breath, and rushed to the battlefield again. This time, his steps were more determined and his swordsmanship was more sharp. Water style, great waterfall technique. The voice of Hanzo of the Salamander echoed on the battlefield, and the seals in his hands were formed quickly, and at the same time, a torrent of water gushed out of his mouth. The water flowed into a river, majestic and magnificent, just like a waterfall in nature. Water poured out from Hanzo's mouth, forming a wide and powerful water curtain, which spread in all directions with the force of thunder and a deafening roar. The water splashes and the waves surge as if they can swallow everything. Its scale and power are so strong that people can't help but think of a real waterfall, the natural force rushing down from the top of a mountain. Facing the water style, great waterfall technique performed by the Salamander Hanzo, it was like a real waterfall falling from the sky. The surging force was enough to destroy all obstacles. Yanagi's figure flashed past the edge of the water curtain, and he used the teleportation ability of the Flying Thunder God technique to quickly evacuate to a safe area. With his rich combat experience, Hitaki Sakumo quickly determined the best evasive route. At the moment of the water's impact, he shuttled along the edge of the waterfall with amazing speed and agility, and finally landed steadily on the high ground in the distance. Hanzo had already quickly retreated with his men. The ninja's movement speed was so fast, like a ghost in the night, disappearing in a flash. He still escaped. The power of a demigod should not be underestimated. Hitaki Sakumo looked at Hanzo's receding back. Although he sighed in his heart, he still smiled at the other ninjas. He announced loudly, "Everyone! This battle is a victory for us Konoha." Chapter 74. Yanagi and Nawaka tiptoed into the medical tent of the Konoha camp, their eyes quickly sweeping over the many injured ninjas like searchlights. When Yanagi's eyes fell on Jiraiya, seeing him lying there wrapped in bandages like a mummy, Yanagi couldn't help but whispered, "I remember that Jiraiya was only slightly injured, not wrapped like this, could it be that the medical ninja is creating art?" Nawaka walked to Jiraiya's bedside, his eyes full of concern for his elder brother, and with a tremor in his voice, he asked softly, "Brother Jiraiya, are you really okay?" Jiraiya slowly opened his eyes, and seeing the worried look on Nawaka's face, a relieved smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Although his voice was a little weak, he still did not forget to strike a pose that he thought was handsome. "I'm fine, Nawaka. We, Konoha, won this battle, and that's enough. Brother Jiraiya." Nawaka felt that Jiraiya's behavior was so cool that his eyes were shining with admiration. At this time, Orochimaru's cold voice suddenly reached Nowake's ears. Nowake, don't be fooled by Jiraiya. Ninjas should remain calm and have sufficient judgment. Orochimaru, that's enough. You're still slandering me even though I'm in this state. Jiraiya scolded Orochimaru with a smile. That's all your own fault. Why were you teasing Tsunade for no reason? You're just looking for trouble, you deserve it. Orochimaru didn't care about Jiraiya's ridicule and scolding. Instead, he revealed his secrets with a hint of playfulness, as if he was enjoying this rare moment of teasing. Jiraiya touched his nose awkwardly, a helpless smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Well, isn't this the right atmosphere? He recalled that after he escaped death, he confessed to Tsunade with all his heart, but she treated it as a joke and even punched him. That scene still makes him laugh and cry. At this moment, he noticed that Nowake, who had just been full of admiration, now looked down upon him, and Jiraiya was even more speechless. He smiled bitterly and shook his head, as if to say, "See, this is love, it makes people happy and sad." Looking at Jiraiya's expression, Nowake couldn't help but burst out laughing, and his attitude changed from contempt to sympathy. "Brother Jiraiya, you are too pitiful. But don't worry, you don't have a chance anyway, so find someone else." Ha 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 ha. Orochimaru watched coldly from the side, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, as if he was satisfied with Jiraiya's embarrassment. Perhaps this was exactly the effect he wanted. "Okay, you guys, you're still making a noise here in the medical team. Get out now." Tsunade's voice suddenly sounded, with a hint of unquestionable majesty. She had just finished a tough battle, and after returning, she didn't take much rest, but immediately threw herself into the treatment of the ninjas. At the same time, she was also developing an antidote to the salamander poison. She was the busiest in the entire camp, and she was annoyed when she saw these people chatting here. "Tsunade, don't be so strict, hee. Jiraiya had his signature playful smile on his face, and even though he was lying on the hospital bed, his optimistic attitude remained undiminished. "Shut up!" Tsunade responded unhappily. Although her tone was stern, her eyes revealed a hint of concern. "Patient, just lie down properly. If you feel too comfortable, I will punch you twice to make you more comfortable." At this time, Yanagi also joined the conversation. He immediately changed his strategy and stared at Tsunade's red lips, showing his concern for her. "Sister Tsunade, you've worked hard. You didn't get much rest all night." Yanagi immediately began to show concern for Tsunade, which made Jiraiya stunned. He secretly sighed in his heart, "Wow, this is a high-end game. It seems that I still need to learn a lot. It's not that hard. Okay, leave early after you finish talking. The patient needs to rest." Tsunade, who noticed where she was being gazed at, fled in panic. Today's victory is Yanagi's. "Okay, let's go first, Nowake." The corners of Orochimaru's mouth curled up into a smile, and his eyes fell on Nowa's with a hint of expectation and calculation. Although Nowa's had been his disciple for some time, the constant visits to relatives and the unexpected outbreak of war disrupted the original training plan. Now, with the defeat of the Rain and Sand ninjas, Konoha has also suffered considerable losses, and the entire ninja world seems to have temporarily fallen into a subtle calm. All major forces are quietly accumulating strength and licking their wounds, while secretly preparing and waiting for the arrival of the next, more intense and cruel storm. "We have some time today, so let's train properly." There was an unquestionable determination in Orochimaru's voice. This brief period of peace was the best time to improve the strength of his number one disciple. "Teacher Orochimaru, how about we forget about it this time, but make sure to do it next time?" Nowake looked at Orochimaru. Although his teacher was smiling, there seemed to be endless tricks hidden behind that smile, making him feel as if he was being stared at by a sinister venomous snake. His heart tightened, and he quickly used the delaying tactic he learned from his good brother Jiraiya. "That won't do, Nowake." Orochimaru's voice was low, and the sneer on his lips seemed to say that any attempt to escape would be futile. "I heard that you were almost killed by several explosive talismans last time. As a student of Orochimaru, how could you be so shameful?" A sly light flashed in Orochimaru's eyes. "I will arrange some carefully prepared games for you later, let's have some fun." He deliberately emphasized the word game, which made Nowake shudder. He thought to himself that this so-called game must be another round of rigorous training. That's obviously a bunch of explosive talismans. "And Yanagi, you liar, you clearly said it would be very useful next time." Noeka made countless complaints in his heart, but they were useless in front of Orochimaru, and he was dragged away directly. It seems that Noeka will have a comfortable life these days. When Jiraiya heard this conversation, he couldn't help but look at Noeka with sympathy. Orochimaru's training was notoriously strict and cruel, but it was also the best place to train people. By the way, brother Jiraiya. Yanagi looked at the Noeka being dragged away by brother Orochimaru, and silently mourned for him for 3 seconds, then turned to Jiraiya, his eyes flashing with a gleam of curiosity. Although it's presumptuous, can I ask you a question about fairy arts? You also know about immortal arts? Jiraiya touched the back of his head, a hint of surprise on his face. Yes, as a contractor of the wet bone forest, you must know something about it. He paused and continued, but the wet bone forest should also have its own sage mode. Well, yes, there is. Yanagi scratched his head awkwardly, as if he was a little embarrassed by his choice, but the slug master is too unreliable, so I heard from Sister Tsunade that brother Jiraiya has been practicing the fairy arts of Miyaboku Mountain recently, so I wanted to ask you for advice. Oh, so that's how it is. Jiraiya showed an understanding smile on his face, but then he became a little embarrassed. But, I'm sorry, I don't have any tricks for fairy techniques yet. Ha 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 ha. He smiled awkwardly. Although he had been practicing immortal arts for some time, he had to admit that his talent in immortal arts was indeed limited. But I will see if I can ask Fukasaku-senin and the others to teach you later, although it may not be successful. Jiraiya's tone was a little apologetic, but more of it was hope and encouragement for Yanagi's future. Yeah, I know, thank you, brother Jiraiya. Your advice is invaluable to me. Then, Yanagi bowed politely to Jiraiya and said goodbye quietly. Then I won't bother you anymore, you can rest first. It seems that I have to find time to ask that old woman for advice on the magic arts. Yanagi thought as he walked out of the medical camp with a wry smile on his face. But this is not the only headache for me. He muttered to himself, feeling a little depressed. My strength is obviously not weak, but why can't I break through to the level of Kage? In other novels, it seems so easy to improve the level of ninjutsu. Just develop some blood limit and do some forbidden techniques, and you can punch the third Hokage and step on Danzo. Why is it that in my case, even with cheats, I am still only a jonin? Yanagi shook his head, as if saying to himself, I am obviously very strong, is this the legendary threshold to the shadow level? Or am I missing something crucial? Suddenly, a long-lost mechanical sound rang in Yanagi's mind, breaking his contemplation. Beep. The system detects that the host has doubts in his mind. The system can answer them for the host. The long-lost mechanical sound rang in my mind. What is the reason? Although the host has mastered many powerful ninjutsu and possesses a strong physique, the host lacks the heart of a strong man. Without such a heart, your strength is only superficial, like a mirage. No matter how powerful you are, it is fake. There was a trace of confusion in Yanagi's eyes. The heart of a strong man? What is that? The system's voice became somewhat ethereal. Beep. Please understand it yourself, host. It's like this again. Isn't this the product of the ultimate civilization? It's not intelligent at all. I'll give you a bad review sooner or later. Chapter 75. Celebrate brother Jiraiya's recovery and our partial victory. Cheers. Yanagi and several ninjas sat around the steaming hot pot, holding their wine glasses high, their faces filled with joy of victory and longing for the future. The soup in the hot pot is bubbling, giving off an enticing aroma. The tender beef is lightly dipped in the pot, giving it a mouth-watering color. Yanagi picked up a piece of beef and felt the smooth texture in his mouth. The spicy soup and the delicious beef blended perfectly, and paired with a glass of mellow white wine, one could not help but shout refreshing. Tsunade couldn't help but admire. A satisfied smile appeared on her face and she shouted loudly, "This is so enjoyable." Her generosity and enthusiasm infected everyone present, making the hot pot party more lively and joyful. You are such a genius. How did you come up with all these delicious dishes? Jiraiya's eyes were filled with tears from the spiciness, but he still couldn't resist the temptation of the spicy beef. He kept putting the chopsticks in his hand into the pot and into his mouth. His cheeks turned red from the spiciness, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, but his satisfied expression revealed his inner joy. This is so spicy. Although Orochimaru didn't have an exaggerated expression like Jiraiya, the meat in front of him disappeared just as quickly. The sweat on his forehead quietly slid down, revealing that even he could hardly resist the magic of this hot pot. Orochimaru gently wiped the sweat from his forehead, with a barely perceptible admiration in his tone. This hot pot is indeed unique. A hint of appreciation flashed in his eyes, and it was obvious that the deliciousness of this hot pot had conquered his taste buds. Uchiha and Nawaka sat around the hot pot. The two of them seemed to be in a silent competition. Even though the spiciness made their eyes tear up and they screamed, they still refused to show weakness, stuffing their mouths with slices of tender beef. Their cheeks turned red due to the stimulation of the chili, and their foreheads were covered with beads of sweat, but the spirit of not admitting defeat made people laugh. Compared to the boldness of the two men, the newly joined Uchiha Mikoto and Hyuga Suzuran showed the demeanor of a big family. They tasted the delicious food in the hot pot with an elegant posture, and their gestures revealed the demeanor of ladies. However, under this elegance, the occasional intersection of their eyes seemed to cause lightning and thunder in the air, suggesting that there might be some kind of competition or discord between them. After feasting on the food, everyone leaned back in their chairs contentedly, enjoying the quiet time after the meal. Jiraiya turned to apologize to Yanagi. Mount Myaboku said that Yanagi has signed a contract with the Wetbone Forest and cannot practice the training at Mount Myaboku. I'm really sorry. There was a hint of regret in his tone. Yanagi gently waved his hand, with an open-minded smile on his face, indicating that it was okay. Everyone's path is different. I believe I can find my own path of cultivation. Afterwards, Yanagi looked around at the people sitting around and asked a profound question: why did you become stronger? This question is like a stone thrown into a calm lake, causing ripples of thinking. Jiraiya pondered for a moment, then slowly spoke: to protect everything that should be protected. His words were simple but powerful, revealing his persistence in the path of ninja and his dedication to protection. Orochimaru raised the corner of his mouth slightly, his eyes flashing with a desire for knowledge, in order to learn all the ninjutsu. And a long life. His answer was direct and frank, showing his pursuit of power and immortal life. Tsunade thought about it and shook her head. I don't have any obsession. If I have to say something, it's probably to protect the village. Yanagi listened to the answers of several people, and gradually gained some understanding of the heart of the strong mentioned by the system. As the legend of the ninja world, the existence of the three ninjas is a symbol of strength. However, even though they are all three ninjas, the three of them show significant differences. Orochimaru's thirst for knowledge and pursuit of immortality kept him moving forward on the path of science and ninjutsu. No matter what challenges and difficulties he encountered, his obsession never changed, pushing him to become stronger. Jiraiya is committed to protecting Konoha and finding the child of prophecy. His obsession has allowed him to accumulate rich experience and wisdom through exploration and battle, making him a true representative of the top civilian ninjas. Tsunade, the top medical ninja in the ninja world, fell into the dilemma of hemophobia in the face of major setbacks in her life. Although her strength is still strong, she chose to escape after the setbacks and indulged in gambling and alcohol. Compared with the other two, her strength and mentality showed a clear gap. Yanagi thought to herself, perhaps, the heart of a strong person is not only the pursuit of strength, but also the courage to persevere in adversity and to stick to one's beliefs in the face of difficulties. Lady Tsunade's talent and physique may be the best among the three ninjas, but when faced with setbacks, she lacks the determination to keep moving forward, which is undoubtedly a failure on her path. Yanagi looked up at the night sky. The starry sky was similar to the one on Earth, but he could not find the familiarity in his memory. As an outsider, although he has the desire to resolve the war in the ninja world, deep down, he can't help but ask himself, do I really have enough strength to face all this? He wondered whether he had the courage and strength to challenge those legendary strongmen Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan, Black Zetsu's unfathomable conspiracy, even Otsutsuki Kagaya, and the upcoming members of the Otsutsuki clan? Do I have the heart to swing my sword against a strong man? Yanagi asked himself repeatedly in his heart. Looking at his own hands, his eyes flashed with a mixture of determination and confusion. Just as Yanagi was immersed in his own thoughts, a pair of warm and smooth hands gently held his hands, awakening him from his deep thoughts. He turned his head and saw that it was Tsunade. Her eyes were full of concern and warmth. The other people also stared at Yanagi quietly, their eyes revealing unspoken concern. Obviously, Yanagi's silence and contemplation caught their attention, and they all gave him a look of support and encouragement. Tsunade smiled slightly, her voice was soft and powerful. Don't worry, little one, you will always find your own ninja way. Before that, let us adults protect you. This is Grandpa's will of fire, isn't it? She clenched her hands gently, conveying trust and strength. Yanagi felt a warm current in his heart, he knew that he was not alone. In this team, everyone was his companion, no matter what difficulties they faced, they would fight side by side. He gave her a grateful smile in return. I know, but I think I've thought it through. Ah, I'm here after all. I'm really impressed with myself that I have to face that 1,000-year-old single old woman. Yanagi muttered to himself as he walked on the winding path leading to the core of the wet bone forest, feeling a little helpless. Although his steps were firm, his heart was in turmoil. Thinking of the upcoming meeting with the strange old woman with an eccentric personality and unpredictable behavior, Yanagi felt like being caught in an unknown storm. However, since you are here, you must muster some courage. The senjutsu must be solved. Only by obtaining the power of senjutsu will you be qualified to face the Shura of the ninja world, Uchiha Madara. Yanagi took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down, gnawing at the palace in front of him. No matter what was waiting for him ahead, escape was never a solution to the problem. Master Yanagi, the great slug immortal is already waiting for your arrival deep in the Holy Land. A slug the size of a human slowly moved its body, using its queen-like voice to convey messages to Yanagi. Obviously, the great slug immortal had already sensed Yanagi's arrival. After all, he entered this sacred area through the art of reverse spiritualism, and every slug here was an extension of her will and a tentacle of her perception. Yanagi followed the slug's guidance, passed through the palace gate, and came to the place where the slug immortal was. Just as he stood firm, he heard the teasing voice of the great slug immortal coming from deep in the palace. Hey, Xiao Yanagi, are you willing to come to see me, an old woman who has been single for 1,000 years and likes to split herself? Yanagi was shocked and thought to himself, oh my god, how did she know that I complained about her like this? I haven't told anyone else. A few drops of cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and the expression on his face seemed to be able to squeeze out an emoticon of sweating soybeans. But he quickly adjusted his mood and adopted a respectful yet slightly joking tone. How could this be possible? Who dares to complain about our respected great sage slug like this? It must be that kid Nawaki. I'm going to teach him a lesson right now. Suddenly, Yanagi felt the invisible restraint again, as if the entire space was under the control of the slug immortal. Before he could react, he heard the voice of the great slug immortal with a hint of laughter. Little Nawaki, I have lived for so long, so I naturally have some abilities. Don't blame the little Nawaki. The slug immortal waved her hand gently, and Yanagi was involuntarily pulled to her side. Great immortal, you even know the meaning of passing the buck. Yanagi couldn't help but ask curiously. How could he know such words from another world? Did he say it before? I know more than that. The slug's voice was full of teasing and pride. I also know something about your past life. She paused deliberately, as if enjoying Yanagi's surprise. What do you call it, a time traveler? Yanagi was stunned for a moment, then he smiled bitterly. Great immortal, you really know everything. I didn't expect to hear the familiar hometown dialect in this world. It seems that he still underestimated this world. However, since he was discovered, and the slug sage had no ill will towards him, it seems that his life is not in any danger. But how could the slug sage know about the Six Paths Sage? Okay, your identity has long been known to that old man Liudeo, otherwise you would not have been born into the Senju clan. The Pure Land is his territory, and no soul can escape the arrangement of the Pure Land. There was a hint of mystery in the voice of the slug immortal, and it was obvious that she knew everything about it. What? Yanagi was completely shocked. He originally thought that it was just his luck, but he didn't expect that all this was destined. He felt a kind of confusion and uneasiness that he had never felt before. Does this count as a plan for myself? Countless questions emerged in his mind. If everything was arranged, then was there still room for free will in his life trajectory? Was every choice he made already foreseen by some force? The great slug immortal looked at Yanagi's shocked expression and smiled slightly, as if he had anticipated his reaction. Little Yanagi, although fate has its own trajectory, how you choose to walk is still in your own hands. What does the Six Paths Sage mean? Chapter 76. Do not know. The voice of the great slug immortal echoed in the empty palace. Do not know. Yanagi was full of confusion. He thought that the great slug immortal would know everything, but he didn't expect to get such an answer. Yes, I'm not that familiar with that old man Liudeo. The great sage slug seemed to enjoy Yanagi's confusion and continued, if we talk about who might know what he's thinking, that big toad might know something. Don't worry, since he didn't kill you on the spot, he must have accepted that you are a member of the ninja world. As long as you don't think about destroying the ninja world, he won't care about you. His 2 sons were beaten like that, but he didn't care. After hearing this, Yanagi's tension eased a little. He realized that although the Slug Immortal's words were joking, the message he conveyed was serious. He began to relax and gave a bitter smile, so, I'm pretty safe. The Great Slug Immortal smiled slightly, seeming to be satisfied with Yanagi's reaction. Of course, as long as you don't do anything out of line, the old man Liudeo won't have so much free time to care about you. Master Slug, how did you know my identity? The fog in Yanagi's heart dissipated a little, but then a new question arose. Since the Six-Path Sage did not reveal it, how did the Slug Great Sage know his secret? Oh, this is an accident. The teasing tone of the Slug Immortal disappeared, replaced by a hint of playfulness and deep meaning. The last accident seemed to be interfered by some ability in your body. Coupled with the dual effects of the spiritual contract, I established a deeper connection with you, allowing me to peek into your memory. Connection? What connection? Why don't I feel anything? Yanagi felt very depressed. He was not happy at all as a time traveler. The Great Slug Immortal seemed to see through Yanagi's thoughts and responded calmly, okay, you will know when you reach your strength. Yanagi thought about it and felt that there was some truth in what the Slug Immortal said. He adjusted his mindset and decided not to dwell on things that were out of his control. Instead, he decided to solve the problem at hand first. If he could learn the immortal arts earlier, he would have the confidence to use wood release. Okay, then, Great Slug Immortal, can you teach me this magic? Yanagi thought about it and agreed. Since it was already like this, the most important thing was to improve his own strength. As long as he was strong enough, no problem would be stumping him. If there was a problem, he would solve it. Teaching immortal arts. There was a hint of amusement in the Slug Immortal's voice, and he seemed to be embarrassed by Yanagi's request. What's wrong, Great Immortal? Don't I meet the requirements? Yanagi's mood turned from anticipation to uneasiness. He clearly felt that he had a natural affinity with natural energy, and learning immortal arts should be a natural thing for him. However, the answer from the Slug Immortal was beyond his expectation. Oh, that's not the problem. In fact, I can no longer teach you. Ah! Yanagi looked confused, as if he had heard something incredible. Please add the cat emoticon. The Slug Immortal smiled slightly and continued, because you have already mastered it, I can't teach you more. Yanagi was stunned for a moment, then realized the meaning of the Slug Immortal's words, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. Already know how to do it? Did I learn it without realizing it? But I don't feel anything. Although I am also very curious, your body seems to have a natural affinity and control over natural energy. You are simply a natural-born immortal. Here I mean an immortal who knows immortal arts, not the Six-Path Sage. It seems that the Great Slug Immortal doesn't know the specific existence of the system. Yanagi looked suspicious. Hey, kid, what exactly is that strange power of yours? Why do you lose contact from time to time? The Slug Immortal was very curious about the magical power in Yanagi. Great Immortal, let's get back to the immortal arts. You said I have learned it, but I don't know it at all. Yanagi began to change the subject, scratching his head awkwardly. He was confused about his abilities, as if he was in a treasure mountain but didn't realize it. The Great Slug Immortal did not express his displeasure at Yanagi's change of subject. Everyone has a secret. But since he had established that kind of connection, he would know it sooner or later. Humans are born with the ability to breathe. If you don't remind them, they won't be aware of it. The same is true for you. Natural energy has been absorbed by you unconsciously, but because it is all so natural, you can't even notice its existence. After hearing this, Yanagi suddenly realized something. Does that mean I already have the ability to use magic? I just haven't tried it myself. The Great Slug Immortal nodded, that's right. Now that you have realized it, you just need to learn how to sense and control this power. Yanagi listened attentively, then what should I do? It's simple, yet profound. The voice of the Great Sage of Slugs echoed in the air, as if carrying a kind of magic. You need to balance the fusion of spiritual energy, physical energy, and natural energy to produce fairy chakra. Yanagi carefully savored every word of the Great Sage Slug. I understand, but this doesn't sound easy. Indeed. The Great Sage Slug admitted frankly, you must explore the specific methods of practice on your own. Your sage mode is different from our sage arts, so you can only walk this path on your own. Yanagi nodded, I will, slug sage. Thank you. The night sky of the rain country was covered by heavy clouds, without a single star. The rain poured down in torrents, and the raindrops hit the ground violently, making a continuous sound that almost covered up all other sounds. The trees in the forest swayed in the storm, and the branches and leaves were rustled by the rain. Occasionally, there were a few night birds singing, but they were quickly drowned out by the sound of the rain. On such a rainy night, a group of ninjas in black raincoats seemed to blend into the darkness. They moved silently in the rain with firm and swift steps, like ghosts in the night. Only the sound of raincoats rubbing against each other and water splashing from their footsteps occasionally broke the silence of the night. The surroundings seemed particularly dark, with only occasional flashes of lightning streaking across the sky, illuminating the scene for a moment, the muddy path, the potholes filled with water, and the ninjas' determined profiles. Their sight penetrated the rain curtain, and they observed their surroundings vigilantly, ready to respond to any situation that might arise. Suddenly, figures appeared and disappeared in the rain, and a large group of ninjas wearing rain ninja forehead protectors emerged silently like an undercurrent in the night, surrounding the group of ninjas. They held weapons in their hands, their eyes flashing with vigilance and hostility, and coldly blocked their way. Stop, who are you? How dare you approach the restricted area? The captain of the rain ninjas stood up. His voice sounded particularly stern amidst the sound of rain. The weapon in his hand flashed with a cold light, ready to attack at any time. Don't worry, ninjas of Rain Village. A short man walked out slowly from the crowd opposite, his voice revealing the vicissitudes of life. I am here on behalf of the third Kazekage, and I have something important to discuss with Master Hanzo about cooperation. The rain ninjas focused their attention on the old woman and they quickly recognized her identity. Who are you? Cho from the Sand Ninja. Their tone was filled with shock and vigilance, as if they were facing a great enemy. This was a legendary strongman who was almost as strong as a demigod. It is me. Don't worry, I have no ill will towards you. Chiyo's voice penetrated the rain curtain, calm and powerful. Her eyes penetrated the rain ninja in front of her, conveying a calm confidence. She did not take further action, but patiently waited for the rain ninja to arrange someone to go back and report, showing her desire for peace and control of the situation. The rain ninjas felt Chiyo's presence and although they were nervous, they were also shocked by her aura. At the same time, a ninja next to Cho expressed his concerns to Cho in an almost inaudible voice, Sister, can we really do this? Konoha is indeed powerful, but Salamander Hanzo is not an easy person to deal with. If I cooperate with him, I'm afraid it will be like dancing with wolves. And the safety of Shoki and Yuki. Cho turned her head and glanced at the ninja beside her. A hint of tenderness flashed in her eyes, but it was quickly replaced by determination. This is the arrangement of Lord Kazekage, and it is also the best arrangement for the village. As for Shoki and the others, as long as we are alive, Konoha will not easily hurt them. There was a subtle fluctuation in her voice. When she mentioned her son and daughter-in-law, she was naturally worried, but as a senior ninja, she knew that the overall situation was more important. That puppet old woman? The orders of the third Kazekage. When Hanzo heard the report from his men, his eyebrows slightly raised, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. A playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, as if he was savoring this sudden news. Interesting, it seems that we are not the only ones who are anxious in the face of the threat to Konoha. Hanzo pondered for a moment, and quickly analyzed the situation in his mind. The third Kazekage's move was obviously to seek allies to jointly deal with Konoha's powerful opponent. Hanzo waved his hand, signaling his men to retreat. Go, invite them here. His voice revealed an unquestionable determination, as well as anticipation for the upcoming meeting. Hanzo stood up, walked to the window, looked at the rain outside, and thought to himself, this is not a bad thing for me. After all, the hidden rain village is still too weak and lacks foundation. If I cooperate with the hidden sand village, I can reduce my losses and even make a profit. Cho-sama, please, Hanzo-sama is waiting for you in front. However, Hanzo-sama only wants to see you for the time being. Shenda stepped forward, his tone filled with an unquestionable firmness. When Ebizo heard this, he immediately became furious. Is this the sincerity of you rain ninjas? Cho turned around, looked at her brother with her weathered but still sharp eyes, and said calmly, I know. Ebizo, you take your men and wait for me outside. There was a calm authority in her voice that calmed Ebizo's anger a little. Ebizo clenched his fists, but with Chiyo's insistence, he knew he couldn't change anything. He took a deep breath and suppressed his emotions, but sister, okay, I'll wait for you outside. Although he had many worries in his heart, he finally chose to trust Chiyo's judgment. Cho nodded slightly, then turned and continued walking. Her figure disappeared in the rain and walked into the center of the camp. Ebiz and the other ninjas stayed where they were, their eyes closely following Cho. Old man with the snorkel, I'm here. Cho stepped into the room, her eyes as sharp as torches, and locked directly on Hanzo of the salamander. She did not beat around the bush or make any greetings, and her words were filled with unquestionable determination. You must be aware of our purpose. Tell me what you think. Should we join forces with the Sand Village to divide up the fat piece of meat of Konoha? Chiyo's words were direct and her attitude indicated that she was not coming to request an alliance but to discuss a plan that would benefit both parties. Salamander Hanzo sat on his throne, raised his head slightly, and met Chiyo's eyes. His voice was low and threatening, "Puppet old woman, this is my territory, please be polite." His words revealed a power that should not be underestimated, otherwise, I don't think a defeated general like you can walk out of here. Although Hanzo expressed a certain degree of appreciation for Chiyo's directness and frankness, he did not respond directly to her proposal, but instead used threats to test Chiyo's bottom line and determination. Cho was unmoved, a sneer flashed in her eyes, "Old man with a snorkel, I am just an ordinary elder of the Sand Village. There is nothing to be proud of for defeating me. On the contrary, you, the Rain Country, don't want to face the invasion of Konoha and the Sand Village at the same time. You are threatening me." There was a dangerous light flashing in Hanzo's eyes, and the cup in his hand made a creaking sound because he used too much force, revealing his inner turmoil. "I'm just stating the facts. The choice is yours." Facing Hanzo's momentum, Cho remained calm and composed. Her eyes were firm, without any sign of retreat. Every word Cho said hit Hanzo's heart like a hammer. Although the Rain Country has become powerful under his leadership, he may be able to fight against one of the 5 major countries. However, if it faces the attack from 2 major countries at the same time, even he has to admit that the Rain Country will face unbearable losses. Hanzo took a deep breath and suppressed his dissatisfaction and depression. "Okay, go back and report to the Kazekage, I agree." There was a hint of helplessness in his voice, but more of a clear understanding of the situation. However, the logistics of the Rain Ninja are insufficient this time. As an ally, you should show your appreciation. Cho nodded. She understood Hanzo's implication. "I will inform the 3rd Kazekage and let him decide. By the way, we will arrange a time to launch a general attack on Konoha." Chapter 77. The Konoha camp is ahead, and there are Byakugan clan patrolling the area. Hanzo stood on a hidden high ground, pointing to the Konoha camp in the darkness in the distance to introduce the situation to Cho. His tone revealed his envy of Konoha's bloodline limit of the Byakugan. "It doesn't matter. We in the Sand Village have a secret technique that can help us get closer." Chiyo's eyes were firm as she looked at the Konoha camp, putting her personal emotions aside. In her heart, the interests of the village are above everything else, even if it means sacrificing personal feelings. She thought of her little grandson Scorpion, and a trace of sadness welled up in her heart, but it was quickly replaced by determination. "Although we can't get very close, it's enough for us to attack them." Hanzo nodded, expressing his approval of Chiyo's determination and the secret techniques of the Sand Village. "In that case, let's set off." There was a hint of determination in his voice, as well as anticipation for the upcoming battle. The figures of the 2 ninja leaders gradually disappeared in the night. They led their respective teams and approached the Konoha camp quietly. Inside the Konoha camp, several members of the Hyuga branch were using their unique Byakugan to vigilantly observe the surroundings of the camp. "It's our branch family who are out on patrol again. Those people from the main family have never been here before." One of them complained in a low voice, with obvious resentment in his tone. "That's enough. We are a branch family. From the moment we were born, our fate no longer belongs to ourselves." Another person sighed helplessly and reminded his companion to be careful with his words. "Say less. If the main family finds out, we won't end up well. All right, be careful, or you won't be caught unawares when the enemy approaches." The captain interrupted their complaints in a low voice. Although he was in a bad mood himself, he knew that responsibility was more important than anything else. "Captain, with so many of us looking down upon you, how could anyone possibly get through here?" The first person to speak said so confidently, mentioning the last time the rain ninja was discovered by them in advance. That's right, Captain, it'll be okay. Another person echoed, but before he could finish his words, he suddenly covered his neck, spitting blood from his mouth with a terrified expression. Enemy attack! The captain's shout cut through the night air, his voice full of urgency and warning. However, the moment he sounded the alarm, countless ninjutsu poured down like a rainstorm, drowning out his voice and figure. Kill! The deafening shouts of killing followed, and the combined forces of the rain and sand ninjas were like a flood that broke through the dam, overwhelming Konoha's defenses. Their appearance was like a ghost in the dark night, cold and deadly, turning the Konoha camp into a battlefield of blood and fire in an instant. It's the scumbags from the rain and sand ninjas. The ninjas of Konoha reacted quickly, their eyes burning with fighting spirit and anger. Kill them. Support will arrive soon. We must teach those scumbags a lesson. The ninjas of Konoha brandished their weapons and bravely faced the enemy. They knew that this was a battle for the glory and survival of the village, and they could not retreat but move forward bravely. The flames of battle burned fiercely in the Konoha camp, and the figures of the ninjas intertwined in the firelight into heroic pictures. The Sand Village and the Rain Village have joined forces. This is troublesome. Hatake Sakumo frowned, but time was of the essence. Tsunade-sama, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya, I can only trouble you this time. Lead the ninjas to hold back the Rain Village. I will lead the rest of the ninjas to see if we can break through the Sand Village defense line. Sakumo-senpai, we will do our best. Although the three said this, they were unsure in their hearts. After all, they were no match for Salamander Hanzo in the last fight. But there was no other way now and they could only bite the bullet and fight on. In the mountains of the wet bone forest, deathly silence shrouded the surroundings, with only a young man sitting cross-legged on the top of a lonely mountain. The air around him seemed to freeze, and an indescribable sense of oppression caused the surrounding animals to flee, as if they had sensed the coming storm. Fairy magic! Yanagi suddenly shouted loudly, and the sound echoed in the valley, shaking people's hearts like thunder. His aura was like a sleeping dragon awakening, bursting out in an instant, setting off a violent wave of air, and the surrounding grass and trees were bent by this force. On Yanagi's forehead, a mysterious pattern that looked like an eye but was not an eye appeared, and a faint eye shadow appeared at the corners of his eyes. This was his unique immortal mode, his own immortal technique, a completely human immortal technique, and there was no trace of any animal features on his face. As he slammed his hands together, the fairy chakra in his body, which was more surging than the ocean, gushed out like a volcano, shaking the entire wet bone forest. Senjutsu. Would release. True Thousand Hands. Rumble. The wet bone forest erupted in an instant like a powerful earthquake, and a gigantic Buddha statue with tens of millions of arms, far larger than the mountains, suddenly rose from the ground. Finally succeeded. This is the scenery that Master Hashirama sees. Yanagi stood on this huge Buddha statue, his heart filled with heroism and confidence. At this moment, he possessed unprecedented power, as if he was standing at the pinnacle of the world, feeling the loneliness of invincibility. Master Yanagi! The sound of a small slug suddenly broke the tranquility of Yanagi, who was immersed in his own power. Yanagi came back to his senses from his heroic mood and felt a little confused. Since he came to the wet bone forest, the slug immortal always seemed to be busy with his own affairs and seldom communicated with him directly. However, he remembered that when he successfully used the sage mode for the first time, the system suddenly popped up a reward that further purified his bloodline power and completed his attributes. Apart from that, he seemed to have not discovered any changes for the time being. Perhaps he still had to explore further. What's wrong, little one? Yanagi gently asked the little slug who interrupted him. Does the great slug immortal have any instructions? Sister Tsunade? What happened to her? Yanagi had an ominous premonition. Tsunade knew that he was training in the wet bone forest, and would not disturb him easily unless there was something important. Lady Tsunade said everything is fine, please practice here with peace of mind. The little slug conveyed Tsunade's words, but Yanagi could feel that things were not simple. Something is wrong. If everything was normal, Sister Tsunade wouldn't have said it specifically. Yanagi frowned. His intuition told him that something must have happened. Little slug, was there anything unusual when Sister Tsunade summoned you? The little slug shook its slippery head and said, it seems that there is a sound of fighting, but as soon as I appeared, Lady Tsunade asked me to inform you and then lifted the summoning jutsu. It seems that there is indeed trouble. Yanagi couldn't just sit there and watch. Can you reverse summon to Tsunade's sister and then summon me over there? The little slug tried, then replied helplessly, I'm sorry, Lord Yanagi, Lady Tsunade has refused the summons. I know, thank you for your hard work. Yanagi took a deep breath. He knew he had to take action as soon as possible. The situation must be urgent, otherwise Tsunade would not do this. However, when Yanagi tried to sense the flying thunder god Kunao left by Hotaki Sakumo and Tsunade, he found that all the signals seemed to have been cleverly erased by some means. He frowned, knowing that they didn't want to die. It seems that it has been specially processed, Yanagi muttered to himself, but it is obviously too late to use space ninjutsu. He closed his eyes, concentrated, and tried to capture any faint fluctuations from the flying thunder god Kunao on Tsunade's side. Chapter 78. I can't sense anything. This is troublesome. The anxious Yanagishita discovered that he could no longer sense the flying thunder god Kunao of either Noeki or Hinata Suzuran. Yanagi took a deep breath, and recalled a detail that might have been missed, Uchiha Mikoto. She is not a member of Hotaki Sakumo's team. If an emergency occurs, the captain and his men may not have time to deal with the flying thunder god Kunao on her, and they may not even know it exists. This discovery rekindled hope in Yanagi's heart. He quickly concentrated his mind and tried wholeheartedly to sense the spatial fluctuations of the flying thunder god Kunao on Uchiha Mikoto's body. This is my chance, Yanagi muttered to himself. His spiritual power was as sharp as a hound, searching for what might be the only clue. I must seize it. This is the only way to connect to Sister Tsunade. Nothing must happen to you. Found it. Yanagixia disappeared in the wet bone forest. The slug master in the core of the wet bone forest also opened his eyes at the same time. It seemed that the ninja world was about to become interesting. In the pouring rain in the forest, the ninjas of Konoha struggled to make their way through the sand village. Under the cover of night, the raindrops hit the leaves, making a rustling sound, adding a sense of urgency to the escape. We must find a way to deal with the Jonin on the other side. Otherwise, we won't be able to escape their pursuit. A handsome young man with black hair dodged the opponent's ninjutsu and fired an explosive talisman, then turned around and spoke loudly to his companions. Yayuk-sing. Are you crazy? Why would we run if we can defeat them? We should just get rid of them as soon as possible. Another young man wearing the Uchiha clan emblem immediately retorted. There was a hint of panic and impatience in his tone, and he was obviously uneasy about the current situation. Uchiha Mingluan, you are a coward. Yayuexing said to Lao Lu, whom he had always disliked. He was not at all like the descendant of a powerful family that his grandmother had talked about. Damn it! If Captain Mikoto hadn't been injured protecting us, we wouldn't be in such a passive position. At the same time, the Sand Village ninjas were also carrying out their plans. A young Sand Village ninja kept throwing ninja tools at the opposite Konoha ninjas, but he was complaining that this was different from what he imagined. Captain, we are just playing the cat and mouse game all the time. There was dissatisfaction in his tone. What else? The captain's voice came through the rain, with a hint of cunning and calculation. The other side is not a pushover either, especially that Uchiha female ninja. If it weren't for protecting the other two, I might not be her opponent. The battlefield is still too dangerous. Konoha is bound to lose anyway, so let's just drag it out like this. The captain had one more thing in his mind that he hadn't said out loud, which was his admiration and selfish desire for the Uchiha Kunoichi, that Uchiha Kunoichi is so pretty. If I capture her and take her home to be my wife, I can not only get a beauty, but if we have a boy or a girl, my descendants will also be a bloodline family, and a family with the strongest eye technique. It's exciting just to think about it. His eyes flashed with ambition and desire in the rain, as if he had already seen a future in which he would capture the Uchiha female Kunoichi and gain great glory and benefits. Just as Uchiha Mingluan and Yayuexing were deep in thought, looking for a possible strategy to repel the enemy, a dazzling blue light flashed in the rain, breaking the silence in the forest. A figure appeared beside Uchiha Mikoto with blue light. His appearance was like a god sent from heaven, catching everyone off guard. Uchiha Mikoto and Mingluan almost instinctively wanted to attack, but the man who came was faster. He quickly raised his hand and comforted the two of them with a gentle voice. His voice revealed a reassuring power. Relax, I'm not an enemy, I'm also a ninja of Konoha. My name is Yanagi and I'm Mikoto's friend. Yanagi gently pointed to the Konoha forehead protector he was wearing, signaling the two not to be nervous. The reason why he was able to appear in time was because he sensed the signal of the flying thunder god Kunao that he had previously given to Uchiha Mikoto. The moment he sensed the signal, he used the flying thunder god technique without hesitation, crossing the long distance and arriving at the battlefield in time. Although this ninjutsu consumed a lot of his chakra, for him, it was just a small matter of restoring full mana in 3 seconds. "You are Yanagi!" The two exclaimed almost in unison, their eyes full of surprise and vigilance. Yanagi was slightly stunned, then revealed a playful smile. "It seems that I am also a celebrity." He suddenly felt an unprecedented sense of fame, as if even people who had never met him had heard of him. He didn't know that the two people opposite him knew him for a specific reason. Uchiha Mingluan's heart was filled with mixed emotions. This is the man who defeated the young clan leader, as rumored among the Uchiha clan. He couldn't help but feel a little apprehensive. It looks like he's a big trouble. It's not easy to make close friends, so it's better to keep a distance. At the same time, Yazingyu's heart was also turning rapidly. This is the tribe member my grandma mentioned. I've always heard that he is a genius ninja, but I've never seen him. He looked at Yanagi and compared him secretly in his heart. He doesn't look worse than me. Just as they were preparing to communicate further, suddenly, a few shurikens broke the tranquility of the rainy night with sharp sounds of breaking through the air, disrupting the originally harmonious atmosphere. Oops! Uchiha Mingluan and Yazingyu exclaimed almost at the same time. Facing this sudden attack, their hearts tightened. The shuriken was already within reach, and they could only dodge as much as possible by instinct, trying to avoid the vital parts. Chiang chiang chiang! With a crisp sound of metallic collision, the long sword in Yanagi's hand was unsheathed, and his wrist flew at an astonishing speed, dancing out a series of handsome sword flowers. Each sword hit the shuriken accurately, knocking them away one by one. Uchiha Mingluan and Yazingyu's dodging movements looked a little funny, and Yanagi couldn't help but reveal an awkward smile. "Please take care of Mikoto. I will deal with them. Then find a place to hide. The war will be over soon." Before Yanagi finished his words, his figure had disappeared from their sight like a gust of wind, leaving only a trace of afterimage. What a quick teleportation technique! Uchiha Mingluan and Yazingyu looked at each other in shock. Before they could react, they heard several screams from the sand ninja in the distance. The two looked at each other, their eyes full of surprise and disbelief. Is this resolved? The team led by the Jonin is gone just like that. On the battlefield between Konoha and Rain Ninja, the rain washed the earth like tears. Jiraiya had already collapsed to the ground, letting the rain take away his fatigue and unwillingness. His vision was blurred, and he could only helplessly watch Orochimaru and Tsunade make the final resistance in the wind and rain. Orochimaru's figure seemed a little staggering in the rain. He covered his injured arm, staring at Hanzo on the salamander while panting, with an unyielding light flashing in his eyes. Although Tsunade was still standing, her physical strength and chakra had reached their limits. Her body was soaked by the rain, but she was still as solid as a rock. There was no fear in her eyes, only her determination to fight. From the moment the battle began, the team of Jonin led by the three of them had been trying their best to delay Hanzo's pace. But all the other Jonin had died at the hands of Hanzo's incredibly fast swordsmanship and powerful water jutsu. They could only delay the pace of Hanzo's salamander, even though Tsunade had developed an antidote for the salamander poison in advance. "I never thought you could hold me back for so long and even develop an antidote for the salamander poison." Hanzo stood on top of the salamander, looking down at them, with a hint of barely perceptible admiration in his voice. Sure enough, Konoha's geniuses should not be underestimated. His words revealed his recognition of the talents and fighting spirit of these three people. Even though they were enemies, he had to acknowledge their strength and courage. Hanzo knew clearly that if he had not formed an alliance with the Sand Village this time, facing such a powerful Konoha, even if he defeated the three people in front of him, he would have no choice but to let them leave. But now things are different after all. You three are very good. Maybe you can grow to my level in time, but unfortunately, there are no ifs in the ninja world. Hanzo looked at the three people in front of him and finally chose to raise the butcher knife in his hand. Tsunade stood quietly in the rain, letting the rain mixed with sweat slide down her cheeks. She silently accumulated her last bit of strength, knowing in her heart that she was in the best condition among the three. Only she may be able to gain a glimmer of hope for her companions. Her eyes were deep, sending a silent message to Orochimaru beside her. The tacit understanding between them as long-term partners made them understand each other without words. Orochimaru felt Tsunade's determination, and he nodded silently, indicating that he would lead Jiraiya to retreat safely. Tsunade felt a mix of emotions as she thought of the figure who had unexpectedly taken away her first kiss. Once upon a time, she took care of him like a younger brother, but after that, subtle changes seemed to have taken place in her heart. She sighed softly and thought to herself, "It seems that I will follow in the footsteps of Grandpa and Second Grandpa. Unfortunately, I still won't have the chance to see you again in the end." Tsunade's eyes were filled with only the opponent in front of her, and her chakra was like a ignited flame, madly increasing to the extreme. Her body was surrounded by a layer of golden light, which was so strong that it was visible to the naked eye, as if the god of war had descended. "This is..." There was a hint of surprise in Hanzo's eyes. He could feel the strong chakra fluctuations emanating from Tsunade. He didn't expect that Tsunade could burst out such a large amount of chakra in a desperate situation. With such potential and power, she is worthy of being the granddaughter of the god of ninja world. But a trace of regret soon appeared on Hanzo's face. "Unfortunately, this is all we can do." He knew that although Tsunade's attack was powerful, it was still difficult to change the situation in front of him. Swordsmanship, IAI/. The sickle in Hanzo's hand cut through the rain curtain, with a cold sword light, pointing directly at Tsunade. And when Tsunade faced Hanzo's attack, there was no fear in her eyes, only determination. "My feet hurt." Her figure was like a golden lightning, cutting through the air with a sound of breaking through the air, and collided with Hanzo's sword light. At this moment, the entire battlefield shook, and the rain was splashed everywhere by the power of the two people, forming a spectacular rain curtain. Chapter 79. Yanagi's mind was connected to chakra, and his perception was like a big net, capturing the weak but firm chakra signals of Tsunade and the others. His body turned into a blue shadow, shuttling through the rainy night, so fast that it seemed as if even time had stopped. Along the way, any enemy who tried to stop him only saw a blurry blue light, and then was dealt with by Yanagi's sword light that was so fast that it was almost invisible. His sword skills were precise and deadly, and every swing of the sword meant that a ninja covered his vitals and died. However, even though he was advancing at such an amazing speed, when he finally arrived at Tsunade's location, he could only witness the shocking scene of Tsunade and Hanzo's ultimate duel. It was a contest of strength and will, with golden light and cold sword light colliding in the air, bursting into dazzling sparks. "Tsunade!" The voices under the Nawakis echoed in the rainy night, full of anxiety and disbelief. He witnessed Tsunade trying her best, even surpassing her previous self, but even so, Tsunade's extremely sublime move was still no match for Hanzo of the Salamander. Yanagi's heart seemed to be torn apart at this moment, and flames of anger burned in his eyes. Watching Tsunade's unyielding figure slowly fall under Hanzo's attack, Yanagi's heart went crazy to the extreme. He only felt an inexplicable energy rushing straight into his brain like a raging tide, and there was only one strong thought left in his mind, which was, "Kill this Hanzo." This thought was like an order, driving his body to burst out with unprecedented speed and strength. Yanagi's figure turned into a blue lightning in the rain, and his sword light was like the scythe of the god of death, pointing directly at Hanzo. "How dare you hurt Tsunade!" Hanzo successfully took on Tsunade's attack, but it was not an easy response. His body was shaking violently under Tsunade's powerful attack, revealing that even a demigod could not completely dissipate the impact. At this moment, Yanagi's hateful attack came like a raging wave, swift and fierce, with uncontrollable anger and power. Hanzo lost his balance under this sudden attack and was knocked away by the powerful force. His body rushed into the dense forest like a cannonball. With loud noises, several towering trees fell down one after another under his impact, branches and leaves flew, wood chips splashed everywhere, and the scene was spectacular and chaotic. How come this sinister kid has become so much stronger? Hanzo was shocked as he was knocked away. It was only a short period of time, but the boy in front of him seemed to have become a different person. The angry Yanagi did not stop at all, and he quickly clasped his hands together. "Wouldn't escape. The tree world is coming." In an instant, within a radius of several hundred meters around Yanagi, the ground began to crack, and countless large trees broke out of the cracks. They grew at an astonishing speed, rising from the ground and quickly growing into towering trees with lush branches and leaves that blocked out the sun. In just a breath of time, the original forest was replaced by this new tree world. Orochimaru, who was closest to the place, carried Jiraiya, who was knocked unconscious by him on his back, and witnessed it all. His eyes were full of shock and disbelief. Whoosh whoosh! The tree world advent technique has been fully formed, and it has begun to show its edge to the ninja world. Hanzo only felt a strong gust of wind blowing from all directions, followed by the forest that seemed to come alive, and the trees were like the legendary tree demons, whipping at him with their fangs and claws. Up, down, left, right, head. There's even underground. Countless thick branches and vines were like tentacles. They moved so fast that it was almost impossible for people to react, and they tried to grab him tightly. What is this? Could it be the legendary wood release of the ninja god? A hint of shock flashed in Hanzo's eyes. He recognized the source of this power. It was the wood release ninjutsu that only the legendary ninja god could wield. Faced with this sudden attack, Hanzo knew that ordinary dodging would be of no use. Fire release, dragon fire technique. Hanzo formed seals with his hands and shouted loudly, and a huge fire dragon spurted out of his mouth. Although fire release was not his best ninjutsu, in his hands, this move still showed amazing power. The fire dragon rushed towards the trees with scorching heat and destructive power. In an instant, the sea of fire spread in the forest, forming an endless sea of fire. Outside the burning forest, Yanagi's wood release ninjutsu was still working. New trees were like brave warriors, emerging from the ground one after another, trying to catch Hanzo. However, in the face of the sea of fire created by Hanzo, these trees were ultimately unable to resist, and one after another were reduced to ashes in the flames, with clouds of smoke rising. The wood release of the god of ninja realm is only this good. Hanzo, who was in the center of the sea of fire, looked at the sea of fire in front of him, thinking to himself that even the legendary power was not invincible. However, he did not notice that under the sea of fire, in the land deep underground, new life was quietly sprouting. Rumble. It was as if the sky was collapsing and the ground was shaking as strongly as an earthquake, and Hanzo's attention was instantly drawn. He was surprised to find that the roots and vines underground were like a lurking dragon, breaking out of the ground and strangling him with unstoppable force. Hanzo swiftly displayed his proud water flash technique, dodging left and right among the roots. His body was as agile as flowing water, and he cleverly escaped from the embrace of the tree. Damn it, there's no end to these trees. A surge of rage rose in Hanzo's heart. He felt his chakra being constantly devoured by these ever-growing trees, just like being ruthlessly sucked away by countless tiny vampires. Hanzo's face no longer had the calmness it once had, replaced by anxiety and anger. His brows were furrowed and his eyes flashed with an unyielding light. Despite facing an almost invincible enemy, he still did not give up. I can't fall here. Hanzo muttered to himself. He knew that only by persisting could he find a turning point in the battle and gain a chance of survival. Yanagi knew that the power of the tree world's descendant alone was not enough to quickly defeat an opponent like Salamander Hanzo. There was a flash of determination in his eyes, and he launched a new wood release ninjutsu without hesitation. Wood release. Wood dragon technique. As Yanagi roared, a powerful chakra gathered around him like a storm, and the air around him seemed to tremble under this force. Under Yanagi's call, the trees instantly came to life, twisting and growing, turning into thick vines that quickly entangled and twisted together. These vines grew at an astonishing speed, intertwining with each other, and eventually formed a terrifying giant wooden dragon that was hundreds of meters long. The wooden dragon was majestic and solemn, with a long hooked nose and sharp wooden thorns all over its body. Each of its scales shone with emerald green light, as if it contained endless vitality. The wooden dragon was entrenched next to Yanagi, and its appearance made the entire battlefield tremble. As if noticing Hanzo's gaze, this majestic wooden dragon seemed to have life. It slowly rose up and looked down at Hanzo with its huge eyes. There was a kind of condescending indifference in its eyes, as if it was looking at an insignificant ant. Then, the wooden dragon let out a roar that shook the earth. The sound penetrated the rain, shook the entire forest, and even made the earth tremble. This was not just a simple roar, but also a challenge and warning to Hanzo. Hanzo's expression became extremely solemn. He could clearly feel the pressure from the wooden dragon, a force so heavy that it almost made him breathless. His heartbeat was beating violently in his chest, and every beat was accompanied by the pressure from the wooden dragon. Hold head high. When Yanagi stepped on the wooden dragon's head, the wooden dragon let out another earth-shaking roar. The sound was like thunder exploding in his ears, shaking Hanzo's heart and the entire battlefield. The next second, time seemed to freeze, and everything between heaven and earth seemed to be shattered by this force. A huge shadow enveloped Hanzo like a dark cloud. It was the huge body of the wooden dragon that fell from the sky, carrying the momentum of destroying everything, and crashed into the salamander Hanzo on the ground like the end of the world. Hanzo felt an unprecedented crisis and he knew that this would be a battle of life and death. Boom! With a deafening roar, the huge body of the wooden dragon collided violently with the ground, and the entire battlefield shook violently under this force. The shock wave spread in all directions like a tsunami, tearing the earth apart, raising mud and rubble, and forming a chaotic scene. In the thick smoke and dust, Hanzo's figure looked embarrassed and hurried. He was running at full speed, trying to escape from the pursuit of the wooden dragon. However, the wooden dragon was obviously not going to let him go. Under the dragon head's Nawaki, he once again performed wood release, tree world descend. Countless towering trees fell from the sky, blocking out the sun. They destroyed everything like a natural disaster, turning the battlefield into a sea of forest. The wooden dragon that covers the sky and the sun is destroying everything like a natural disaster. The power of the ninja god has descended upon the ninja world once again. Chapter 80. Is this the power of the first Hokage? Orochimaru practically muttered, his eyes wide at the unbelievable scene before him. As the third Hokage's favorite student, he is well versed in the first Hokage's legendary wood-release ninjutsu. In the past, he always thought that those stories about the first Hokage being able to easily subdue the Nine Tails and pacify the ninja world were too exaggerated, but now that he had seen it with his own eyes, he knew that those legends and information were not false at all. Facing this power that could almost change the world, Orochimaru felt an unprecedented shock. A strong sense of awe surged in his heart, and at the same time, there was a desire to master such power and explore the mysteries of ninjutsu more deeply. Orochimaru only needs to consider the shock of wood release, but Hanzo of the salamander has to consider much more when facing wood release. Boom! With a deafening roar, the wooden dragon's huge body slammed into the ground again, with such force that even the sky seemed to be shaking. Everything around was razed to the ground in an instant, leaving only a mess. Damn, is this brat's chakra infinite? Hanzo cursed in his heart. He found it unbelievable that Yanagi had continuously performed such powerful ninjutsu without any signs of chakra consumption. Under such an attack, even the demigod Hanzo could only continue to flee in a panic. In front of such power, he was as small as an ant. We have no choice but to give it a try. I don't believe that everyone in Konoha has an antidote for the salamander poison. Hanzo made up his mind and decided to give it a try. He knew that although Konoha had developed an antidote to the poison of the salamander, it would not be easy to mass-produce it. As long as he could seize the opportunity to get close, he might be able to hurt Yanagi with his swordsmanship and combat experience. However, his sickle was coated with poison, although he always had the urge to lick it. He took a deep breath, bit his finger, quickly formed seals with both hands, and performed ninja technique. Summoning technique. As Hanzo's palm fell, a low roar suddenly sounded in the air, and then a huge salamander broke out of the ground. Its body was huge, and its scales flashed coldly in the sun. It was Hanzo's summoned beast Jingfu. "Ifu, please, rush over!" Hanzo shouted loudly to Ibuki who was sitting under him. As his loyal partner, Ibuki had already been in telepathic communication with Hanzo and could feel Hanzo's determination and fighting spirit. Ibuki let out a deafening roar, and in response, its huge body began to move, and every step made the ground tremble. Its target was clear, pointing directly at Yanagi, ready to use its powerful force to break through Yanagi's wood escape ninjutsu. Preparing for a desperate fight? You really don't know your own limitations. Yanagi stood on the wooden dragon and watched coldly as Hanzo of the salamander gave up on escaping and instead summoned a summoned beast, trying to launch a final attack on him. The surrounding trees were like tentacles controlling death, ready to deal a fatal blow to Hanzo. With crackling sounds, countless vines rushed towards Hanzo and salamander Ibushi like dancing whips, with the sound of breaking through the air, as if to wrap them tightly and leave no chance of survival. Fire release, dragon fire technique. Hanzo stood on top of the salamander, facing the impending strangulation of the vines. He reacted very quickly, and quickly formed seals with his hands. A huge fire dragon spewed out of his mouth, and the fire dragon rushed straight towards the vines with blazing heat and destructive power. In front of the trees, fire escape is undoubtedly the best weapon. However, at this moment, Hanzo noticed that something seemed to have changed in Yanagi on the opposite side. Although he couldn't tell exactly what had changed, warrior Jean's instinct told him that the young man in front of him exuded an unusual aura, a dangerous aura, a feeling he hadn't felt in a long time. As Hanzo and Sanchoyu Ibushi approached quickly, the wooden dragon's roar was like the collapse of the sky and the crack of the earth, shaking the entire battlefield. The sound was like thunder, making people tremble with fear. Its huge body seemed to have transformed into an angry god, emitting a heart-pounding pressure, and then it launched an extremely fierce attack on Hanzo. Hanzo was naturally unwilling to be outdone by this surging force. He used all his skills to bring his fire ninjutsu to its fullest. Hanzo's great dragon fire jutsu, like a series of fire dragons, swept towards the wood dragon with high temperatures that burned everything. However, the wood dragon's body was as hard as iron, and the great dragon fire technique, which could easily burn a forest, could only leave a fleeting black mark on the surface of the wood dragon when Hanzo used all his strength. Under the powerful vitality of the wood dragon, those traces were covered by new life in the blink of an eye, as if even fire could not leave a permanent mark on it. The huge figure of the wooden dragon quickly enlarged in front of Hanzo's eyes, and its open mouth and sharp claws seemed to swallow everything. Hanzo's heart was beating hard in his chest, and he knew that this was the moment that would decide the outcome. "I'm sorry, Ibushi," Hanzo whispered to the salamander beneath him, with a hint of apology and reluctance in his voice. As his loyal partner, Ibushi has always fought alongside him, but facing such a powerful enemy, Hanzo knows that he must make a choice. Boom! With a deafening roar, the wooden dragon's full-strength attack landed on the originally flat forest floor. The force of this blow was so great that it created a huge hole in the ground, as if even the earth was shaking under this blow. At the bottom of the pit, the ground was broken by the power of the wood dragon, and water began to flow, as if the blood of the earth was flowing. The water quickly gathered and formed a small lake, with the remains of trees destroyed by the wood dragon's attack floating on the surface. Trying to launch a sneak attack? What a despicable ninja! Someone who abandons his psychic partner to save his life is not worthy of being called a demigod. Yanagi stood on the battlefield. Although the surrounding environment became chaotic due to the attack of the wooden dragon, he did not relax his vigilance. His eyes were like torches, as if he could see through all hidden movements. He spoke in a light mocking tone, with obvious disdain and provocation in his voice. The figure of the salamander Hanzo gradually appeared in the air behind Yanagi, as silent as a ghost. His sickle was ready for the IAI attack, and the whole movement was smooth and deadly. The winner can rewrite everything. Hanzo's voice was cold and firm. As he shouted, the sickle cut through the air, making a sharp whistle. His sword technique, IAI slash, was aimed directly at Yanagi's vital point with determination and power. Success! Salamander Hanzo gripped the knife tightly in his hand. The clear feedback made him sure that he had hit a solid object. However, before he could feel joy in his heart, the scene before him froze his smile. The severed Nawaka tree had turned into a wooden man. Hanzo's pupils suddenly contracted, and he realized that he might have fallen into Yanagi's trap. At this moment, the sound of wind in my ears became sharp and piercing, like the scythe of the god of death whistling in my ears, and there seemed to be a hint of blood in the wind. Suddenly, a strong sense of crisis came from behind, and Hanzo instinctively wanted to dodge, but it was too late. The blooming blood flowers blossomed on Hanzo's body, and he felt a sharp pain. It was Yanagi's counterattack, which hit his vitals accurately. "You underestimate me, Hanzo." Yanagi's voice sounded behind Hanzo, calm and indifferent. His figure appeared from the side, with a hint of disdain in his eyes. It turned out that while Hanzo was attacking with all his strength, Yanagi had already used the substitution technique to replace his real body with the wooden man, and at the same time quietly went behind Hanzo. Your eyes. How could it be possible?" Salamander Hanzo's voice was trembling. He looked at the boy in front of him and finally understood what the incongruity was. He had such power at the same time. His death was not unjust. Hanzo's heart was filled with reluctance and regret. He had thought that he could control everything and realize his dream. However, facing the young man in front of him and the amazing power he showed, Hanzo felt a sense of powerlessness he had never felt before. But even he, who was called a demigod, could not refuse the call of the god of death. At the end of this battle, with his dream unattainable, Hanzo closed his eyes. When Yanagi heard Hanzo's last words before his death, he felt an inexplicable premonition in his heart. He immediately cancelled the wood dragon technique and stood on the lake created by the recent battle. His reflection was reflected in the shimmering water. Yanagi stared at the reflection on the lake, a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. "What is this?" Chapter 81. A blue light flashed in the dark cave, and Yanagi's figure appeared. In his hand, he was holding the body of Hanzo the salamander. Such a strong man, even if it was just the remains, was very valuable for research. At least Orochimaru would definitely like it. Yanagi threw Hanzo's body aside and looked at Tsunade lying there quietly. Her face was as pale as paper and she had obviously suffered extremely serious injuries. Although Yanagi was full of anger during the battle, he did not forget Tsunade. He had already used the wood clone technique to bring Tsunade safely to this hidden cave and began emergency treatment. "You haven't woken up yet? Fortunately, you are no longer in danger." There was a hint of anxiety in Yanagi's voice. He sat down next to Tsunade and gazed at her sleeping face tenderly. Yanagi reached out his hand and gently and carefully pushed away Tsunade's wet bangs that were stuck to her face, as if he was performing a ritual to make Tsunade's face appear more clearly before his eyes. Even in her sleep, Tsunade's beauty was still as stunning, even more beautiful. Her face was calm and peaceful, like a sleeping goddess, waiting for the moment to be awakened. "Number 1, you continue to take care of Sister Tsunade. I'm going to end this battle." Yanagi stood up and ordered in a certain direction. "It's the real body. But how about I take care of it?" The wooden clone, who looked exactly like Yanagi, was eager to try, and there was a hint of mischief and confidence in its voice. Yanagi smiled slightly. He knew that his clone had great strength. "Although this idea is very pretentious, for the sake of safety, I will go. You just take good care of Sister Tsunade." As soon as he finished speaking, Yanagi's figure disappeared in a blue light, leaving only a slight fluctuation in the space, showing his amazing speed. The original body is really fast. It's probably the fastest in the ninja world now. Clone number 1 stroked his chin, looked at the direction where Yanagi disappeared, and muttered to himself. On the battlefield, the ninjas of Sand Village and Konoha were already in a brutal melee. Both sides were completely bloodthirsty, the roar of ninjutsu came one after another, the sound of the puppets' mechanisms and the shouts of the ninjas intertwined, forming a symphony of death. The figures of ninjas shuttled back and forth on the battlefield, and figures kept falling down, and their lives bloomed the last spark on this land. Broken weapons and shattered puppets were scattered on the ground, witnessing the cruelty of the battle and symbolizing the indomitable spirit of the ninjas. Every inch of the battlefield was stained with blood, and every explosion of ninjutsu was accompanied by the loss of life, but the ninjas still moved forward bravely, fighting for their beliefs and glory. Yanagi stood outside the chaos, his eyes calm, not shaken by the mess before him. He half knelt down, stretched out his hand and lightly touched the ground. His perception ability spread like flowing water, instantly covering the entire battlefield. "Found it! Hatake Sakumo!" In this deserted corner of the battlefield, a female voice roared, accompanied by a charge of a white puppet, and pounced towards Hatake Sakumo. Clang! Hatake Sakumo gripped his legendary white fang tightly and met the challenge with a precise and swift side slash. The puppet was knocked away in a flash of sword light and fell like a kite with a broken string. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! Pimples, pimples! The sounds on the battlefield came one after another. In addition to the roar of the bull-headed puppet beside him, the other puppets also displayed their abilities and launched attacks from all directions, trying to trap Hatake Sakumo to death. Hatake Sakumo faced the whistling of flying needles, the cold light of the two swords, the spinning of the demon sealing shuriken and the strangling of the iron whip behind him, but his heart was as calm as water. His eyes were firm, his steps were steady, and every swing of his sword was full of power and determination. In the eyes of this ninja, no matter how many enemies there were, as long as he had a sword in his hand, nothing could scare him. On the battlefield, his figure shuttled through the chaos like a dragon, agile and unpredictable. A dense net might be able to catch small fish, but it could never trap a truly powerful person. In Chiyo's eyes, Hatake Sakumo had turned into a dazzling white light, advancing left and right on the battlefield at an astonishing speed. Although those puppets were ferocious, they could not stop his advance. Hateful! Chiyo's heart was filled with resentment. She looked at the damaged puppets, and every crack seemed to be cutting through her heart. Each of these puppets is the result of her hard work, and each piece of material is a precious and scarce resource. But now they have suffered heavy losses in this ruthless battle. Her heart was not only filled with heartache for the puppet, but also worry about Ebizo. If Ebizo had not been restrained by that seemingly insignificant genin, she might have had more tactical options instead of having to watch her puppets fall one by one under Hatake Sakumo's sword like she is now. Ebizo stood on the battlefield, examining the Konoha ninja in front of him with sharp eyes. He had a peculiar hairstyle and his attire was even more unique. Are all Konoha's genin so outrageous now? He and his sister Cho had originally carefully planned a perfect encirclement, planning to capture Hitaki Sakumo in one fell swoop, and then annihilate Konoha's ninja army with thundering force, tearing off a piece of flesh from Konoha and the Land of Fire. However, just as they were about to launch an attack, this seemingly insignificant Konoha ninja suddenly gave a deafening shout, "For our companions, it is youth. Anyone who offends Konoha will be punished no matter how far away they are." As he shouted, his aura and chakra began to undergo unpredictable changes, as if an indescribable power was awakening in him. This power made his body more agile, and every attack made him feel dangerous. Although he didn't know any ninjutsu, he actually managed to stop Ebizo, an experienced ninja, by relying only on physical skills. Ebizo felt unprecedented shock. He did not expect that he would be restrained by such a young opponent. "Youth ah!" A thunderous shout broke the silence of the battlefield. It was Matt Dai who stopped Ebizo. His figure was particularly eye-catching in the fierce battle. His strange hairstyle and unconventional dress, at this moment, became a symbol of his indomitable spirit. Might Dai has already activated his current normal limit, the 8 gates of the ninjutsu, but this is already the limit of his physical strength, but he still stands firmly in front of Ebizo, like an insurmountable mountain. Every time his muscles tense, every time he breathes quickly, he tells of the great sacrifice he has made for the village. His body was almost reaching its limit, and every movement was accompanied by severe pain, but there was no trace of retreat in his eyes. For Konoha and his companions, he was willing to burn his youth, even at the cost of his life. Facing the persistence of this Konoha ninja, Ebizo felt unprecedented pressure. Might Dai's aura was burning like a raging fire, his chakra was surging in his body, and every attack was full of power and speed, forcing Ebizo to re-evaluate the opponent in front of him. But it's finally reached its limit. It seems that we, the Sand Village, have won this battle. Faced with the storm-like attack, Ebizo could only use ninjutsu to contain and dodge, but he could also feel that his opponent's attack was beginning to slow down. Sure enough, such a move would not be without a price. Matt Dai responded with a roar full of fighting spirit, "Damn it! But I haven't reached my limit yet. No regrets in youth." Ah! As he shouted, Might Dai's body began to emit a green light. His aura rose at an alarming rate. The air around him seemed to be stirred by this aura, forming a whirlwind with him as the center. "Senior, that's enough." Yanagi's voice suddenly sounded, and he stopped Matt Dai's actions in time. Might Dai was preparing to forcibly open the 6th gate of the 8 gates of ninjutsu, the Jing Gate, but his strength had not yet reached the requirement, and the consequences of forcibly using it were unknown and dangerous. "Yanagi! It's very dangerous here, you should leave quickly." Matt Dai looked at Yanagi anxiously. The enemy in front of him should not be underestimated. "Senior, rest assured, leave it to me." Yanagi gave Might Dai a confident smile and put his hands together. "Would release. Tree World arrives." This time, Yanagi did not summon a forest to cover the entire battlefield. A few trees were enough to deal with a small karami like Ebizo. The roots quickly emerged from the ground and grew into 3 towering trees, shocking everyone present. It's wood release." The 3 giant trees quickly stretched out countless branches and vines and pounced towards Ebizo. Facing the legendary wood release, Ebizo tried his best to use all his means, but nothing seemed to work. No matter how much he destroyed, more vines and branches would emerge again the next moment, eventually binding him tightly. All the chakra was absorbed by the wood release, and Ebizo could only accept the defeat helplessly. "Senior, I'll leave this man to you first. I'll go help Captain Hitaki Sakumo deal with his opponent." Yanagishita cast a few sealing spells on the unconscious Ebizo and threw them to Might Dai. "Oh, okay, Matt Dai, who was still confused, took it and wanted to say something else, but he saw the shadow under the Nawaka tree disappear before his eyes. Yanagi suddenly arrived, and Cho and Hitaki Sakumo, who were fighting, stopped fighting and kept their distance at the same time. "Mr. Liu, don't underestimate Cho, her strength is not weaker than mine." Hitaki Sakumo's voice was low, and his eyes were fixed on Cho. He was not surprised by Yanagi's arrival, as nothing could stop a determined ninja. "It's time for the ninja world war to end." Yanagi looked at Cho and said coldly. There was a flash of cruelty in Chiyo's eyes. She looked at Yanagi with gritted teeth, the hatred almost overflowing from her eyes. "Little devil, don't think that just because you have learned the flying thunder god of Senju Tobirama, you can do whatever you want on the battlefield of the strong. It was this little devil who captured her son and daughter-in-law. Wood release. Wood dragon technique. As he clapped his hands, a huge wooden dragon surged out from the ground, as if the power of nature was summoned to the battlefield. Yanagi stood on top of the wooden dragon, looking down at Cho. His voice rang out again, full of determination and power, "I say, this ninja world war is about to end." This is... Shock flashed across Chiyo's eyes. Facing the huge monster that suddenly appeared before her, an indescribable sense of crisis surged in her heart. Her fingers quickly and skillfully released the retreat signal flares. The dazzling light drew a beautiful track on the battlefield, announcing the retreat of Tsunagakuer. However, just as she was about to withdraw, a cold and mocking voice rang in her ears, "Come as you please, leave as you please? Do you think this is your playground? Stay and reunite with the rest of your family." Chapter 82. The enemy is ashamed, so I take off his clothes. Cho, the ninja known as the strongest puppeteer, is now restrained by wood release, and her strength to struggle is gradually weakening. Faced with the magical power of wood release to absorb chakra, even Cho could not resist for long. "It's over so soon?" As expected of the Satsue dame. Hitaki Sakumo stared at Cho, who was subdued in front of him, and a complex emotion surged in his heart. He and Cho were originally equally strong, but at this moment, he felt a sense of inexplicable emptiness and loss. "Captain, this is not easy." Yanagi's voice broke the silence. He raised his fingers and controlled the vines to bring Cho in front of the two of them. If it was a wood release user like Yamato, perhaps the situation would be completely different, and he might even be suppressed by Cho. Their eyes met on Cho, the puppeteer who once dominated the ninja world, but now became a prisoner of Konoha. "Captain, come up. It's time to declare the end of this war." Suddenly, a deafening rumble broke the silence of the battlefield, and the ground began to tremble violently. The ninjas from Tsunagakuer and Konoha were originally fighting fiercely, but at this moment, they all stopped their actions at the same time because of the vibration from the ground, and their eyes turned to the source of the vibration. "What the hell is this? What a huge dragon! It's Master Hitaki Sakumo standing there." Someone recognized the figure standing on top of the giant dragon. It was Konoha's legendary ninja, Hitaki Sakumo. Under everyone's gaze, a huge wooden dragon flew in from afar and landed on the ground. Its body was huge, and its scales shone green in the sun. Its huge body cast a shadow on the ground. Hitaki Sakumo and Yanagi stood on the dragon's head, with Hitaki Sakumo holding a person in his hand. "Ninjas of Tsunagakuer, Cho and Ebizo have been defeated. Give up resistance now." Hitaki Sakumo's voice was like thunder, rolling in from the sky, shaking the hearts of every Sand Village ninja. "Impossible! Master Cho was defeated." Astonishment and disbelief spread among the Sand Village ninjas. They looked at each other in disbelief, with a feeling of uneasiness in their hearts. "Kill them! Take back Master Cho! This kind of person can't scare the great Sand Village ninja." Although many people have lost their will to fight, there are still some brave warriors who would rather die than surrender. They roar and are determined to fight the enemy to the death. Yanagi stood on the wooden dragon, looking down at the sand ninjas rushing down from below, and shook his head helplessly. He thought to himself, why do people always wait until they are in a desperate situation before turning back, and they will not cry until they see the coffin, and they will not give up until they enter the Pure Land. Wood release. The tree world is coming. The ground on the battlefield began to shake violently again, as if the entire earth was responding to his call. Vines and tree roots quickly broke out of the ground, and in the blink of an eye, the originally open and flat terrain turned into a dense forest. These towering trees and their roots and vines stretched out like living tentacles, tying up all the resisting sand ninjas to the trees and hanging them upside down. No matter whether they were weak genin or powerful jonin, no matter what means they used, the final result was only one hanging on the tree, dangling like a fruit on the tree, unable to break free. Master Hitaki Sakumo has awakened the power of wood release. This cry echoed across the battlefield like a morning bell and an evening drum, awakening the awe in the hearts of all ninjas. The ninjas in the distance could only vaguely see two figures standing on the wooden dragon. The legendary power of the first generation Hokage, like an ancient call, once again echoed in the ninja world. This must be the power of Lord Hitaki Sakumo. Long live Lord Hitaki Sakumo! Many ninjas didn't know the details, but when they saw the crowd around them start to cheer, they were also infected by the enthusiasm and started to shout loudly. This was not only a tribute to Hitaki Sakumo, but also a celebration of the power of the Konoha ninja village. At this moment, the image of Hatake Sakumo became taller and more sacred in the hearts of all ninjas. What? Hatake Sakumo stood on the wooden dragon, looking embarrassed. He wondered in his heart, was he accidentally stealing the credit for someone else's work? He was about to open his mouth to clarify, but was stopped by Yanagi in time. Captain, it's important to clean up the battlefield first. They will know about these things later. The two men turned their attention to the battlefield again. On the battlefield, the Konoha ninjas began to clean up the battlefield in an orderly manner. Their actions revealed their well-trained professionalism and confidence in victory. The Sand Village ninjas, under the escort of the Konoha ninjas, silently accepted their fate. The remaining Sand Village ninjas had their fighting spirit completely shattered. Faced with the legendary power of wood release, they felt unprecedented powerlessness and despair, and ultimately chose to give up resistance. The Konoha ninjas won a complete victory in this battle. Not only did they defeat two powerful enemies, but the Omegakure ninjas also suffered heavy losses. Except for Kamada, who retreated back to the Rain Country in time, the rest died at the hands of the Konoha ninjas. They also captured all the Sand Agakure ninjas. This was the first time in the history of the ninja world that one side of the two major ninja villages in the Five Great Nations War won a crushing victory and captured all the enemies. In this battle, Konoha successfully defeated the Sand and Rain Alliance and officially penetrated into the Rain Country. They could even break into the territory of the Wind Country at any time. However, whether to fight or make peace depends on the decision of the higher-ups. Now they only need to move into the Rain Village. What? You said Hatake Sakumo awakened wood release? And captured all the Sand Village ninjas including Cho and Ebizo in one fell swoop. When the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen heard the real-time report on the progress of the war from the Anbu at the front using summoning techniques, he was so shocked that he accidentally dropped the pipe in his mouth. Originally, when he learned the news of Hanzo and the Sand Village's alliance, Sarutobi Hiruzen no longer dared to have any hope of winning the war. All he wanted in his heart was to hold his position and weather the storm before reinforcements arrived. However, the sudden news was like a bolt from the blue, making him feel both surprised and happy. However, Hatake Sakumo has awakened wood release. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought to himself, it sounds a bit nonsense. I have never heard that the Hatake clan has had any marriage with the Senju clan. His brows were furrowed, his heart full of doubts and confusion. But no matter what the truth is, this news was undoubtedly a turning point in the war and brought a glimmer of hope to Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly collected his thoughts, picked up his pipe again, and took a deep puff of smoke. No matter what, Konoha had won, and the overall situation was the most important thing, and he could worry about the rest later. Call all elders and advisors immediately. We need to reassess the situation and make a new plan. Yes. Several Anbu ninjas accepted the order and quickly disappeared into the shadows of the office. Not long after, Yutane Koharu and Akimichi Torikaze hurried into the office. Ever since Shimura Danzo was completely deprived of his power for dereliction of duty and was confined to reflect on his mistakes, Mito Kato-en led his troops to support the front line, and Akimichi Torikaze, the usually leisurely ninja, had to devote himself to the intense work. Sarutobi. What exactly is going on with Hatake Sakumo awakening wood release? As soon as Koharu Yutane entered the room, she directly raised the questions that concerned her most. Her eyes were full of desire for information and pursuit of the truth. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned slightly. This reaction was not only to the sudden question, but also to his vigilance against the Anbu around him. It seems that the Anbu around him needs to make some adjustments. This information leak made him realize the security loopholes within the ninja village. The specific situation has yet to be further confirmed. We need to wait for the frontline battlefield to compile a detailed report. The voice of the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was steady and authoritative. He briefly introduced the information he had so far. However, what is certain is that the power of wood release did appear on the battlefield, and the one being used was the legendary wood dragon technique. However, the most critical issue at hand is our attitude towards this war, whether to continue fighting or seek peace. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at every advisor in the conference room. This is an important decision concerning the future of Konoha. We must carefully consider every possible consequence. Chapter 83. In the Land of Rain, a large number of Konoha ninjas have begun to approach the Rain Village and are now stationed in a village outside the Rain Village. As for the other forces in the Land of Rain, the former pride of the Land of Rain, the salamander Hanzo, who was known as a demigod, had already fallen at the hands of the Konoha ninja. Today, the morale of the Rain village is low, like a group of mobs without a leader, and no one dares to stand up to stop Konoha's iron hoof. The Rain Kingdom is located at the junction of the Fire Kingdom, the Wind Kingdom, and the Earth Kingdom. It is an area covered by rain all year round. The mountains and hills here are rugged and the environment is harsh, as if even the sky is telling of its unyielding and wildness. However, under Hanzo's iron-fisted management, this country was once able to compete with the great powers. The weather in this rainy country is really not suitable for human beings. Jiraiya was bandaging his wounds at the moment, looking at the heavy rain that had never stopped since they set foot on this land, and he couldn't help feeling depressed. He didn't do much in this battle, he was just injured. Okay, stop complaining. It's good enough to be alive. Orochimaru stood beside Jiraiya, his eyes also penetrated the rain curtain, and he seemed to be thinking about something in his mind. He answered Jiraiya casually, with a barely perceptible hint of teasing in his voice, "You don't have Tsunade's recovery physique." "Oh yeah, speaking of which, where's Tsunade?" Jiraiya suddenly remembered that he did not see Tsunade in the medical camp today, and he couldn't help but feel a little curious. Who knows, maybe she went on a date with Lu Jun. When Orochimaru mentioned Yanagi, his tone revealed some interest. After all, he had that kind of power and he really wanted to study it. "Come on, let's go look for it. It's too boring here." When Jiraiya heard that Tsunade might go on a date, although he knew that his chances were slim, he still couldn't help but want to try again, even if it was just a glimmer of hope. "It's not good." Orochimaru was pulled away by Jiraiya before he could finish his words, but seeing how easily he was pulled away by the injured Jiraiya, it seemed that he was also quite interested. On the small road in the village, the rain was like a curtain. The handsome man and beautiful woman, Yanagi and Tsunade, were hiding under the eaves to avoid the rain. The raindrops dripped from the eaves, making a crisp sound, as if it was the music played by nature to accompany the two people's time alone. "Why is it raining so hard in this place again?" Yanagi looked at the sudden downpour with a hint of helplessness on his lips, but in his heart he felt a little happy about the arrival of the rain. This rain undoubtedly gave him more time to spend with Tsunade. "It's you who said you wanted to go out for a walk." Tsunade rolled her eyes at him lightly, a look that contained both blame and a bit of doting. She looked at the child in front of her, who had now grown into a tall young man, and couldn't help but sigh at the passing of time. "You have just recovered from your injury. Going out for a walk will be good for your recovery." Yanagi took a quick glance at Tsunade's injuries, secretly thanking his lucky stars that his medical ninjutsu was advanced enough to not leave her with any scars. Rascal! Tsunade felt Yanagi's gaze and thought of the place where she was injured. Her cheeks couldn't help but blush, like a flower blooming after the rain, so beautiful and tempting. That's called the injured not shying away from medical ninjas. Yanagi stared into Tsunade's eyes, his voice a little hoarse. His words were both serious and teasing. "Do you need me to demonstrate how to be a hooligan?" "Ah!" Tsunade was speechless for a moment after hearing Yanagi's words and didn't know how to respond. Just as the atmosphere between the two was becoming more and more warm and ambiguous, three children also ran under the eaves because of the heavy rain. They seemed to notice the interaction between Yanagi and Tsunade, and suddenly covered their faces. One of the girls with light blue-purple hair, although she covered her eyes with her hands, still couldn't help but secretly observe the two of them through her fingers. "It's all your fault," Tsunade said with a hint of playful anger, and gently hit Yanagi. Her action contained both blame and intimacy. "Oh, you murdered your husband." Yanagi pretended to cry out in pain exaggeratedly, but his body was strong enough that this force was just a breeze to him. He secretly felt lucky in his heart. If it was Jiraiya's bone, Tsunade would have been really beaten, and might really have to stay in the hospital for several months. Jiraiya's inner voice suddenly rang out, "Who is talking about me?" It must be Tsunade. However, seeing that Tsunade seemed to want to do it again, Yanagi quickly changed the subject. His gaze turned to the three children hiding from the rain, and he thought to himself, "This is really a wonderful fate, that these three people can still meet even though their history has been changed like this." "Tsunade, look at that red-haired kid," Yanagi said softly, directing Tsunade's attention to Nagato among the three. "Red hair? Could it be?" A hint of surprise flashed in Tsunade's eyes. She walked quickly to the children, bent down, and asked the red-haired child in a gentle and expectant voice, "Hey, little guy, is there anyone named Uzumaki in your family?" The children were somewhat confused by Tsunade's sudden attention, especially Nagato, whose eyes revealed a hint of vigilance and curiosity. The sound of rain around them seemed to have quieted down at this moment. I'm sorry, the two masters of Konoha. We have never heard of anyone with the last name Uzumaki. We are sorry to bother you. The orange-haired boy next to Nagato quickly responded with a hint of childish wit on his face. His movements were swift and decisive. He grabbed the hesitant Nagato and Konan and rushed into the rain as if he was escaping from something. The raindrops splashed water under their feet, and the three small figures quickly disappeared behind the rain curtain. There was a hint of confusion and uneasiness in Nagato's eyes. He didn't know why these two adults from Konoha were interested in his mother's surname. Very smart, but still too young. A glimmer of admiration flashed in Yanagi's eyes. He turned to look at Tsunade, with a tone of unquestionable determination. It seems that it is indeed possible to find Grandma Mito's clan. Tsunade, let's go and catch up. Without waiting for Tsunade's answer, Yanagi took her hand and started walking, following the direction the children disappeared. Hey! Call me sister. Tsunade did not resist Yanagi's actions. There was a last bit of stubbornness in her voice. Although she was reluctant in her words, the joy in her eyes was revealed. She still liked being with Yanagi. Ho ho! After closing the door, the three little figures leaned against the door panel and gasped for breath, as if they had just experienced a tense escape. Fortunately, they didn't catch up. There was a tremor in Yahiko's voice, and he nervously peeked out through the crack in the door. What came into view was the familiar and merciless heavy rain in the land of rain, and he gradually relaxed in his heart. Yahiko, those two adults look very friendly, why should we run? After catching his breath, Nagato asked Yahiko a question with a hint of confusion. When I was escaping, an old man I met told me that if I saw a ninja from Konoha, I should run away because they were our enemies. Yahiko's voice was low, with a heaviness that didn't match his age. Just then, a red-haired woman walked out of the house, her eyes full of tenderness and care. Seeing the children's wet appearance, she immediately led them to change clothes, her tone revealing a hint of blame but full of love. Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato, why are you all wet? Don't you know how to hide from the rain? Mom! There was a hint of dependence and eagerness in Nagato's voice. Like the other two children, he instinctively sought the protection of his mother when faced with the sudden tense situation. Aunt Nagsu! Konan and Yahiko also shouted nervously, a hint of uneasiness and panic in their voices. What's wrong, kids? Uzumaki Naoki turned around, and facing the children's panic, her eyes were full of concern and protectiveness. However, when her eyes fell on the two uninvited guests at the door, especially the familiar yet unfamiliar mark on their foreheads, her expression immediately became alert. Excuse me, Mrs. Uzumaki Naoki, for coming uninvited. Yanagi's voice was calm and polite, but it seemed a little abrupt in this tense atmosphere. Uzumaki Naoki quickly protected the children behind her, like a lioness guarding her home. There was only wariness and distrust in her eyes. Sir Ninja of Konoha, please tell me what you need. All you ask is to spare our lives. Relax, we mean no harm. Yanagi spoke again, trying to ease the tense atmosphere. We are descendants of the Senju clan, and this Tsunade is the granddaughter of Uzumaki Mito-sama. We are not your enemies. Uzumaki Mito-sama. A hint of surprise flashed in Uzumaki Naoki's eyes, and her tense shoulders relaxed a little. What exactly do you want to do? It's too dangerous here. I hope you can go back to Konoha with us. Don't worry, we will protect you. Kushina is also there. Yanagi continued to comfort him, and then brought out Kushina, who was the time traveler who fooled the Uzumaki clan who was left outside with 100% success. Kushina? Who is it? There was a trace of confusion in Uzumaki Naoki's eyes. She was unfamiliar with the name and didn't understand why another person was suddenly mentioned. Uzumaki Kushina is also a descendant of the Uzumaki clan. Yanagi was upset that other people's tricks that always worked failed on him, but he still tried to fool them back first. Granny Mito and Kushina will definitely be very happy if they can see you. Besides, the rain country is no longer safe, you should be able to feel it. Madam, you don't want the children to be in danger at any time, right? Well, I need to ask my husband. Uzumaki Naoki's voice was filled with a hint of hesitation, but at the same time there was also a growing hope. Her heart began to waver, and in the face of Yanagi's request, she felt an unprecedented possibility. Of course, it doesn't matter. Yanagi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He could feel that Uzumaki Naoki's attitude was slowly changing, and he knew that his persuasion had worked. Sister Nixu, what's the situation with these two children? Judging from their hair color, they don't seem to be your children, right? Yanagi cleverly changed the topic, trying to get closer to Uzumaki Naoki through casual conversation. You're talking about Konan and Yahiko. Uzumaki Naoki's eyes fell softly on the two children, and her hands gently stroked them, conveying comfort and protection. Konan and Yahiko felt Naoki's care, and their nervous emotions gradually calmed down. They are all homeless children who wandered here not long ago. There was a hint of sadness in Uzumaki Naoki's voice. She recalled her own difficult days. I think back to the old days and feel the same way. Nagato also likes them, so I stayed to keep him company. They are all good kids and deserve to be loved. He's a very smart kid. So, you were just out for a walk and happened to find an Uzumaki bloodline. As Hitaki Sakumo listened to the reports from Yanagi and Tsunade, he couldn't help feeling surprised and amused. This coincidence was really unbelievable. It's not a date, it's just going out for a walk together. Tsunade hastily defended herself, a blush staining her cheeks and making her look a little uneasy. Ah, right, that's it. Yanagi quickly took over the conversation, trying to ease the awkward atmosphere. Captain, I hope you can arrange a few teams and send them to Konoha, to Grandma Mito. Upon hearing this, Hitaki Sakumo shook his head slightly, with a playful smile on his face. Ah, this may not be necessary. Yanagi and Tsunade looked at each other, both feeling a little puzzled. How could the captain refuse such a small request? It's like this. The third Hokage has personally ordered that you be transferred back to the village and report the details of the war to him in person. Hitaki Sakumo handed Yanagi a transfer order, which was stamped with the seal of the Hokage, looking solemn and authoritative. So, you can deliver it yourself this time. Chapter 84. This is Konoha. It's so big. The three kids looked at the huge gate of Konoha in front of them. Just average. Yanagi looked at the familiar gate and a smile unconsciously appeared on the corner of his mouth. For him, Konoha is no longer just a place in the anime, but his hometown. Especially after coming back from a long journey away from home, a warm feeling welled up in his heart. Leading this group of children who were curious about everything and the slightly embarrassed Naoki and his wife, they passed through the bustling streets of Konoha. The dazzling array of shops on both sides of the street, the bustling crowds, and the energetic hawking sounds all made the three little ones feel dazzled. I am back. Yanagi took a deep breath, opened the door, and stood at the porch. There was a hint of expectation and warmth in his voice as he loudly announced his return to the people in the house. However, what greeted him was not the lively scene he had expected. The three kids exchanged awkward glances, and suddenly there was a noise coming from the room upstairs, as if something was accidentally knocked over. Dong dong dong. A burst of hurried footsteps sounded, and then a red figure rushed down from the upstairs with a momentum that could not be ignored, and threw himself directly into Yanagi's arms. Oh, you little guy, you are still so enthusiastic. Yanagi chuckled and steadily accepted the sudden hug. His arms wrapped around the familiar little figure, his eyes full of pampering and tenderness. I'm back, Kushina. Welcome home, brother Yanagi. Okay, Kushina, there's someone else around. Yanagi chuckled, running his fingers through Kushina's smooth red hair. In her arms, Kushina secretly glanced at the people around her, her cheeks flushed slightly, but more than that, she missed the warmth and sense of security given by Yanagi even more. Okay, take a closer look. I brought back a surprise this time. Yanagi gently released Kushina from his arms. He felt both amused and helpless about Kushina's look, but he couldn't just leave the others alone. When Kushina heard the word surprise, her eyes turned to the people behind Yanagi again. When she saw the same red hair as hers, a guess came to her mind. Her heart beat faster, but she didn't dare to ask, fearing that it was just her wishful thinking and would eventually turn into disappointment. You must be the Kushina that Yanagi often mentions. My name is Naoki, Uzumaki Naoki. While Kushina was lost in her thoughts, Naoki had already walked forward with gentle steps, introducing herself with a warm smile. Hello, I'm Kushina, Uzumaki Kushina. Kushina's voice trembled slightly as she responded to Naoki's greeting, while silently pondering the familiar surname in her heart. However, when she realized that she was not alone and that there were people of her kind in this world, a strong emotion surged in her heart. For some reason, This should have been a joyous occasion, but it made her burst into tears uncontrollably, and the world in front of her eyes began to become blurry. Kushina once thought that she and Grandma Mito were the only ones left in the Uzumaki clan in this world. She never thought that Yanagi-ji would bring her such a huge surprise. Uzumaki Naoki looked at Kushina crying in front of her, and she felt mixed emotions. She gently took the crying little fellow into her arms and comforted her softly. Her eyes couldn't help but become wet, because only they would understand the pain of the people who destroyed their country. Kushina's mood was like being illuminated by the warm spring sun, her curiosity was completely ignited, and she began to ask Naoki questions excitedly. Naoki responded to each of her questions with a gentle smile and patient answers. Her care and warmth made Kushina feel closer than ever before. However, this special attention also made the three little ones nearby feel a little jealous. They exchanged a look, as if silently communicating, "Have we been forgotten?" Noticing the children's little emotions, Naoki chuckled and changed the subject. She scanned the three children one by one and began to introduce them to Kushina. "These three are Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato. Hello, I'm Kushina." Kushina quickly adjusted her mood, her smile was like a blooming flower, and she extended a hand of friendship to her three new friends, and they smiled at each other. Looking at the happy people, Yanagi and Nagsu's husband smiled at each other. Women are really made of water. They can cry so much. But seeing Kushina so happy, I am also happy. Are there people from the Uzumaki clan in the Kyuzagakure village? It seems quite miserable. I don't know if they are there now, but I still have to pay attention. Okay, let's go in first. It's not good to always stand at the door. Yanagi reminded softly. There was a hint of relaxation in his voice, trying to guide the atmosphere to a warmer direction. If Grandma Mito sees Sister Nagsu, she will definitely be very happy. However, when the name Mito-san was mentioned, the smile on Kushina's face froze slightly and her mood seemed to dim. "Grandma Mito," she repeated in a low voice, with a barely perceptible sadness in her tone. "What happened to Grandma Mito?" Yanagi began to get nervous. When he saw Kushina like this, he knew that something unexpected must have happened. Kushina's eyes dimmed, and her voice was a little choked up. "Grandma Mito suddenly became seriously ill some time ago, and the third-generation uncle asked Grandma Mito to live in the Konoha hospital." This news was like a cold wind that blew away the originally warm atmosphere. Yanagi's brows were tightly knitted together. He felt uneasy when Grandma Mito became seriously ill at her age. Ninjas' bodies were relatively fragile and could catch a cold or have a fever. Even a cage-level warrior could be stabbed to death with a single blow. "Kushina, please arrange a place for Naoki-sama and her family to stay. I will go to visit Grandma Mito." As night falls, the outline of Konoha Hospital appears particularly quiet under the moonlight. A black shadow stepped out silently from the darkness, and the figure of the Anbu ninja seemed to blend into the night. "Yanagi-sama, the Hokage-sama has ordered me to take you to Mito-sama's place of recuperation." The Anbu ninja's voice was low, breaking the silence of the night, but it also carried a hint of unquestionable authority. "Lead the way." Following the guidance of the Anbu ninja, the two figures quickly blended into the night. "Please, Yanagi-sama, Hokage-sama and Mito-sama are inside." The Anbu ninja stopped and gestured sideways, his attitude respectful and serious. Yanagi nodded, took a deep breath, and then walked into the courtyard. Chapter 85. Dong dong dong. Yanagi stood outside the door. His hand had just left the door panel, and his heart was filled with anxiety about what was about to happen. From inside the door came the calm and gentle voice of the third Hokage, "Yanagi, come in." Yanagi was in a heavy mood. He took a deep breath and slowly pushed the door open. The door slowly opened, revealing the warm lights in the house, the figure of the third Hokage, and Grandma Mito lying on the bed. "Mito-san." There was a hint of sob in Yanagi's voice. He called softly and walked slowly and steadily towards the bed. On the sickbed, Mito's eyes were blurred. She looked at Yanagi, as if she had traveled through time and space and saw the shadow of her beloved husband, Senju Hashirama. She raised her hand slightly, motioning Yanagi to come closer. Yanagi walked to the bedside with heavy steps and held Grandma Mito's hand tightly. His palm felt her weak but firm warmth. At this moment, time seemed to stand still, and only the two hearts communicated in silence. Grandma Mito's voice was weak but clear. She made an important suggestion to the third Hokage, "Monkey, I hope that after my death, Lu will be the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails." You should understand that this is the safest thing for Konoha. The third Hokage's expression was as solemn as the sky covered with dark clouds. A trace of embarrassment flashed in his eyes. Uzumaki Mito's proposal was not only a major decision for Konoha, but also a huge turning point in Yanagi's fate. Uzumaki Mito's proposal is undoubtedly very beneficial. Whether in terms of loyalty or control over power, Yanagi, who possesses wood release, is indeed more suitable than Uzumaki Kushina to take on the responsibility of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. The power of wood release, combined with the infinite chakra of the Nine Tails, this combination will undoubtedly make Yanagi the most powerful force in the ninja world. But the third Hokage couldn't help but feel a little worried. Once Yanagishita possessed such a powerful force, if his determination was shaken, would the village still be able to restrain him? Mito-sama, the third Hokage said in a deep voice, I need to discuss this important matter with the elders before making a decision. Uzumaki Mito's eyes flashed with a trace of disappointment that was hard to conceal, as if she had thousands of words to say, but was ruthlessly interrupted by a sudden cough. A trace of pain flashed across her face, but more of it was anxiety about unfinished business. Grandma Mito, don't worry. Yanagi whispered soothing words, his movements gentle and careful as he patted Mito's back gently, trying to ease her discomfort. Lord Mito, you should take a rest first. I will talk to Yanagi for a while. Yanagi has accomplished a lot this time. A glimmer of understanding flashed in Uzumaki Mito's eyes. She knew that her proposal was important and that it was impossible to make a hasty decision. She waved her hand slightly to show her agreement. The atmosphere in the Hokage's office was solemn and quiet. Uncle Third Generation, this is how the war went. The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen listened quietly, his eyes revealing deep appreciation and a hint of complex emotions. Thank you for your hard work, Yanagi. You have made a great contribution this time. After hearing the details of the war again, Sarutobi Hiruzen became more convinced that if it were not for Yanagi's would-release ninjutsu to save the situation in time, Konoha might have really suffered heavy losses. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart, this is the power of the first generation. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the boy who had grown up in front of him. The power to pacify the troubled times was now manifested in Yanagi, which made him wonder whether it was good or bad for Konoha to have such power in the hands of such a boy. Yanagi noticed the third Hokage's deep thought and asked softly, what's wrong? Uncle Third Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen came back from his reverie and smiled to hide his worry, sorry, I'm just old, so I'm not in good spirits. The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen relit his extinguished pipe, and in the midst of the smoke, he slowly asked a question, Kyoshida, what do you think of Mito-sama's suggestion? Yanagi was silent for a moment, as if thinking about how to express his thoughts, do I have to say it? Yes, I must. Sarutobi Hiruzen's tone was firm. He needed to hear Yanagi's true thoughts. Yanagi took a deep breath, then slowly said, actually, for me, it doesn't matter whether I become a Jinchuriki or not. I don't need that kind of power. No need? That's right, the Nine Tails is nothing compared to the power of wood release. The third Hokage held his pipe in his mouth, with a complex emotion in his heart. The power that he treated with caution, Yanagi seemed so indifferent. But Yanagi's next words surprised Sarutobi Hiruzen, but if I could, I would choose to become a Jinchuriki. Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his eyebrows slightly. He was curious about Yanagi's sudden change of attitude. I think the ninja world's policy towards Jinchuriki is really terrible, so I don't want Kushina to suffer that fate. Having more power is not such a bad thing for me. Anyway, the Nine Tails can't cause any trouble with me. Cough cough. A violent cough broke the solemn atmosphere. The third Hokage was so shocked by Yanagi's words that he choked. His voice was a little hoarse, why do you say that? Yanagi smiled slightly, Uncle Sande, imagine that one day you are eating hot pot, sitting in a car, and enjoying life, and suddenly someone jumps out and says, hey! Sande Hokage, you are too dangerous, I will seal you up, beat you up, and capture you, how would you feel? Then I'll probably be very angry. The third Hokage pondered, and began to gradually understand what Yanagi wanted to express. Are you saying that the tailed beasts themselves have grievances against the sealers? But what does this have to do with the policy towards the Jinchuriki? Think about it, Uncle Sandame. The attitudes of the various villages in the ninja world towards Jinchuriki are not so friendly now. Imagine that one day an ordinary child becomes the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Will you be very tolerant of him? Yes, I will influence him with the will of fire. The third Hokage spoke with confidence, his voice revealing his firm belief in the spirit of Konoha. The corners of Yanagi's mouth curled up into a smile, and he continued to guide the conversation. What if your good friend Danzo also wants to interfere, or even spread rumors about this child? This. The third Hokage frowned, even though he didn't understand what a good friend was, this assumption seemed very reasonable, and he really didn't know what decision he would make. The Jinchuriki is already bearing the hatred of the tailed beasts, but the village doesn't use the policy of love to warm him up, but instead uses those stupid policies of isolation. I am worried about the ninja world, so instead of letting Kushina bear such a risk, let me do it. At least, I will beat up the people who formulated these policies. Chapter 86. The cave, where the air is damp and heavy, is filled with an ancient and mysterious atmosphere. It is surrounded by huge tangled trees, which are like ancient guards protecting this space. Inside stands a huge body, which looks humanoid in appearance but reveals a supernatural existence. It has 9 tightly closed eyes, and its body is like a dead tree, with no signs of life. The 10 protruding columnar structures on its back add a bit of mystery and majesty. In the darkness, a figure sat quietly on a chair carved out of a tree, motionless. His body was connected to the huge demon statue through a white tubular object. The dark cave made it difficult to identify this man's face, but the scarlet light from his eyes revealed his extraordinary identity and power. The domineering aura he exuded made people dare not look directly at him. A pale humanoid with a swirling face emerged from the ground and came silently before his eyes. The man sitting on the wooden chair slowly raised his head. His face was already very old, and time had left deep marks on it. But from the 3 Megatama Scarlet Sharingan, one can still see the former majesty and indomitable spirit. Afei, have you found a suitable target? Baizetsu Afei scratched his head, looking a little embarrassed. Master Madara, I'm sorry, I haven't found anyone who meets your requirements. Uchiha Madara frowned. He had heard this answer too many times and was already fed up with it. He now urgently needs a descendant of the Uchiha clan to take over his position and use his identity to guide Nagato and realize his well-thought-out plans. I have to find it as soon as possible. I've had enough of this old body. Got it, Master Ban. If there is nothing else, please leave. Uchiha Madara waved his hand, ready to reduce his biological activity again in order to prolong his life. Master Madara, there are a few more things that may interest you. Uchiha Madara opened his eyes with a little displeasure. In this ninja world without Hashirama Senju, what else could arouse his interest? The ninja village was just a joke, and the 5 cage without Hashirama were just trash who were not even qualified to let him dance. Nagato was taken to Konoha by a Konoha ninja named Yanagi. It doesn't matter. Nagato hasn't even awakened my eyes. Konoha won't find out. When they find out, they can take him away at any time. Konoha is just a mob. Uchiha Madara sneered. Hashirama, if you were still alive, would you stick to the choice you made back then when you saw the current Konoha? What would you choose to do when you see the ninja world still filled with killing? I'm looking forward to the day when your plan comes true. How will you face me? Who is that person called Yanagi? He's a descendant of the Senju clan, and Lord Madara will definitely be interested in him. Oh? The Senju clan, Hashirama's clan, is at most just another Tobirama. When Uchiha Madara heard about the Senju clan, he became a little interested, but only a little. To him, the Senju clan only included Hashirama and others. As for Tobirama, if it weren't for Hashirama, 10 Tobiramas would have died when he killed his brother. Hey, this is really different, Master Madara. If you are interested, can you tell me what it feels like to poop? White Zetsu Afei suddenly changed the subject, and his question seemed a bit abrupt and inappropriate. Uchiha Madara looked at the white Zetsu in front of him, with a flash of anger in his eyes. If this guy wasn't special among the white Zetsu, he would have definitely destroyed him. If you have something to say, say it. If not, get out. Master Ban, that Yanagi has awakened the power of wood release. I saw him use wood release, wood dragon technique on the battlefield with my own eyes. A powerful aura burst out from Uchiha Madara's body, like a sleeping lion suddenly awakening. But then the momentum disappeared like the ebb tide, and calm was restored as if nothing had happened. Interesting, pay more attention to this kid, and wait until the day when the plan starts. I hope he can give me a little surprise. Madara-sama, why don't we deal with him now? Afei was very surprised by Uchiha Madara's choice. He thought Madara would take action immediately. It's meaningless if it's not Hashirama's would release. As for that brat, just pay more attention to him. I will deal with him if necessary. Uchiha Madara's voice revealed a hint of disdain and calmness. His eyes penetrated the darkness, as if he had seen the future. Finding the right candidate is the first priority. Afei nodded. Although he didn't quite understand Uchiha Madara's foresight, he just had to obey orders. The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen looked around at the elders present and spoke slowly, "So, regarding Lord Mito's proposal for Yanagi to become the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, I would like to give my opinion first." His voice echoed in the conference room, "I agree that Yanagi should become the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Lord Mito is right. Yanagi is the most suitable candidate. His physique and bloodline limit are the most suitable." Yudin Koharu's face changed, and she immediately objected, "Monkey! Are you crazy? With the power of wood release plus the power of the Nine Tails, who in Konoha can check and balance him?" Yudin Koharu is right. Yanagi's power is truly too terrifying. Midaman Yan, who had just returned not long ago, was called to a meeting before he even sat down. It was such an important meeting. This is the Hokage's decision. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the two of them with an unfriendly look. "Before you speak, think about whether your purpose is for the village or for profit." Ever since the incident in which Lord Mito beat up Danzo, he had begun to dispatch his trusted Anbu to investigate several groups of elders, and the results could only be described as shocking. They took advantage of their positions to expand their own power. Not to mention the root department, they even planted a large number of people in their own Anbu. "What are you trying to do? Are you trying to spy on me, the Hokage?" "Hiruzen, what do you mean?" Yutane Koharu and Mito Kato-en exchanged glances, and both of their faces turned a little ugly. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice rose a few degrees, his anger and disappointment filled the air. "What do you mean? Tobirama-sensei handed Konoha over to me, but now it has become like this. I am deeply distressed." Sarutobi Hiruzen now only felt disappointed with the elders. "Danzo has been suspended for reflection. What about you guys? You really didn't do anything you dare not do. Why are you extending a hand that you shouldn't extend?" His eyes were like torches, staring directly at the two of them. "I advise you to take out your heart, lungs and intestines and dry them out in the sun, wash them, and tidy them up when you have time." Chapter 87. Yudin Koharu and Midaman En's faces were gloomy, their hearts were filled with doubts and fears. Could it be that Sarutobi Hiruzen discovered that they had embezzled the village's finances? Impossible, they were careful with every step, leaving no trace. The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen watched the two men remain silent, his anger growing even stronger. "I was ordered to act in times of crisis. The village was in trouble both internally and externally, but Konoha managed to survive. I thought the village only had external enemies now. But now I understand. The village's biggest problem is from within." His words were full of disappointment and anger, every word carried a heavy weight, weighing down the hearts of those present. "As an old friend, this is all I have to say. I hope you won't let me down again." After saying that, Sarutobi Hiruzen resolutely left the meeting room with a heart full of anger and disappointment. As the Hokage left, the atmosphere in the conference room became heavier. Yudin Koharu and Mito Kato-en looked at each other. It seems that Hiruzen has discovered something. This time it may be difficult to get through. Midaman En's brows were furrowed. "It's not like I haven't noticed it before. Why is there such a big reaction this time? I really don't understand." Yutane Koharu pondered for a moment, then slowly said, "Who knows? Anyway, let's go find Danzo first. He is the one who knows Hiruzen best, and he will definitely find a way to persuade Hiruzen. Danzo, it's hard to find. Hiruzen has arranged many people. It doesn't matter. My people are inside. They will find a chance for us to meet. You arranged that, too." The two men looked at each other meaningfully, stood up, and hurriedly left the meeting room, their hearts filled with depression. They might end up sitting on the bench with Danzo this time. Konoha. Following a crackling sound, a roar exploded in the ears of the Sand Village Anbu again. "How many times has this happened to our master Kazekage recently? I don't know. Anyway, since the two elders of the Rain Country were captured, they have appeared frequently. AB. Go gather the village's elite." "Yes." The two ninjas trembled in fear, but answered quickly, turning and disappearing into the shadows. In the combat meeting room of Fengying Building. The third Kazekage stood in front of the conference table, his eyes sweeping across every elite ninja present like a sharp blade, his heart filled with anxiety and anger. Another battle report has arrived from the front. Konoha has defeated our army at the border of the Rain Country and is about to enter the land of the Wind Country. The daimyo has already sent a condemnation. The voice of the third Kazekage was filled with anger and powerlessness, his blue hair and yellow eyes were burning with rage, and the Kazekage robe on his body whistled with his movements. The ninjas below were trembling with fear, and no one dared to make a sound. Lord Kazekage, are we going to make peace with Konoha this time? The situation is very unfavorable to us now. Moonlight without trace. Konoha has already invaded our homes, and you tell me to make peace? How can we, the Sand Village, put our dignity aside? I have received intelligence that the boy who uses wood release has been transferred back to Konoha by Sarutobi Hiruzen, and this time Shikaku has been deployed to the battlefield. Konoha's hand must be broken first. Lord Kazekage. But the daimyo has not allocated funds since the war began. The village is out of money. You exile Wohen. You go and tell the daimyo in person that Konoha is about to invade the Kingdom of Wind. We need a lot of supplies now. If we don't get them, if the ninja realm appears near the capital, we will be powerless. Yes, Kazekage-sama. It seems that the third Kazekage is determined to teach Konoha a lesson this time. The tailed beasts have been sent out and even the daimyo is threatened. How will the village live in the future? However, as his subordinate, I can only obey his orders. This time, all of you families, pay attention. Don't hide anything. Bring out all the ninjas, including those who are not registered. The voice of the third Kazekage echoed in the conference room, shaking everyone's hearts. Then he left the meeting room without looking back, like a volcano about to erupt, making people dare not look directly at him. They're all trash. Feng Ying returned to the office and looked at the documents in his hands with a heavy heart. His mood could only be described as terrible. The village was already poor and weak, with several elders captured, and even the younger generation of Shoki and Yuki were captured. The battle with Konoha also suffered heavy losses, and the daimyo had to drag him down from time to time. All of this made him feel unprecedented pressure and he felt exhausted. Teacher. Is the village really in danger this time? I also want to go to the battlefield and fight for the village. A voice broke the Kazekage's contemplation. He looked up and saw the boy who inherited his magnet escape. A hint of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. He had high hopes for this boy in terms of both his character and talent, but the only regret was that he was too young. No, Luo Sha, your current task is to improve your strength as quickly as possible. Your current strength is not enough to determine the victory of a battle. There was a hint of severity in the voice of the third Kazekage, but more of it was concern and expectations for Raza. Teacher, is the person who caused our Tsunagaku to fail really called Yanagi? Luo Sha was a little disappointed when he heard that he was rejected, but he also knew that this was the teacher's concern for him and the fire left for the village. However, he thought of the boy he had faced before, the opponent who shocked him. Yes, that's right. He is the boy who defeated you. I didn't expect him to grow so fast. I should have paid more attention to him before. A complex emotion flashed in the eyes of the Sandai Kazekage. He had the opportunity to deal with the young man, but he did not take it seriously. If he could have taken action personally at that time, perhaps he could have solved the village's biggest threat at that time. But now it's all too late. Fortunately, Konoha is not an iron barrel. As long as there are flaws, there is no need to be afraid. Danzo. Say something. There was obvious anxiety and dissatisfaction in Yutane Koharu's voice, and her eyes were fixed on the silent Danzo in front of her. He and Mitamanen took great pains to sneak in, but Danzo was lying there motionless like a dead man. Yes, Danzo, Konoha is our hard work, we can't just stand by and watch Sarutobi Hiruzen do whatever he wants. Mitamanen also joined in the persuasion. Danzo Shimura slowly raised his head, his eyes revealing a hint of contempt and disappointment. Looking at the two former colleagues in front of him, he sighed in his heart, they are really guys who are incapable of accomplishing anything, and are always causing trouble. You didn't know how to worry before, but now that something has gone wrong, you know to look for me. Chapter 89. Danzo, we tried our best to stop you from being pushed to the bottom before, but we couldn't do anything due to Mito-sama's orders. Danzo snorted coldly. These people would only hinder him. Humph, stop talking nonsense to me. I just want to say one thing. If you can support my next experiment, neither Hiruzen nor that brat Yanagi will be a problem. I've had enough of this red tape. This period of house arrest made Danzo deeply realize the importance of strength. His ambition and power both require strength to maintain. Yutane Koharu frowned, but the experiment you mentioned sounds really unreliable, and I suspect Sarutobi Hiruzen has noticed that we secretly used the village's finances before. Midaman also nervously joined the discussion. Danzo, your plan is too risky. If it fails, we will all be doomed. Risks always come with opportunities. Now, it's time for us to give it a try. Danzo looked at the two of them, his words full of temptation. But is that Hirako really trustworthy? He's just a ninja with no talent. In my opinion, everyone has their value, and Hirako is no exception. His ability is unquestionable, and this Kiyomaru project will make Konoha great again. The sunlight shines through the treetops of the Senju clan's training ground, casting mottled light and shadows on the training ground. The three little ones followed behind Yanagi, their steps brisk, their faces filled with curiosity and excitement about this new world. Now the three little ones have found their own little world in the clan territory of the Senju clan. There are many vacant houses in the clan territory, and Kushina helped Naoki's family choose the most suitable residence for them. After a short period of adaptation and adjustment, they were pleasantly surprised to find that life in this world was completely different from their original situation. Konoha village, their new living space, brought unprecedented comfort and richness. Here, there is no heavy rain day after day in the original world, no dampness and coldness eroding every corner. Instead, there is a clear sky and warm sunshine, lighting up there every day. Life in Konoha is no longer filled with fear or shortage of supplies. The streets are incredibly prosperous and the peaceful village allows them to find a sense of belonging and feel the warmth of home. After putting on clean and fitting new clothes, the three people, who had never experienced the days of displacement and hunger in the original time and space, immediately turned into three cute porcelain dolls. Brother Lu, are we going to start practicing today? Konan raised her head and looked at the Nawaka tree with her big clear eyes. The precocious girl was very grateful for the future he had brought her. Yanagi smiled slightly and stroked Konan's hair gently. The soft touch made him unable to help but touch it a few more times. Until Konan's cheeks flushed lightly and looked a little shy, Yanagi stopped and said, "Yes, Konan. You also went to the ninja school for a day today. You have learned how to refine chakra, right?" "Yes, brother Yanagi, I am the first one to extract chakra today." Nagato tugged at Nawaka's sleeve, his voice filled with childish pride. "Hey, I'm obviously faster than you." Yahiko was not willing to be outdone, he puffed out his chest with pride. Yanagi looked at the two children and was pleased by their competitiveness and energy. He smiled and said, "They are all great, but before practicing, it is more important to understand why you are fighting. Practice is not only about increasing your strength, but also about finding the meaning of your existence and understanding why you are working hard and why you are fighting." The third child thought about it, and Yahiko said in confusion, "For the will of fire?" The third high took the time to come to the ninja school today, and happened to pick our class to talk about the will of fire for us. What good luck, I think the third high said it very well. After hearing this, Yanagi secretly complained in his heart, "That old man, is that a random draw? This is obviously a secret operation." The third Hokage's move was obviously aimed at the three little ones. He had just praised the three little ones for their unlimited potential with the old man, and then he went to give them spiritual education in person. Forget it, there's too much talk. It's better to experience it yourself. Yanagi looked at the three people and felt that it would be better to let them feel themselves in a parallel universe. Without pressure, there would be no motivation. Genjutsu. Sharingan. His closed eyes suddenly opened, revealing the three scarlet Megatama. They were spinning in his eyes, as if containing endless magic power. At this moment, the three little ones in front of him had fallen into the illusion world he had carefully woven. "Hey, you know what, this Sharingan is really useful," Yanagi whispered to himself, a satisfied smile on his face. The biggest surprise brought to him by the last blood purification was the Sharingan in his eye socket. As the purity of the Otsutsuki clan's blood in his body continued to increase, it seemed that the genes left in the deepest part of the Senju clan by the six-path sage began to awaken. Moreover, he saw three Megatama as soon as he opened his eyes. "I didn't expect that I was quite talented in opening my eyes. However, I have reached the state of unity of yin and yang, right?" Yanagi thought to himself, as a descendant of the Senju clan, he possessed the body of a sage and inherited the power of Yang, but unexpectedly possessed the pair of Sharingan that symbolized the Yin attribute. The combination of the immortal body and the immortal eyes made Yanagi immersed in the concept of the unity of Yin and Yang described by the Six Paths sage. A strong premonition surged in his heart that he might also be able to awaken his own Rinnegan like Uchiha Madara and master the legendary power of the universe. After successfully mastering the immortal technique, would release, True Thousand Hands, Yanagi's strength has already approached the peak of Senju Hashirama. However, as his power grew, he began to feel a little confused about his future. Hashirama's power might have been enough to easily defeat enemies in the early days of the ninja world, but when faced with more powerful enemies in the later stages, he seemed to be unable to cope with it. It's okay that Princess Otsutsuki Kagaya is sealed. I may still have a chance to stop Uchiha Madara from unsealing her. Yanagi thought to himself, but the threat from the Otsutsuki clan during the Boruto period made him feel unprecedented pressure. On the moon, the descendants of Otsutsuki Hamura have gone astray, and the power of that huge samsara eye should not be underestimated. Oh my god, now that I think about it, the ninja world is really full of disasters. The power of wood release is totally not enough. It seems that I have to think of a way to awaken the samsara eye as soon as possible, and find a way to advance to the Six Paths level. Chapter 90. Yanagi was immersed in deep thought about his future path of cultivation. His thoughts were like a tangled mess, and he couldn't sort them out. At this moment, the three little ones were undergoing unprecedented tests in the illusion, and their training had reached the most critical moment. Their faces showed painful expressions, their brows were tightly furrowed, as if they were fighting fiercely against the fear and doubt deep in their hearts. Especially Nagato, his chakra fluctuations were extremely violent, like a surging tide, and every fluctuation seemed to challenge the limit of his potential. Seeing that Nagato's chakra was about to reach its peak, as if a huge storm was about to erupt, Yanagi suddenly felt this change. Now is not the time for you to show up. Yanagi did not hesitate to remove the illusion he had cast on several people. As he moved, the illusion that originally enveloped the three little ones disappeared without a trace in an instant, just like the darkness at dawn being quickly dispelled by the morning light. The three little ones gradually regained consciousness from the illusion, and there was still a trace of confusion in their eyes. How is it? How does it feel? Yanagi looked at them gently and was very curious about how they viewed themselves in the parallel universe. Brother Yanagi, are those things going to happen? Yahiko's voice was trembling slightly, and the fear in the illusion was still echoing in his heart. There was no rescue from Aunt Naoki, and there was no brother Yanagi to bring them to Konoha. He, Konan and Nagato could only wander in the war, struggling between life and death every day. Konan and Nagato also looked at Yanagi nervously. Their eyes revealed uncertainty about the future and doubts about the authenticity of the illusion. Such a thing was really too scary. Yanagi shook his head gently and gave the three people a reassuring smile. No, that was just a possibility in the past. Now you don't have that possibility, right? But now, can you think of the reason for your own path of cultivation? I seem to understand, but brother Yanagi, what is the reason for your path of cultivation? What about me? Why should everyone else not have the same possibility as you? Is this really possible? Yahiko exclaimed, with a hint of disbelief in his voice. Yes, Yanagi's voice revealed confidence, but you are still young now, so let our generation handle these things. Okay, let's practice first. Yanagi's eyes swept over the three people one by one, his eyes flashing with expectations for their future potential. My training is very strict. The three little ones are all ninjas with good qualifications. Strictly speaking, Yahiko might be slightly inferior to the other two in ninjutsu, but the leadership he demonstrated is invaluable. In Yanagi's view, every child has his or her own unique brilliance and is a valuable talent worthy of his careful cultivation. We got it, brother Yanagi. The children answered in unison, their voices carrying a hint of nervousness, but more of excitement and anticipation for the upcoming training. Brother Yanagi, be gentle. There was a hint of exaggerated pleading in Yahiko's voice, and his resistance made people laugh. We are still children. Nagato's voice revealed a lot of fatigue. His original passion seemed to have been greatly dampened by the strict training of his elder brother Yanagi. Brother Lu, look how cute we are. We've worked so hard today. Why don't we take a break today? Konan blinked her big eyes and began her cute offensive. Her adorable look was hard to resist. Yanagi looked at the three little guys. Their reactions made him chuckle. What's wrong with you? Noeka has persisted for a long time. Do you want to give up just like that? We are not giving up. Yahiko immediately retorted. Although he was a little tired, there was an unyielding light in his eyes. That's right, we just need a little encouragement. Nagato was not to be outdone, his passion seemed to be reignited. Yanagi looked at the three people who were lying on the ground exhausted and completely exhausted. They looked so exhausted that he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Haha, look at you, you look like an exhausted fish turning over a new leaf. Brother Yanagi, are you laughing at us? Yahiko, the most courageous of the three, gasped and raised his head to ask. Yanagi suppressed his laughter and pretended to be serious. No, I have undergone special training, no matter how funny it is, I will not laugh. It's just that I remembered some special things, Tsunade. He suddenly realized that he almost let the cat out of the bag, and quickly changed the subject. Okay, let's stop here today. I'll go home and make you delicious food. Delicious. I want to eat grilled fish. Yanagi looked at Nagato who was walking at the end, touching his eyes from time to time, and secretly looking at Yanagi with a look of I have something to do, so he asked with concern, are you thinking about the abnormal reaction of your eyes today? Brother Yanagi, you really do know. Nagato touched his eyes, with a hint of uneasiness in his voice, I feel there is a very scary power here. Yanagi's eyes became serious, and he looked at Nagato seriously, actually, you are right, but this power involves a very big conspiracy. I hope you don't try to tap its power now, you can't afford the price now. Yes, I understand, Brother Yanagi. Nagato nodded. Although there was still confusion in his eyes, his trust in Yanagi made him resolutely choose to obey. In his heart, Brother Lu would not harm him. Suddenly, Yanagi stopped, staring into the distance with a hint of worry in his eyes. He keenly noticed that there were unusually violent fluctuations in Mito-sama's chakra, as if something was happening, which gave him an ominous premonition. Why did you stop, Brother Yanagi? His companions noticed his abnormality and cast doubtful looks at him. Lu Mian said solemnly, it seems that I can't go home with you today. At this moment, a low and urgent voice came into everyone's ears, Lord Yanagi. Lord Hokage asks you to go to the Hokage's office as soon as possible. This voice broke the silence around and brought a sense of urgency. Before he finished speaking, a member of the Anbu in black night clothes appeared in front of them like a ghost. His movements were swift and precise. He knelt on one knee and performed a standard etiquette towards Yanagi, showing his respect for Yanagi and the seriousness of the emergency. Okay, I understand. Please send them back to the Senjo clan. I will report to the Hokage building. Yes, Master Yanagi.